Whenever you're ready. Excellent. Thank you. Am I the only one with my microphone on? Good, that's fine. To introduce myself, my name is Paul Griffiths. I'm an architect. I'm also a member of the Institute of Historic Building Conservation. I am the inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this inquiry and to prepare a report with recommendations on an application from HFS Developments 2 Limited, originally made to the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham in July 2020, which was called in for determination by the Secretary of State in June 2021. The application proposed the erection of a 20-storey tower plus plant with single-storey basement and ground floor mezzanine for residential use, ancillary community use at ground floor level, hard and soft landscaping and associated works. The site is that formerly occupied by Edith Summerskill house on St Thomas's Way, which is part of the Clem Attlee estate. We've all become familiar with virtual events. Some of us will be more familiar with the format than others. I've done quite a few of these events, but always previously on Teams. So this is my first on Zoom. I'm doing it from home. We had a formal test event last week, which wasn't so great. I had 3 subsequent informal test events, culminating in one yesterday where everything seemed to work just fine. So I'm keeping my fingers crossed that it carries on that way. It involved my getting pins to download the Zoom app, which is not something that I'd thought about in advance of the test event last week. So apologies for that. I will ask for forbearance should there be any difficulties, but as I say, I'm hoping it'll all work fine. At the outset, I'm expecting advocates for the main parties to be visible. Once we get on to witnesses, I would expect them to be visible too. When third parties have input into the inquiry, I'll leave it to you whether you want to put your camera on or off, but of course it is important that I can hear you. If anyone wants to interrupt proceedings, I think Zoom has a sort of hands up function similar to Teams, so please use that. The chat function is not something that I'll be using, and I discourage others from using it too, because of course we can all see it. Various teams will have their own ways of communicating with each other outside the inquiry, I'm sure. As I indicated just after I opened, the proceedings are being live streamed and uploaded onto the council's YouTube channel, where others will be able to catch up with them if they could not follow in real time. And in particular, I'm thinking there of Mr. Turney, the Rule 6 party, who can't be with us today, but will be joining us tomorrow. There are some of the usual opening formalities that we need to cover, and I'd like to deal first of all with appearances. I'll start with the applicant. Mr. Simons, that's you, isn't it?
It is indeed. Good morning, sir. Can you see and hear me all right? It looks like we can. We're in a different world digitally where we were at the test event. I'm delighted. Thankfully, yes, indeed. Zach Simon, sir. I'm a barrister. I'm instructed by Matthew White of Herbert Smith Freehills, and I've got 4 witnesses, and you'll find their names and full qualifications on the front page of my opening statement, which, if you've not already got, should be winging its way in your direction. But I've got it here. Excellent. So they are just for members of the public who might be watching or listening. It's first Mr. Simon Henley, who's a director at Henley Hale Brown, who'll be explaining the architectural approach in the building. Followed by Professor Robert Taverner, who's a director at the Taverner Consultancy, who'll be giving evidence on design and on townscape. Followed after that by Mr. Ignas Froneman, who's a director at Cogent Heritage, who'll be giving you evidence on the historic environment. And then finally, Mr. Neil Henderson, who's a partner at Gerald Eve, who'll be giving you, well, all sorts of evidence, as is the planner's role in these things tends to be. They cover everything else that no one else can get to. But in particular, he'll be giving you evidence on planning policy and the planning balance.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Simons. And for the council, Mr. Philpott.
Good morning, sir. I hope you can see me.
Yes, I can.
And I hope you've also had a document setting out my appearances, but if not, again, that should be with you shortly.
I do have it, yes, it's in my inbox.
Great,
Thank you.
So my name is Hereward Philpott, Queen's Counsel. I'm instructed by Poonam Rajput on behalf of the Chief Solicitor to the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham. And I'll be calling two witnesses. First of all, Mr. Alan Jones, who deals with townscape and heritage. He manages the urban design and heritage team at the council. And secondly, Mr. Peter Wilson, who deals with planning matters. And he is a planning officer within the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham's planning department. You have evidence from both of those in writing.
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. As I indicated just now, Mr. Turney is a Rule 6 party who will be appearing during the inquiry, but as he outlined to us in our, we managed to at least hear from him at the test event last week to the extent that he wouldn't be able to join us today, but he is going to catch up with proceedings in advance of appearing tomorrow and Thursday and Friday. So I'll introduce Mr. Turney to the inquiry. He will be appearing tomorrow, so we'll hear from him then. At this point, I'm going to ask whether there is anyone else with us this morning who wishes to address the inquiry. Are there any third parties or local residents or any other groups or who want to talk? Okay, well, I'm going to take that as a no for now, but I will ask throughout the inquiry whether anyone joins us, and if anyone does join us and wants to speak, then they should let me know. We'll deal with that in due course. In terms of how the event will work, there's no surprises here really. Once I finish my opening, we're going to hear opening statements from the main parties, the applicant, and then the council. I had hoped then to fit in third parties if anyone wants to speak, so I might just ask again at that point just to see. We'll then move on to the applicant's evidence, as Mr. Simons indicated. We'll go through the applicant's evidence, and then when that's complete, I think what we managed to agree last week was that we would take a view on where we are and either bring in Mr. Turney at that point or hear from the council, followed by Mr. Turney. Broadly speaking, I think the idea is that we deal with the evidence and hopefully conditions and obligations this week when Mr. Turney can be with us before hearing closings on Tuesday next, a week today. That's the broad program that I'm assuming that I'm looking at, and we'll just have to take it. Well, we'll keep an eye on where we're getting with it. Witnesses for the applicant and the council will give evidence in chief. There may be some questions from Mr. Turney. I understood last week. I may well have some questions too before re-examination. When Mr. Turney gives evidence, there will be opportunity for the applicant and the council to ask any questions. And as before, I might want to pose some too. And of course, Mr. Turney, given that he is representing himself, won't be able to re-examine. Any third parties who do wish to speak, I'm not entirely clear whether there's anyone listening or following, but if you do want to speak to the inquiry, you should make clear whether you support or oppose the proposal. And I do have to offer the opportunity for questions to be asked by the opposing side. Often they're not asked, but I have to give the opportunity. Notwithstanding what we found at the final test event yesterday, when everything worked fine, touch wood, it is possible that unexpected issues may arise. If anyone does suffer from IT issues, loses connection, things freeze or whatever, then do let, I think, probably Davina Barton know in the first instance, and I can be told, and we can adjourn for a brief period. Leaving and then joining again seems to work, but we'll have to see how that goes. If I suffer problems, I'll get in touch with you through my case officer at PINS, who's overseeing or in the background. Digital events have proved to be quite demanding, staring at a screen. So regular breaks, I think everyone appreciates that. I've got no hard and fast about how we time things, but what I've done in the past is 10 till 11:30, 12 till 1:30, and then 2 o'clock till till 3:30, but I'm flexible about that. We can make it work with how we're getting on with witnesses and proceedings, because there's no point in stopping at a fixed time. If by carrying on for a little while longer we could stop at a more sensible point. So I'll leave it. I'm in your hands, really. When you feel there's a natural point to break, then let me know and we can break. If you prefer a shorter break in mid-morning, a longer lunch break, and a shorter break in the afternoon, I'm quite content with that. I've got no real problem with that at all. I think one thing that we did touch on yesterday is during adjournments, I'm not going to be leaving the meeting completely. What I'm going to try my best to do is turn my camera off and my microphone off, and then I'll probably leave my desk. It's important that everyone else does the same, or of course everyone will be able to hear you, still in contact with the meeting. I think that's the best way, rather than leaving completely and then trying to rejoin. But we'll see how it works. I have to say I'm still not altogether used to appearing on a screen. I do have to take notes, so there may be some pauses. I will also be looking at documents. Some I have in hard copy to my right. Others I'm accessing on a screen to my left. At times I may not be looking directly at the camera. I might be looking somewhere else, but that doesn't mean I am still paying attention. I promise the window is right over there, just in case anyone wonders, and I can't see very much out of it anyway. I've blurred my background, so you're not too no one gets fascinated by the mess that is my home office. If that light, that glow of light, is disturbing anyone, then please let me know and I'll turn it off. I don't really need it to be there. I would like to clarify the procedure in relation to documents that parties may wish to submit to the inquiry. We've got a few that have come in already. Yes, that is the way to do it, through my case officer, Leanne, who will then send them to me. I will receive them by email, and then I'll be able to access them that way. I will, of course, keep a list of inquiry documents. So I received in advance a note on overshadowing from your team, I think, Mr. Simon. So that will probably be inquiry document 1. There was something else that was added to the list of core documents, and I'm quite happy for that to stay there for now. So then I'll deal with the appearances and opening statements as further inquiry documents, and things that come on from now on I'll add to the list, but I'll do my best to keep the list up to date. And if you want a copy of the list for the purposes of writing closings, then I'll circulate that towards the end of the week. And you can tell me if there's anything I've missed. Mr. Simons.
Just on this question of document, that's all noted, so thank you very much. Just on this question of core documents, which you've referred to, so you are aware, there have been, over the course of the preparation of proofs, a few different versions of the CD list that have gone back and forth between the parties.
Okay.
What that has meant is that there are what have now turned into errors, because some of the references have changed, in the proofs of Mr. Henderson and Mr. Froneman. I think those are the only two. There's a few references, CD references, that refer to one number, but it's final list. Oh, I see. But it's a different number. And so what I was proposing to do, it would be, I think only a one-pager, would be to provide you a table, sort of a ready reckoner, with the paragraph references on the left as to what they actually say, and then on the right as to what the correct reference would be, rather than the only other option is to reissue the proofs. But I think that's probably a bit over the top, given that there's only 10 references.
Yeah,
if you're happy, sir, we'll get onto that. Hopefully by tomorrow we'll have that finished, but we're working on it now.
I'm happy with that. Yes, I mean in due course, something like that I can refer to for the Secretary of State's purposes.
Exactly. We'll do. Thank you.
Good. Now, yes, you've touched on core documents. I'm accessing them electronically. I got the Dropbox link yesterday, so I've downloaded them all, so hopefully I'll be able to access them seamlessly. And I've printed myself off a list. So if there are references that you need to give me, I'll make a careful note, and I'll know where to find them. Good. I received a statement of common ground agreed between the applicant and the council, which has been most helpful. I think there was also talk of a statement of common ground being agreed with Mr. Turney, but I'm I've not come across that. Now that might be me, or it might be somewhere buried in the documentation. Can you help me with that?
It was signed on the 10th of November.
Right.
It may even, and maybe Mr. Philpott will know, I've not checked, it might have a core document reference.
Right, okay.
So it does have a core document reference. It's CD 4.7. So hopefully, if you've got the core documents in electronic form, you should be able to access it.
Yeah, thank you. I'll make sure I catch up with that in one of the breaks. Good. I've also seen council's letters of notification. There were a number of responses, over 50. I think on last count. I'm not going to go through them all individually or in detail, but if anyone wants to check with me that theirs is included, then please ask, and I'll do that and make sure. All those representations will be going to the Secretary of State in due course, and the Secretary of State will also see those submitted at application stage, which are attached to the council's questionnaire. All that material, when the time comes, will be going over to the Secretary of State. As far as plans are concerned, those before the inquiry have been helpfully set out in the statement of common ground agreed between applicants and the council. There are a lot of them with long references, so I'm not going to spend inquiry time listing them out. I'm not sure that's entirely useful. All I would ask is that if someone does get the chance, then the list appended to the statement of common ground should be checked, and if there are any discrepancies, please bring it to my notice. We'll touch on this when we talk about conditions in due course too. In terms of conditions, whatever my recommendation to the Secretary of State, I do have to set out a list of conditions that should be appended in the event the planning permission is granted. They are set out in the appendix to the statement of common ground, and we'll deal with that through a roundtable session once we've dealt with the evidence. I will want to discuss the planning obligation at the same time. But it would be helpful, Mr. Philpott. I don't know if, again, please correct me if this is in the documentation, but some thought to a SIL compliance schedule or something of that order, so that we can link the various obligations to policies in the development plan or somewhere else where they come from. Is always very useful.
That is in preparation. My understanding is that my instructing solicitor and Mr. White, on behalf of the applicant, are in the process of hopefully finalising a draft that can be put before you. So hopefully that will be with you before too long, but it does exactly what you have just described, and therefore hopefully fits the bill. Excellent.
Just makes it very straightforward if one can draw the linkages without having to delve too far. Good. That's great. There's no preliminary indication that there's going to be any applications for costs, but if there are to be any, I'll hear them after we've dealt with closings. As I've said, the applications were called in by the Secretary of State by letter dated 10th of June 2021. The Secretary of State set out that he particularly wished to be informed about, first, the extent to which the proposal is consistent with the development plan, and second, any other matters the inspector considers relevant. Well, with that in mind, I identified as far back as our case management conference a number of issues that I'd like to explore. Looking through the evidence in advance of the inquiry hasn't changed my mind at all, so there's nothing new in this, but I'll set them out again. The first thing I want to talk about or consider is the effect of the proposals on the townscape or the character and appearance of the area, however you wish to express it. And I include in that questions of design and any impact on the setting, and thereby the significance of heritage assets in the vicinity of the site and around about. Second, I'd like to look at the effect of the proposal on the living conditions of existing residents of the area in terms of outlook, privacy, daylight, sunlight, overshadowing, and the like, and also prospective residents of the proposal in terms of the provision of play and/or open space, and building, and in particular fire safety. That's been a subject that's been covered in many of the third-party representations that I've seen. We'll also need to examine the question of whether any impacts on local services and/or infrastructure will be properly mitigated. That's essentially the operation of the various obligations, but there have also been questions raised about drainage. As as Mr. Simons alluded to earlier, we'll also need to consider the proper context for decision making and the influence of the national planning policy framework in the light of any benefits that the scheme would be bringing forward. So there needs to be some system by which we set the decision making process in its proper context, some way of considering pluses and maybe negatives together. So we'll need to cover that in the evidence. There may be other issues that that people want to raise, and I'm happy to deal with them in due course. Just because I've defined my main issues in that way doesn't mean that others might want to raise something else, and I'm perfectly happy to cover that. It's a public inquiry. That's what that's the whole purpose of the event. Is there anything else anyone wishes to raise at this stage? Mr. Simons, Mr. Philpott? Mr. Philpott, go on.
I've just got a few short housekeeping points, if I may.
Yes.
Now's a
Go ahead.
moment. In no particular order, there's been an exchange of emails, which I think you were copied into, about the calculation of the open space contribution. That's a document that we'll need to look at in the inquiry in due course. So if it's not already on your list of inquiry documents, I'd ask for that to be added in.
Okay, that's the exchange of emails.
Exactly. So the most recent one had a couple of plans attached to it with comparable schemes elsewhere.
Yeah.
The second point, so I'm hoping this won't prove an issue, but recently come to light that my first witness, Mr. Jones, has tested positive for COVID.
Right, I'm sorry to hear that.
Well, he's following proceedings today, and I'm hoping, having discussed it with him, he'll be able to give his evidence later in the week. But I'll obviously just need to update you as you go along if that changes. It's one of those ailments which obviously can go up and down, but so far the indications are that we might be all right. But just to let you know in advance.
Thank you, that's helpful.
And then the final point, sir, is simply this: given that there appear to be members of the public who will be present and will be following the evidence, I anticipate you'll want the summary proofs of evidence read out when witnesses give their evidence in chief, but I thought I'd better check with you in advance so we can prepare with that in mind.
Yes, I'm happy to confirm that. I think I've read the evidence. Obviously, I've been through it in some detail in advance, though I didn't catch up with the statement of common ground with Mr. Turney, for which I apologise. But yes, witnesses who appear, it would be useful to set some context, so a brief summary of the position adopted would be useful. I think we don't need to go through read proofs out, certainly not, but reading out a brief summary I think would help at least set the scene for those who are not familiar with the evidence. So yes, I'm happy with that.
Thank you. So our summaries, I think, are brief. So reading those out hopefully won't add a lot of time, but it will help set the context for locals.
Agreed. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Philpott. Mr. Simons, did you have anything?
No, sir. No, just to make sure that you have got, I think you have, but just to check the 106 and the latest draft. And the latest draft, just so you know, it has a date on it, which is the 9th of September.
Yes, I saw that some time ago, yes.
Yeah, exactly. It's not been updated since then. That one is agreed as between council, applicant, and indeed Peabody as well. So that language has been settled for some time now. But I just want to make sure you add it, but you do.
I do. Good. Mr. Simons, I'm going to come to you to make your opening then.
Certainly. So thank you very much indeed. You mentioned that you have, I think you've received it over email earlier on this morning. Marvellous. So a tall building has stood on this site for most of the last 60 years. Clem Attlee Court opened in 1957. As Professor Taverner explained, it heralded a shift in the character of this part of Fulham toward housing for all as part of the new welfare state which had been born under Clement Attlee's premiership. Edith Summerskill House and its companion building, Herbert Morrison House, were added to the estate in the early 1960s. ESH, as I'll call it from now on, was a tall, prominent building, 68 affordable homes arranged across 18 stories. It met important local needs, i.e. the provision of affordable homes. But the quality of its design and of its accommodation was poor. Over time, ESH became unsafe, and eventually the council deemed it no longer fit for purpose, and it was demolished in 2018. This scheme is an urgently needed replacement for ESH. It is a building of exceptional quality. The scheme was only one of 17 projects worldwide to be shortlisted for the World Architecture Festival Future Residential Award in 2019. It will set a new benchmark, sir, not only locally, but regionally and nationally for what is possible in the development of social housing. The real genius of this building lies in the overlapping square arrangement of its footprint, its staggered volume, the classical proportions and elevational rhythms of its arched facades, and its inner and outer skins. It will make a slender and elegant contribution to the townscape. It will activate the frontages at ground floor level. It will improve the public realm. Its internal arrangements will create functional and sustainable homes of outstanding quality for its residents. The scheme will raise the bar for the quality of the built form in this part of West London. And as you'll see, sir, later on today, the architect's attention to detail on everything from materials to textures to internal layouts to the proportions and layering of the building's facades has been meticulous. And as Mr. Henley says, the scheme's ambition is to create a grounded tower of affordable homes, in fact, a civic building of housing that dignifies the lives of residents and neighbours. This would set it apart, he says, from most welfare state council housing built in British cities in the third quarter of the 20th century, and most affordable housing being built today. That ambition has been met. As Professor Taverner puts it, this scheme sets a new standard for social housing in this country. The scheme's design, sir, has the strong support of the Hammersmith and Fulham Design Review panel, which praised its quality, rigour and invention. It also has the support of the GLA, who confirmed that the building's architecture's high quality would enhance the local area and would form an attractive landmark. The council's urban design and heritage team leader, Mr. Jones, as you will have seen, praises its design as sensitive and high quality, and in particular he picks out the elegant proportions of the arched facades, the building's strong expression in its base, middle and top, and the framing of the crown, which would make a particularly positive addition to the skyline, so he says. Now, national policy, as you know very well, says it's more concerned than ever with the design quality of new buildings. This is the kind of high quality, beautiful and sustainable building which the government tells us is fundamental to what planning and development process should achieve. But it's not only a wonderful piece of architecture. It will meet urgent and important needs for some of this borough's most vulnerable residents. So the schemes will provide 133 affordable homes, 105 social rent and 28 intermediate units. These will be, in the language of the London Plan, genuinely affordable homes, and that was strongly supported, as you will have seen, by the GLA. They will make the best use of a sustainably located brownfield site in a way which accords with a raft of local, London-wide, and of course national policies. And you'll see in the footnotes, so I give you a list of what just some of those policies are, but you'll be hearing about more of them later this week. And so that they are desperately needed in a borough where across only the last 4 years, the shortfall in delivery of affordable homes has amounted to 1,688 homes, and that's against the lower pre-London Plan targets. There's around 3,000 people waiting for housing in Hammersmith and Fulham. That's on their housing register. And average waiting times range from around a year, for some in the highest priority category, to several years and up to a decade for others. These needs are profound, and local, London-wide and national policies tell us to meet them in sustainable brownfield locations exactly like this one. Now, the building is 2 stories taller than the previous ESH. The difference between them is around 20 metres. But sir, that's unsurprising. 8 metres of that difference flows from modern floor to ceiling heights. And as for the rest, so by the rest I mean the other 12 metres or so, we're in an entirely different planning policy context now to what pertained in the early 1960s. Needs for affordable homes have ballooned, particularly in London. And again, the imperative now at every tier of policy is to optimise brownfield sites in order to meet those needs. And of course, so responding properly and sensitively to a site like this one is about so much more than height. As you'll see, sir, our scheme may be taller than the previous ESH, but its elegant proportions, its ingenious layout, and its facade treatments will put it into an entirely different league of architectural quality. The previous ESH was a detractor to this townscape. This scheme will make a wonderful, long-lasting and positive contribution, which is why it's unsurprising that the council resolved to grant planning permission for it following the detailed advice of officers with the support of the design review panel and the support of the GLA. Now, we are not within one of the areas expressly identified for tall buildings in the council's 2018 local plan. But the purpose of that policy, and indeed the corresponding London plan policy, which is London Plan Policy D9, is to ensure that when tall buildings come forward, they are of the highest design quality and they're in locations which can sit acceptably in their townscape. And this building passes the tests in policy with flying colours. Let's get real. There's been a tall building on this site for most of the last 60 years. The idea that the site is somehow inappropriate for a replacement tall building is untenable, not least because the clear direction of the London plan is that when affordable homes are to be replaced, their replacements should be at existing or higher densities with at least equivalent floor space. Mr. Turney suggests that the scheme's scale was, quote, driven by a requirement to, quote, replace lost social housing from another scheme in the borough called Watermeadow Court. Now, that idea is unsupported by the evidence before the inquiry. As Mr. Henley will tell you, the driver for this building was to provide much needed affordable homes on a sustainable brownfield site. And as Mr. Henderson will tell you, that driver responds to powerful objectives in local, London-wide and national policy. The scheme would be visible, as of course was the previous ESH, from the churchyard of Augustus Pugin's Church of St Thomas of Canterbury, and of course from various points in the central Fulham conservation area. Now, we accept that would lead to some harm to the significance of those heritage assets, but as Mr. Frohman explained, the harm sits comfortably at the lower end of the less than substantial spectrum in the MPPF, and it is decisively outweighed by the very substantial public benefits of re-providing much needed affordable homes in a sustainable brownfield location and in a building of the highest architectural quality. For completeness, albeit the building will be visible from other conservation areas and within the setting of some other listed buildings, visibility does not equal harm. And as Mr. Frohman explained, there won't be any harm to the significance of those assets. And you'll hear from him tomorrow, I suspect. Finally, sir, should permission be granted, the inspector, you and the Secretary of State have the assurance of the Peabody Trust, one of London's leading housing associations with a 150-year track record, which now builds around 1,500 affordable homes annually, that this scheme will be delivered, and it'll be delivered soon. And you'll hear about that in Mr. Henderson's evidence later on this week. Which is why, sir, in the language of section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004, granting this application would accord with the statutory development plan read as a whole. And even if in the end you decide that there is some conflict with the plan, other material considerations, in particular the delivery of much needed affordable homes on a sustainable brownfield site in a building of exceptional quality. indicates that permission should be granted in any event. And for those reasons, which we'll develop in our evidence and in closings, we'll ask you, sir, to recommend to the Secretary of State that the application be granted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simons. I've got that as ID 3, so I'll log that as an inquiry document. Mr. Philpott, I'm going to come over to you now.
Thank you, sir. Again, I hope you've got a copy of my opening submissions in.
I have. Thank you.
So the London Borough of Hammersmith and Fulham supports the grant of planning permission for the proposed redevelopment of the site of the former Edith Summerskill house, which I refer to as the site. The council has reached that position following careful consideration of the proposed development, its likely effects, both beneficial and adverse, the extent to which it accords with relevant policies in the development plan and national policy, and the views of those who responded to consultation. The Secretary of State must now make his own assessment of those matters, informed by your report and recommendation. We'll seek to assist in that process by explaining why the Council resolved to approve the application in September of last year, and why it continues to support the grant of planning permission as being both consistent with the development plan when considered overall and strongly in the public interest. In the interest of efficiency, the Council will endeavour to avoid repetition of oral evidence given and submissions made to this inquiry on behalf of the applicant, HFS. There is, as you'll have seen, sir, a substantial degree of overlap between the Council's case and that presented on behalf of HFS. Indeed, there are no material differences between the two parties on the issues that you've identified as the focus for consideration at this inquiry. Before turning to summarise our position on those issues, it's important to set some context. First of all, the pressing need for more affordable housing. All of the main parties, by which I include Mr. Turney, are agreed there is a pressing, indeed overwhelming, need for social housing, that the site should be urgently developed for social housing, and that the public interest benefits associated with the delivery of such housing should be given very significant weight. And so you'll see the footnote there is to Mr. Turney's proof of evidence. All of those references and concepts come from his own evidence. That degree of consensus is helpful, and it should not come as a surprise. It reflects a straightforward application of the policies in the development plan and the framework, and the housing need position in London and in this borough. The need for more housing in London, and in particular affordable housing, is both clear and acute. In the Mayor's foreword to the new London plan, it's explained that London now faces a wave of growth, the likes of which has not been seen for a century. London's population is projected to increase by 70,000 every year, reaching 10.8 million in 2041. And as the Mayor says, this means that just to meet demand, there is a need to build tens of thousands of new homes every single year. The 2017 London Strategic Housing Market Assessment has identified a significant overall need for housing, and for affordable housing in particular. London needs 66,000 new homes each year for at least 20 years, and the evidence suggests that 43,000 of them should be genuinely affordable. So I'll just pause there. You'll see the references to all of these points come from the development plan and the supporting documents to it. The targets set by the London plan, however, will not meet that need and cannot be increased because they reflect capacity constraints. The 10-year housing targets set by Table 4.1 of the London plan are based on the 2017 London Strategic Housing Land Availability Assessment. This shows there is capacity across London for approximately 40,000 new homes a year on large sites, those above a quarter of a hectare, and capacity for development on small sites below a quarter of a hectare for 12,000 new homes a year. That leaves a significant gap between housing need and supply, even if the ambitious targets set by the new London plan are met. While 65% of London's housing need is for affordable homes, in other words, 43,500 per year, the London plan strategic target is for 50% of the annual 52,287 net housing completions to be genuinely affordable. In other words, even if both targets are met, the affordable housing created as a result would fall well short of meeting the identified need for more affordable homes. Delivering more genuinely affordable homes has therefore rightly been identified as a key strategic issue for London, with all schemes expected to maximise delivery of affordable housing and make the most efficient use of available resources. The London Plan identifies a target of 16,090 net housing completions for Hammersmith and Fulham during the plan period, an annual target of 1,609. This is markedly higher than the previous annual target, 1,031. Appendix PW1 to Mr. Wilson's proof of evidence identifies that at present, there is an accumulated shortfall against the previous and current target of 1,688 homes. The SHMA identified for the Hammersmith and Fulham local plan shows that to meet the need for affordable housing in the borough, 100% of all new homes should be affordable. Hammersmith and Fulham is characterised by areas with high levels of deprivation. 8 of the borough's lower super output areas are within the top 10% most deprived nationally, including the Clem Attlee estate. Hammersmith and Fulham is also an area of contrasts, of wealth and deprivation. Notwithstanding the existence of areas of significant deprivation, such as the Clem Attlee estate, the borough has the 4th highest house prices in the country. This has resulted in a disproportionately high need for affordable housing in the borough, and accordingly the lack of affordable homes to rent or buy for low and middle incomes is identified as a key challenge for the local plan. Paragraph 635 of the local plan provides some sense of the scale of the challenge. And I quote, "The need for more affordable housing in the borough is demonstrated by the number of households on the housing register as of February 2017. There were 1,950 applicants on the housing register and approximately 1,374 households in temporary accommodation. Also, 17% of households in social rented housing in the borough are overcrowded. Hammersmith and Fulham is ranked 12th in terms of boroughs with the most overcrowded properties." That key challenge is reflected in the spatial vision for the local plan, in its strategic objectives, and the key aim of the local plan to meet local housing need by increasing housing supply, particularly the supply of affordable housing. But the public interest importance of this objective goes further than simply the significant gap between supply and demand. Affordable housing is central to allowing Londoners of all means and backgrounds to play their part in community life. Providing a range of high quality, well-designed, accessible homes is important to delivering what the London Plan has dubbed good growth, ensuring that London remains a mixed and inclusive place in which people have a choice about where to live. In the circumstances described in the development plan and summarised above, it's essential to ensure that opportunities to deliver more affordable housing in well-designed schemes such as this are seized and are not unduly delayed. That imperative is reflected in the housing policies of the London Plan. In order to ensure that the 10-year housing targets are achieved, Policy H1, increasing housing supply, requires boroughs to optimise the potential for housing delivery on all suitable and available brownfield sites, especially those with good levels of accessibility by public transport, public sector sites and small sites. London Plan Policy H2, small sites, requires boroughs proactively to support well-designed homes on small sites to significantly increase the contribution of such sites to meeting London's housing needs. Increasing the rate of housing delivery from small sites is identified as a strategic priority, requiring positive and proactive planning decisions. London Plan Policy H8 seeks to ensure that when existing housing is lost, it's replaced by new housing at existing or higher densities with at least the equivalent level of overall floor space. I then turn to the benefits of the appeal scheme in that context. The application scheme, so it should be the application scheme, not the appeal scheme, force of habit, sir. The application scheme provides a valuable opportunity to make a significant contribution to delivering on that strategic priority, and to do so in short order. If planning permission is granted, HFS's evidence is that implementation would be likely to follow quickly, with commencement on site as early as June next year. The application scheme would deliver 133 affordable residential units on a highly accessible, publicly owned, vacant brownfield site. It would optimise the development of that site with a well-designed tall building of dramatically better architectural quality than the other large and tall buildings in the existing group on the Clem Attlee estate. The proposed new building would enhance the local townscape and deliver a very high standard of accommodation. Those individuals and families lucky enough to move from unsuitable accommodation into one of these spacious and thoughtfully conceived dwellings would benefit from a substantially improved quality of life as a result. The former Edith Summerskill house provided 68 units of affordable housing. It was vacated in 2011 due to the substandard accommodation it provided and the presence of asbestos, and the conclusion was reached that refurbishment was not viable. It was therefore decided to relocate the existing residents, demolish the building, and redevelop the site by constructing a new residential building in its place to meet modern standards. As a result of the long period of vacancy and the poor state of the building, concerns over public safety led to a decision to submit a prior approval application to enable demolition ahead of the proposed redevelopment of the site. Following its demolition in 2018, however, approval of a scheme of redevelopment has been delayed, and the sites therefore remained empty and unused. Although there is no existing housing on site, because demolition of the former Edith Summerskill house preceded the decision on its replacement, there is no dispute as to the relevance of London Plan Policy H8 to the Secretary of State's decision. So the footnote there is to the statement of common ground between all three parties, main parties. The objective of the policy is to ensure that where affordable housing is lost through demolition, it's replaced by at least the same quantum of new affordable housing, where possible more. That is the case regardless of the condition of the existing housing, and thus the underlying policy objective is not based on there being a real prospect of a continuation or resumption of the use of the existing housing as a form of fallback. Instead, the objective reflects the strong policy and public interest case for redeveloping sites such as this so as to provide at least equivalent and preferably additional affordable housing compared to that which has been lost. It's an approach that reflects the severity of the housing and in particular affordable housing supply position in London, and hence the importance of avoiding a net reduction where redevelopment takes place. Against that backdrop, there is a powerful positive case for the grant of planning permission for the proposed development. The Mayor of London's Stage 2 report strongly supports the principle of the scheme and the delivery of the proposed additional affordable housing. The scheme will accord with the clear strategic direction given by the London Plan and contribute to meeting a strategic priority for London and a strategic objective and key aim of the local plan. The care and attention given to the design of the scheme is reflected in the extent and significance of development plan policy compliance. As summarised below, this is an exceptionally good design, both generally and in particular for a 100% affordable housing scheme. It would be an exemplar, setting the bar at an appropriately high level for future developments of affordable housing in London and contributing positively to the character and appearance of the local area. The Council has always acknowledged that there is some conflict with policy because the application site is not in an area that was identified as suitable for a tall building in the local plan. It's also recognised the strengthening of the plan-led approach in the recently adopted London Plan and its implications for the weight that should be attached to this element of policy conflict. The site is nevertheless suitable for a tall building. The proposed development performs very well when considered against the relevant development plan policy criteria for assessing the acceptability of proposed tall buildings, demonstrating that this is an acceptable scheme on a suitable site. There is compliance with most relevant development plan policies, and their proposal would make a substantial contribution to meeting a key objective of both parts of the development plan. The overall balance is in favour of compliance rather than breach, In any event, even if a different conclusion was reached on overall compliance with the development plan, the council's case will be that the accumulated weight of other material considerations in this case would clearly outweigh any conflict and justify the grant of planning permission. So I then turn to the main issues as you've identified them, sir. First, impact on the townscape or the character and appearance of the area. The proposed building represents a very high quality of architectural design and materials. The design responds appropriately to the site and its context, delivering a proposal that would enhance both the Clem Attlee estate and the wider townscape, aiding legibility and wayfinding and functioning in a way that would improve the safety, convenience and attractiveness of the public realm. Mr. Jones' evidence will explain how the council has assessed the impact on the townscape and the character and appearance of the area, and why it has concluded that those impacts would be overwhelmingly positive. His evidence also considers the assessments undertaken by the Hammersmith and Fulham Design Review Panel and by the Mayor of London as a strategic planning authority. Both were strongly supportive. The site is located in an area that is characterised by a mixture of building forms and architectural styles, including the juxtaposition of tall modern buildings against Victorian terraces. In the immediate area around the site, the Clem Attlee estate is characterised by a cluster of other tall and large buildings. The mixed character and appearance of this area has evolved over time, and that process is continuing and will continue as parts of the Clem Attlee estate are regenerated. It is a process that is recognised and supported by planning policy. The London Plan Policy H2 tells boroughs that they must recognise that local character evolves over time and will need to change in appropriate locations to accommodate additional housing on small sites such as this. The proposed building would relate well to its surroundings, both in immediate views, where the base of the building would significantly improve the relationship with the street and the public realm, and in mid-range and longer-range views, where the high quality of its architecture would have a positive impact on the townscape and skyline of Fulham. It will therefore, sir, be the local planning authority's case that the townscape impacts and the impacts on the character and appearance of the area are overwhelmingly positive and weigh strongly in favour of the grant of planning permission. Further, the evidence will show that the proposed development meets the requirements for high quality design that are to be found in national, London and borough level planning policy. Next, the effect on the setting and thereby the significance of designated heritage assets. The council has had careful regard to the effects on designated heritage assets when assessing the proposed development. It has identified all of the relevant assets that have the potential to be adversely affected, considered their heritage significance and assessed the likely effects of the proposed development upon them. No designated heritage assets are directly affected. The only possible impacts are to the setting of heritage assets, and harm would only occur in two cases. Mr. Jones' evidence will show that there would be some harm to the setting and therefore significance of the central Fulham conservation area and to the Grade 2 star listed Church of St Thomas of Canterbury and the group of heritage assets within its curtilage. In both instances, our case is that the harm would sit at the lower end of the spectrum of less than substantial harm. There are suggestions that would be harm to the setting of other heritage assets, but the evidence will show that those suggestions are not well founded. In accordance with the approach set out in the framework, a balancing exercise will be necessary, weighing the less than substantial harm that is acknowledged to exist against the very significant public benefits that the proposed development would deliver. As Mr. Wilson's evidence will explain, the very significant weight that attaches to the public interest benefits the scheme would deliver means the heritage balance is clearly and strongly in favour of the grant of permission. Then the other issues. First, living conditions of existing residents of the area. The application is supported by a suite of technical assessments that demonstrate the proposed development would not give rise to any unacceptable impacts on the living conditions of existing residents. No contrary expert evidence has been adduced by those opposed to the development. The council's evidence will explain why it considers the impact on the living conditions of existing residents to be acceptable. It is inevitable that any substantial new development on a cleared site in an urban environment will have some adverse effects on the outlook, levels of light, etc., that are currently enjoyed by those living nearby. Policy therefore calls for an assessment of whether the resulting living standards are appropriate or acceptable, and tells authorities that when considering applications for housing, they should apply a flexible approach in applying policies or guidance relating to daylight and sunlight so as to avoid inhibiting the efficient use of sites. A balanced approach is required. The acceptability of most of the assessed impacts on daylight, sunlight, overlooking, microclimate, etc. seems to be uncontroversial. The Council's case is that none of them give rise to unacceptable outcomes or provide any other basis for resisting the grant of planning permission. Next, the living conditions for prospective residents. Quality of accommodation. The quality of the homes that would be built on this site will be of a very high standard. Mr. Wilson's evidence explains how they would exceed the London Plan's minimum space standards, maximise the number of dual aspect units, and deliver generous and excellently lit living spaces. Outdoor play space. It is inevitable that for a site of this size, the quantum of outdoor play space required by the GLA's play space calculator cannot be delivered within the red line. Indeed, the size of the site is such that there is limited space for public realm beyond the building's footprint. As a GLA's Stage 1 report explained, an assessment of amenity and play space in the surrounding area has been carried out, which demonstrates that there are 15 play spaces within accessible distance from the development, and these provide an adequate supply of play space. Hence, the most appropriate approach to play space provision is to utilise existing play space areas nearby rather than seeking to provide more on site. A contribution of £50,000 towards improving the public realm and play space in the vicinity of the site will be secured through the Section 106 obligation. As Mr. Wilson will explain, there is an existing programme for state improvements across the borough, and this includes investment in public realm and play space within the Clem Attlee estate. The contribution would add to this programme of investment, and the resulting improvements to existing facilities would be of benefit both to existing and new residents alike. Then fire safety. Mr. Turney's proof of evidence has not engaged with the contents of the fire safety statement that was submitted by HFS or the fire statement addendum submitted in order to address the requirements of the then draft London Plan in response to the requests made in the GLA Stage 1 report. Nor are any specific points made in his evidence about alleged shortcomings by reference to the requirements of London Plan policies D5 and D12. The submitted assessments show that those requirements are met and that the proposed development will achieve the highest standards of fire safety. In all relevant respects, therefore, the proposed development will be shown to be consistent with policy and to deliver living conditions for prospective residents that are not just acceptable, but exemplary. Next, impacts on local services and infrastructure and whether they'll be properly mitigated. There is no evidence of a likely impact on local services or infrastructure which would be unacceptable, if not mitigated by the payment of funds. No attempt has been made in Mr. Turney's proof of evidence to show that any contribution would be necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms, directly related to the development, and fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind to the development. Having regard to the written evidence, it's therefore difficult to see why any further obligation might be said to be required in line with the government's policy in the framework. Mr. Wilson's proof of evidence explains how the infrastructure required to support the growth in the local plan will be delivered and assesses whether any additional contributions ought to be required in relation to this proposed development. The submitted assessments show that no additional infrastructure or contributions towards its provision is required to make the proposed development acceptable. And drainage, Mr. Wilson has addressed the issue of drainage in his proof of evidence. He explains why the proposed development is acceptable in terms of its drainage and flood risk impacts, and that appropriate mitigation has been identified and secured by condition. This appears to be common ground between the main parties, and I refer there to the three-party statement of common ground. There's no conflict with policy or adverse effect to weigh in the balance. Finally, Section 106 conditions. There is common ground between the Council and HFS as to the conditions and obligations that would be appropriate in the event that planning permission is granted. The agreed conditions are Appendix 1 to the Council Statement of Case, and the agreed heads of terms for the obligation are as recorded in the Statement of Common Ground. And so in conclusion, sir, for the reasons that I've summarised in these opening submissions, it will be the Council's case that planning permission should be granted for the proposed development. So unless I can help you further, sir, those are my opening submissions.
Thank you, Mr. Philpott. That's helpful. I've made your opening, which I have the document in front of me, ID 4.
Thank you.
And you also helpfully sent through some appearances, so I've made those ID 5. So that's where we are up to now. I note that we've been joined by some interested people, some third parties, and I'll ask at this point whether there is anyone who wants to address the inquiry. Is there anyone who wants to speak at this stage? If you could indicate. It seems not. Mr. Simons, then I'm going to hand over to you and your first witness, but perhaps before we do that, we ought to. I'm sorry, I'm distracted by someone who may or may not want to speak.
Of course.
No, seems not. Mr. Henley was going to go first, and I think he has his evidence in chief includes a slideshow.
It does, so yeah, exactly, which you should have appended. You should have it sort of in your own way appended as a PDF to his evidence.
I do, but Mr. Turney said he didn't have any questions of Mr. Henley. I think it is important that we go through the presentation, though, because
absolutely,
certainly
I'm
I'd
sure
like
you
to.
Will. No, and I understand Mr. Turney'd answer. I think he said he wouldn't have many, or maybe any, but no, I'd certainly we very much anticipated that we would go through it, sir. Nonetheless, because I think for all of the evidence that comes from everyone really for the rest of the week, be it the planners or certainly the townscape evidence or the heritage, Mr. Henley's evidence, I've got to say in our case it's sort of mission critical because it's to sort of understand this building. So yeah, if you're content, it's not actually very long. It should be in the region of 40 minutes, something like that. Mm-hmm. So we'd be happy. I don't know whether if you wanted to take them, well, we've not been going that long, have we really?
No, we've only been going now, but I mean we could take a break.
I don't in your hands, sir. I could ask Mr. Henley to switch his camera on, or perhaps shall we do, if you were going to take a morning break, sir, this is probably the moment, so maybe even a short one. And what we were intending to do is try and see whether or not Mr. Henley could share his screen, and then he could sort of speak to the slides, so that might present us with some interesting technical challenges to work out. So maybe if you give us 10 minutes or something along those lines. So
I'm happy to do 15. I mean, we're just coming up to 11:05, so we'll resume at 11:20. So I'll mute myself and turn my camera off, and I'll rejoin you all at 11:20. So I'll leave you with the technical
screen share. All right, so thank you very much indeed, and I'll
until 11:20.
We'll try and get that working. Thank you very much.
Brilliant. Thank you.
Right, Simon, could you try and could you turn can you just try and speak?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you and see you all and clear. Right, now here's the moment of truth. Oh, look at that. Wasn't even difficult. Wasn't even difficult. So
I go full screen.
Okay, let's hope. It actually the full screen bit hasn't worked. I don't know.
Did not.
So I can see I mean, it's not the end of the world. I can see the screen that I can see is like it's got all of the kind of icons, you know, the kind of menu bars and stuff around the PDF.
Oh right. So that's I've unshared, but if I just go back and share again.
Let's try.
So that's sharing.
Oh, that's worked. Okay. So do you want to just try and manipulate that? And I'm sure this will be easily done now. Try and manipulate the slides forward and back.
Yeah, hang on. That should work.
Brilliant. I think we're there. Okay, so do you want to so until the inspector returns, I'm going to turn off my microphone, and indeed I'll turn off my camera as well. If you just want to leave the screen, you can mute yourself. And leave the screen share up like this, because I don't want it. I want it to sort of, now it's working, I want to leave it up on the screen.
Yeah. Okay.
So just leave it like this, and when the inspector returns, he should see it. So I'll see you when we're coming back at 11:20. Okay, Simon, let's have another go and see. Can you see?
So now I've just stopped sharing so that.
Okay, try again.
Because, yeah, this should, you see, should allow me. See, as soon as I do that.
Can you see me?
No.
Do you have a second screen at all?
I've got screens all over the place, but I don't see how I can get I don't think I can get onto the meeting twice.
No, you wouldn't need to do that. What you do you have, as in, do you have a setup where you've got more than one screen connected to the same
Hang on,
computer?
I just worked it out. It's all
Have you
right.
got it?
Yeah, it's sorted. I'll tell you why. It was to do with the setting of the
view thing in the top right-hand corner.
Yeah, which I didn't realise I changed because it was
no problem.
vital.
Can you see me? You can see and hear me now, okay?
I can. Well, the moment, yeah, I can. Yeah, all good.
Good, brilliant. Okay, see you shortly. And yeah, we can also see your cursor as well, just so you're aware that
That's good. Excellent.
Yeah. All right, see you again.
11:20. Okay.
Bye for now.
Thanks. Bye.
Hello, everyone. I see you've been successful at screen sharing. Well done.
So far.
Good. Unless there's anything else, Mr. Simons, I'll hand over to you and Mr. Henley.
I'm very grateful. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Henley, we did have a dry run of this about 2 minutes ago. Can you see and hear me all right?
I can see and hear you all right.
Brilliant. And I infer from that, Inspector, you can see clearly the slideshow of Mr. Henley's.
I can, thank you. Yes, I've got it on my screen.
Marvellous. Okay, Mr. Henley. Well, I'll introduce you to the inquiry first, just very briefly, with reference to your proof of evidence. You tell us on page 8 of your proof, you summarise your qualifications there. You've been an architect since 1993, member of REBA since 1994, and you're a director of the London-based practice Henley Hale Brown, which is a practice that you formed in 1994. Is that right?
That's correct.
Good. An author of a couple of books that you tell us about there, which look fascinating. You've taught at university schools of architecture since 1992. You're a member of a number of design review panels, and you're also a member of the REBA National Awards panel, selecting the REBA National Award and the Sterling shortlist, as you tell us there. Is all of that right? That's
all correct.
Just before I hand it over to you, which is what I'm going to do in just a moment, to talk us through the slides that you've prepared, I'd just like to draw the inspector's attention to, it's actually right towards the back of your proof, page 90 and following, in Mr. Henley's proof, is where you'll see, Inspector, there's some more detail about Henley Hale Brown as a practice. So first we get their practice philosophy, which is at page 90. Secondly, we get the practice history, which is at page 91. And we see there in the practice history, is this right, Mr. Henley, that your practice was shortlisted the Young Practice of the Year in 2000, and you had a Best in Europe Office 2004 award and UK Healthcare Architecture of the Year award in 2008. Is all of that right?
That's all correct.
And then you were made the Public Building Architect of the Year in 2011. All of that set out on page 91. And then finally, Inspector, we won't go through them all for obvious reasons, but you'll see from page 92 of Mr. Henley's proof, there's a sequence of selected projects there. And just to check before we launch off into your slides, Mr. Henley, are there any that you'd like to draw in particular to the inspector's attention of your the practice's previous projects?
I'm not sure whether I can add to some of those things that you just mentioned, that we were shortlisted for the Sterling Prize a couple of years ago in 2018, and were made Housing Architect of the Year this year, 2021.
Thank you very much. Right. Okay. Now, with all of that behind us, can we turn, please, to your presentation? And just to be clear for our inspector, what we've done, none of the presentation slides present quote unquote new material, which is to say that it's all excerpted from the well, I think from your proof of evidence, really, Mr. Henley. There might be some bits from the design and access statement too, but is that the way that you've sought to sort of approach your presentation slides?
That's correct, Mr. Simons. It was submitted with the proof of evidence as a sort of condensed slideshow.
Good. All right then. Well, with fingers crossed that the tech continues to serve us as it's doing so far, could I hand it over to you, and rather than ask you a sequence of questions, which is what I'll do with my other witnesses in chief, I'm going to hand it over to you to present this presentation to the inspector in your own words, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Simons, and good morning, sir. Before I begin, something which I suppose is dawning on me, that this is a building that was designed 5 or so years ago. So I hope I do justice to the kind of journey that we went on and the care and consideration that we gave to the design. And just before I start by talking about the site, some of these things have already been said this morning, but I think it's important to stress the kind of ambition for the project. Not 3 things really: to design very high quality homes, look well planned and well lit, and secondly, to respond to the heritage of the Clem Attlee estate and its kind of poignant history in relation to the welfare state, And this idea that housing might be civic, how might that be possible? And through making not only well-planned homes, but well-designed elevation of facades and a beautiful building. And finally, to ground that tall building in its context through active frontages that shape the public realm around it, something which the previous building certainly didn't do, and to animate the building with a constellation of architectural features at that level, and to do it with, I guess, robust materials and so on. So I will now attempt to, good, okay, that's going to work. So I'll start with the site. So this is an aerial photograph of the Clanackley estate, which was opened in 1957. Just for clarity, we're looking northwest, and you can see the former Edith Summerskill house still in the photograph. What we're looking down on is a mature green open landscape in the former estate, and you can see Norman Park on the opposite side of Lily Road. As well as to the right, to the northeast, the nearest high street in North End Road. And the estate is otherwise then bounded by St Thomas's Way to the southeast and Ralston Road to the southwest. And in this view, of which again, here there are two versions. The top left-hand smaller image is, an aerial photograph after the former Edith Summerskill house was demolished, and the main image shows it prior to its demolition. We're looking at the estate from the southwest, and you can see the surviving Herbert Morrison house in sort of middle, pretty much in the middle of the picture, and Edith Summerskill highlighted in red, both 18 stories. The track seal blocks just on the southeast side of Lily Road, 11 stories, and otherwise all of the other buildings within the estate range between 4 and 7 stories. And zooming out, but again, looking at the site and the environs and the character of the area from the southwest, can you see my cursor? Brilliant. So in the foreground, we have Fulham Central Conservation Area. And at the southwest end of St Thomas's Way, AWN Pugins, Grade 2 star listed 1848, St Thomas of Canterbury, with its rubble stone walls. And moving round counterclockwise, a series of streets that run southeast of St Thomas's Way, which are, I guess, typical of a lot of the area of the 19th century development of Fulham, and starting here at sort of to the north, to the east of the site, and to the going northeast away from Ralston Road. Just to give you a sense of these streets, this one is a street of 2-story terraced houses with half hexagonal bays on the front, brick, the majority of which is painted with extensive detailing in stone and painted white, or what's the right word? Pastel colours, there we go. And with a number of street trees. And then moving southwest, we've got Fabian Road, which is similar in as much as 2-story terraced houses, this time with projecting square gables, gable bays, arched porches to the doors, brick again, majority of which has been painted, and more street trees. And then the third one of the streets coming off St Thomas's Way, Mirabell Road, slightly different scale, some of which is 2-story, but some of which is 3 and 4 stories, again with half hexagonal bays. The interesting thing, therefore, is that St Thomas's Way is actually, the south side of this is presented with a series of pretty blank gable elevations to the ends of these terraces. And all of these houses are facing southwest and northeast, and our site is to the northwest. The rest of this image shows the various sort of ages and histories of Victorian, post-war and recent development. And I hope during my presentation, I can illustrate how our architecture draws on this architectural heritage, varied though it is. Perhaps Pugin's concern for the honesty and use of materials and structure, for the concrete architecture of the Clemently court, and the brickwork and details of the terraced houses to the southeast. So moving to the former Edith Summerskill itself, this is a series of, I admit, not wonderful photographs, but photographs nonetheless of Edith Summerskill, the former Edith Summerskill, before it was demolished, from various locations, from St Thomas's Way, Hartsmere Road, North End Road, and so on. And really, I guess it just highlights a number of things about the building prior to its demolition, but actually intrinsic to it. One was the poor condition of the building, but not surprisingly, due to the sort of generic H plan of the block, typical and copied at many locations across the UK. It wasn't integrated into its context and did nothing in the way of placemaking. You can see, of course, by this point it's hoarded, but nevertheless, you can see in the bottom left-hand photograph that prior to the hoarding, that it was totally inactive and doing nothing for the public realm, and ultimately blighted by the car park that sat on the south east side of it, between it and St Thomas's Way. I'm not going to pretend to be a historian, but I guess that just a brief thing about the history. So until the 19th century, that piece of land in the loop of the Thames that we know to be Fulham was farmland, and some villages and lanes and so on. And then, of course, in the 19th century, for various reasons of industrialization, it was hugely developed. And of course, that's what gives it a lot of its grain of 2 to 3 to 4 story terraced houses in long streets. Of course, then in the Second World War, it was parts of it were badly bombed, and this area in particular, which threw up the possibility not only of building the Clemently Court estate, but also Normandy Park on the opposite side of Lily Road. And I just want to dwell, I suppose, briefly on the kind of heritage that it is. This site is not so much the site, but the estate is rather special and wonderful in the history of the welfare state, because it in a way memorializes the government of Clemently from 45 to 51 in the building of a whole series of buildings, each and every one of them named after a former cabinet member in that government. Edith Summerskill herself being the Minister for Health. The building itself was, as I've started to say, not a great building, let's say. Constructed in the early 1960s, it accommodated 68 homes over 18 stories. As I mentioned, it has this sort of generic H plan, which has the majority of if not all of the habitable rooms facing either northeast or southwest, away from the street, and actually in effect away from the estate. So the building had always presented an almost blank gable to St Thomas's Way to the southeast, and to the estate to the northwest. Its entrance, you can see the main plan shows the entrance on the northeast side here. In terms of its kind of physical properties, it was a concrete frame building. Ultimately, it was discovered to have asbestos in it. But equally problematically, the floor-to-floor height was, by modern standards, substandard, both in terms of compliance with, or meeting contemporary standards, let's say, in terms of the GLA, Mayor's Housing SPG, but also in terms of fire separation, acoustic performance, and so on between the floors. So it was vacated in 2011, and it was demolished in 2018. But it leaves an important legacy, I think, in the space that the estate makes, as it were. And the most civic and central and grand space in the estate is the space between Herbert Morrison House, which is at the top end of the arrow, and the footprint of the former Edith Summerskill at the south end of the arrow. And in that most substantial of spaces within the estate, probably most connected of spaces within the estate as well, there is a community hall, a mugger, and a playground. It's worth also noting in this drawing the building line of Nye Bevan House and George Lindgren House, which sit to the left and the right of the site on the northwest side of St Thomas's Way. Shall I go back? Okay. So if I may now start to talk about the way the design developed. And so, as Mr. Simon said, it stems from this idea of the overlapping square plan, and that itself derives its scale initially from the footprint of the original H plan of the former Edith Summerskill house. You can see that in the top left-hand plan. In the top right-hand plan, there's a sort of notional block from which we are sculpting the building. In the bottom left, the first move is to set the building back to the building line of Nye Bevan and George Lindgren, and so to create public space in the foreground. And then in the final diagram on the right, to create this these re-entrant corners, which then gives us these two 22 by 22 meter squares offset by 6 meters. The result of which the whole series of things fall out of this that benefit in terms of managing wind speed around the base of the building, increasing surface area, and therefore the ability to create dual aspect homes, and also to keep our distance from John Strachey House in the top right-hand corner and other things besides. And when we start to look at the plan of the building itself, it's of good fortune that the site itself is not true north, south, east, west, but northwest, northeast, southwest, southeast. So we have 4 good elevations, no poor elevation. And the stepped plan and the re-entrant corners allow us the opportunity to increase the number of dual aspect homes at this sort of midpoint in the plan here. And in this diagram down here, you can see that it's a footprint of 7 homes. The sort of beige showing the footprint of the flat, the dark part being the position of the living space. So we get a whole series of corner living spaces around here, dual aspect, some with almost 270 degrees of panoramic view, and then a pair of one-bed flats sharing that west corner. And this kind of party of the overlapping squares plays out even in the common parts of the building. So this is a building with no corridors. Just to take stock, I suppose, of this change in regulations and change in policy over the last 60 years. So the diagram on the left is a kind of abstract section or stack of floors of the original building. And the one on the right reflects the modern standards, which sees each floor to floor height increasing by about 0.5 meter, which is a combination of the Mayor's Housing SPG setting a minimum floor to ceiling height of 2.5 meters, and then meeting the regulations, particularly in relation to acoustics and fire, but also in terms of access, in terms of level access into shower rooms and bathrooms and so on, and also acoustics, fire, sustainability. Yeah, I think that's everything. But there's a whole series of codes that drive the floor build-up of a modern apartment building. And then we put this in the wider, sort of put this into the rest of the diagram, as it were. And again, with policy for cycle storage and increased demands for plant as buildings become much, much more sophisticated in the way they respond sustainably to energy and so on. We end up with a larger ground floor with a mezzanine and a more substantial amount of roof top plant, which is concealed by the crown. And then this diagram also includes the extra couple of floors of residential accommodation. And that, the first one, I hope I said, increases the notional height of the building by about just over 8 meters. And together, this increases the height of the building, as Mr. Simons mentioned, by close to 20 meters. But I'd like to go back to the kind of more conceptual side of the building, or at least the sort of the aesthetics and how we develop the design. So that first move in plan to create the offset square, obviously that has very clear benefits for the future residents in terms of the quality of their homes. But it also offers immense potential to improve the proportions and the elegance of the building. So diagrammatically, that image on the left of a kind of monolithic block is replaced by something which almost creates a foreground and background for itself, but also obviously makes for a much more slender tower. And the language of the facades, I will talk much more about this in detail, but just the idea that we introduce these extended arches, of course, then further expresses or makes for a more elegant and slender tower. So not only the stepping of the plan, but the use of the figure of the arch adds further to that slenderness. So those are the kind of absolutely fundamental moves that we made relatively early on in the design, and then, if I may, talk about the sort of detailed design. So this is quite pragmatic, a diagrammatic section through the building. Of course, the planning permission drawings are much more detailed in every way, but this is really more a sort of summary of the contents. So starting from the bottom, we've got a basement plant, and then we've got a ground floor mezzanine, which is working hard to accommodate all of the ancillary spaces, the entrance, the community room, refuse storage, bike storage, plant, and so on. And then there's a little bit more plant on the roof. And then we have 19 floors of flats, 7 flats a floor. The bottom 4 floors incorporate wheelchair flats, wheelchair user flats. And that makes for a very, very slightly different floor to floor height. I mentioned earlier in passing about accessibility. So to accommodate level access and drainage into shower rooms actually increases the floor to floor height by another 75 mil, approximately 65, 75, something like that. And then on the left-hand side here, a sort of jigsaw of plans that show how we, within the same footprint, which of course brings with it a huge economy of means in terms of service drops, structural lines, and so on, the various flat types. So we've got typically 3 2-bed 2s, 3 2-bed 4s, 2 2-bed 3s, and 2 1-bed 2s. But then, as you'll see in the next diagram, we can sort of interchange them to accommodate the wheelchair accessible homes. I won't dwell on the schedule, but the schedule adds up to 133 homes. And there are 10% wheelchair accessible homes. And in fact, all of the flats are adaptable. So if I may, I'll just talk through the plan in some detail. I mean, this is typical. All that changes as you go up the building in the 19 stories is the interchanging of flat types within the structural walls that define them. So the plan is on a 3-meter grid. So 21 meter sort of modular line, 22 meters to its outer edges. Core sitting in the middle. With these, you have 3 flats to the east. These are all 2-bed 4s on a typical floor, and then 4 flats to the west, 2 2-bed 3s and 2 1-bed 2s. So there's a kind of neighbourly logic and structure by which these 4 households share a hallway and 4 doors, and these 3 households share a hallway and 3 doors. The lifts happen to be all off this lobby, and the service risers and staircase off the other, but these are just part of that, as it were, layout. The living spaces are always in the corners, and in the case of the dual aspect 2-bed homes, they either have 4 windows or 3 windows, an unusually generous amount of light and views. The 2 1-beds will share a corner here. All of the ancillary spaces, the hallways, storage, kitchens, bathrooms, sit in the dark part of the plan, and are typically, kitchens are either in a kind of alcove off the living space in most cases, and in some cases they're within the living space. One thing which is sort of notable in their absence is balconies. So there was a long discussion with Hammersmith and Fulham's housing team, the planning team, and the GLA about this question of balconies in a tall building. And much debate was had, and if you'll bear with me, I'll just very briefly summarise what we did. But we started off with a building with balconies, and of course, because it's affordable, even these small flats will have children in them. In fact, the kind of policy calculation is a child yield of 78, and we pressed this hard with everybody and said, "Are you really sure we want to be building a relatively tall building with balconies on it?" And eventually the conclusion was no. So we then moved to winter gardens. And the challenge with winter gardens then is actually whether people understand how to use them, and whether that triggers issues with fuel poverty. I'm sorry if I'm sounding a bit odd to say how to use them, but it's not so much how to occupy them, but how to manage their use in terms of seasonal use and the impact or risk that might have to their fuel bills or energy bills. So there's 2 ways of designing a winter garden into a building. One is to put it inside the thermal line, and then it's not really a winter garden. Perhaps there are cost issues, but also there'll be experiential issues that it won't feel like a winter garden. There'll be too much solidity in the insulation to make it work. The alternative is it's outside the thermal line, and then the problem potentially arises that a resident doesn't understand that leaving the door open between the living space and the winter garden means the building will lose huge amounts of heat, and they will unknowingly have a fairly high bill. So the upshot of all of this was that we decided that neither balconies nor winter gardens, and what we've done is all these flats are more than 10% over area, and the amenity space that would otherwise be in either a balcony or winter garden is within the living space. So this, in a way, facilitated what I think is hopefully a really good solution, which is very generous living spaces that can be used all year round. This set of plans just shows how we built up from a 1-bed running across the top, the 1-bed, the 2-bed 3, and the 2 2-bed 4 flat types. That's all the basic parts, pieces in the puzzle of the plan. And in the bottom plans here, we show how we create the 1-bed 2-person wheelchair accessible flat, how we create the 2-bed 3-person wheelchair accessible flat out of effectively those flat plans, which brings, of course, with it incredible efficiency in terms of not so much design, but in terms of construction and so on. So these images show a corner living space, one of the ones with 4 windows, a roughly square room. And you can see here, the absence of a balcony, so to speak. Sorry, just bear with me. So you can see. Well, I'll go on to talk about the window in a second. But yes, a living space without a balcony. And these models, we made many models like this as we evolved the design of the plan, the rooms, and the facade through the development of the window. I suppose it really illustrates how the architecture stems from the relationship between the room and the window, and how the window itself became something about which we worked, because there are, every window is the same. So every window in every room of every flat is the same. So the kind of attention to that window that we could give was, we give it a lot of attention. And we looked, of course, at window cleaning, views, purge ventilation, daylighting, overheating, absolutely every aspect of design, as of course you'd expect. But we're able to, working closely with Arup, the engineers who were working across all the engineering disciplines, to really interrogate this window, to optimize its performance, at the same time as look at the softer issues of living in a tall building and having a sense that the sill height should be lower than 800, so that there's a chance to glance down at the street. But also, so every window has a Juliet balcony and a fixed pane, which is the primary bit of the window. So there's a strong connection with the outside, potential to purge, ventilate the space. Of course, we've got dual aspect flats and dual aspect living rooms. So again, the success of the capacity to purge, ventilate the flat is good. It's excellent. And then we even got down to sort of really the nitty gritty, the practicalities of things like, the simplicity of distributing services around the perimeter wall. So hence that's why we didn't take the sills down to the ground, and also being able to place radiators under windows. And if I'm labouring the point, I suppose it just illustrates just how particular our discussions with Arup were, when there's increasingly a strong drive to make windows which are more horizontal than vertical, because the piece of glass between sort of waist height and the ground is not that useful in terms of daylighting, but is a challenge in terms of overheating. So we struck a balance, which is to set the sill at about 400 or 500 mil, which gave us the capacity to look down, but also didn't present too much of a challenge in terms of overheating, and something which the building was well capable of managing because of the dual aspect and the amount of free open area within the windows and so on. And I will come back to the facade in much greater detail, but this starts to illustrate how the form and detail and design of the building emerged from that really thorough study of the flat, the room, and the window. I've shown you this plan before. It was really just to highlight the kind of the fact that the plan, even as I mentioned before, the common parts, the hallways, there are no corridors. It's a pair of rooms that people share in the core. So if I can now move down to the ground floor and to the street, perhaps it was easy to be fairly critical of the previous Edith Summerskill house, but how a critical one can be, one needs to be mindful of how much better we should be. And hopefully this diagram begins to illustrate just how carefully the building shapes and organises and activates the public realm around it. There are a number of key things. One is the position of the building in relation to Nye Bevan and George Lindgren, and the public space that it creates in the foreground. The landscape architects, Swiss practice, Vogt, very highly regarded, worked with us. It's really a very modest commission in many ways, of course, because of the size of the site. But nevertheless, the care with which the hard landscaping was developed and the positioning of trees, which we'll come back to, as a kind of foil between the human scale and a taller building, emotionally, but also the position of trees as in terms of managing any wind around the base of the building, which we did test. And the trees would be there anyway, but 1 or 2 trees were placed there to mitigate any issues. C is the new arcade that runs from St Thomas's Way through to the estate, and is a really important part of this idea of making a civic building out of housing. It also establishes a clear route into and out of the estate, and really sets up, potentially gives clues to how the public realm might develop over time should other parts of the estate be regenerated, redeveloped. The arcade is connected then to the entrance, and then on the northwest side we've got the community room and so on. But in fact, I've got a plan which goes into more detail about the interior. So, but the important thing is in a way that the arcade is the first. Not only is it a route through, as it were, through the building, but it's also the route into the building. And so the building is activating 3 sides, and there's a kind of quieter side next to the car park, next to Nye Bevan, which has a certain inevitable, although limited, plant cycle storage and refuse storage. Minimised because, of course, we've got almost all of the cycle storage in the mezzanine and a lot of the plant in the basement. And this is the ground floor plan in a little bit more detail, and just to, this is very similar to perhaps the diagram we're just looking at. It shows that connection between the arcade and this diagonal sequence of spaces. So from the arcade, the entrance foyer is here, and that then leads on this diagonal axis to the 2 lobbies, the first of which has the lifts, and the second of which leads to the community space. Community space also has its own entrance, so it can be managed and run completely independently, and can be open to a wider community, be that on the estate or in the surrounding neighbourhood. And as I mentioned, all of these spaces down the, what effectively is the southwest side, are the kind of more, well, let's call them the passive bits of the ground floor. So the street elevation here is lined with the reception area, the management spaces. The arcade has behind it the bicycle stairs, the mezzanine, and the community spaces here. And this little diagram just shows how hard the reception's working in that kind of pivotal position in terms of overlooking the forecourt, overlooking the arcade, the bike stair, the lobby, and the post room off the foyer. And this photograph, we're looking from here towards the post room with the reception on the left, route through to the lifts, sort of slightly to the right, and the doorway to the staircase for bikes to the right. You emerge here on this balcony and disappear back into the core and reappear here. So this is a highly animated, although very compact space with a lot of things going on, very intentional to bring as much life to this building, both for the residents, but also passers-by. And the community space, which I mentioned previously. I mentioned earlier about this idea of sort of legacy of the space between Herbert Morrison and Edith Summerskill. And it's no accident that this space is orientated, this interior, this rather grand room is orientated to that space as a very conscious offering to the estate and perhaps the most public part of the estate. And it has its own entrance, as I mentioned. So you can get to it from inside the building via the core, but also you can get to it via its own entrance, independent entrance here, just at the north end of the arcade. And on the left-hand side here, doorways to loos and a kitchenette that make it completely autonomous. And this is the mezzanine floor, which is predominantly cycle storage with the double height space over the community room and the double height space over the foyer. And one of the things perhaps to point out is that not only was there a very strong visual connection between the foyer and the arcade at the lower floor, but there's also a strong connection for those as you pass the landing of the staircase and as you come to the top of the staircase and you look back down, there's all this activity and connection which improves the safety, makes for a safer route through the building, something which was discussed at some length with Secure by Design. So that's pretty much the way the building works. And I think what I'd like to turn to now is the kind of civicness of it in terms of its architectural appearance and its capacity to dignify the lives of residents and its capacity to dignify the lives of neighbours, and whether it was possible to make a civic building of housing. And we felt it was, and this may sound a bit simplistic and a bit glib, but I suppose trying to sort of articulate the difference between a building and architecture. Of course, there are loads of buildings being built and have recently been built housing in London, and they are, a lot of them just a sort of function in terms of we're looking at the elevations and so on. They are just a functional distribution of elements of you can almost distinguish the flats, you can distinguish the kitchens, the living rooms, the bedrooms, the recessed balconies, the projecting balconies, cladding type A, B, and C, and all this kind of stuff. And I guess our job was, in making a piece of architecture, to bring order to these elements. And in the end, we hope that there's a sense that all of the elements of the design fit together. We sought to find congruency where possible. But it's not just a matter of composition. Of course, in dignifying people's lives, there is obviously social value and there's aesthetic value, but there is the ability of a building to endure. So we needed to detail it in robust materials that would age and weather well and endure. But also, as I'll go on to talk about, really think through how you can build it so that by the time you get to building it, it's not a huge compromise and this great ambitious thing turns out to be badly made. We've made a lot of progress pre-planning on its construction to be confident that the building will be well made and will not compromise the qualities that I guess I'm articulating. And then lastly, of course, there's the role of kind of proportioning systems in terms of evaluating and testing what we've done. To that, we looked to ideas of congruency, and we've looked to the golden ratio, not as a design tool necessarily, but as a kind of check and a test that perhaps we're doing the right thing. So I mentioned before about the arches, and the building responds to its context at a number of scales. At the kind of human scale, it has this brick plinth, which is tactile brickwork, highly detailed, animated by a constellation of openings. Then the next 6 floors are a series of paired story arches, which are perhaps more to do with how the building is seen in the nearby streets. And then there's another scale, which is how it might be seen on an urban scale when the arches rise to 3 stories. And then finally, there's this crown. I mentioned about sort of testing and evaluating the building in relation to the looking at congruency in the golden section. And I don't want to dwell on this really, but just to illustrate that the proportions in plan and the height of the building do seem to reflect a good proportion in terms of the golden ratio over for the facade. And these kind of characteristics, or these patterns, are evident again in other dimensions and proportions of the building, in the double arch floors and the relationship with plinth and those. So those lower stories, including the first 6 floors of the 2-story arches. And one of the interesting things, I suppose, that was by no means was not an accident, was there's real congruency between the not so much the structural bay, because the structural bay is not 3 meters, but the sort of visual bay of the building is 3 meters in plan, and the floor to floor height is just over 3 meters. So this congruency of plan width to story height again gives us the opportunity to start this sort of harmonic rhythms start to run through the building, whether it's a pair of 2-story arches or 3 3-story arches. And these proportional systems and these congruent dimensions become a kind of recurring theme through the building. Things which, because of the way the design had been developed, really came quite naturally, not forced, but just almost a natural byproduct of the design as it developed. Because I would stress that design, well, we were working between the detail of the human scale and the resident in a room looking out of a window, and then a passerby living and looking at the building from the outside as a whole. These two things come together. Just to take stock, I suppose, of the design in terms of, here we see the proposed building from the foot of Herbert Morrison on the right, and the previous Edith Summerskill top left, same position. And as was the case, if you were to look at the old Edith Summerskill from St Thomas's Way, same thing from within the estate. We're looking at a almost blank gable with probably kitchen or bathroom windows, versus a building here which is, I hope you'd agree, elegantly proportioned and active in every facade seen here. And just one thing probably I should say, so here, of course, the plinth is pretty much concealed by the foreground, by the planting, but the 2-story and 3-story arches and crown evident. Interesting, when you move down to the south end of Fabian Road, junction with Shorrold's Road, and yes, you can still glimpse the 2-story arches. You can't see the plinth at all, and the building is now really, the form of the building or the design of the building is largely what you see in the 3-story arches, the proportions of those 3-story arches. So we're starting to see the building, what you might call it, at its urban scale. But what I'd like to do is go back a bit to this kind of thing about how this whole language emerged. And it does come back to this idea of the making of a civic building. And bringing together, I suppose, two call it motifs. The window on the left denotes the room, the domestic, and the arch, or the Roman arch on the right, has something civic about it, forming a structure, something greater than a flat or a home or a window. But not that either is more important than the other, but could you bring these two things together and combine the scale of domesticity with the scale of the city? And there was also very early on this idea that somehow the arch was sort of the opposite of utilitarian, that council housing and a lot of affordable housing, it was almost like you couldn't use an arch, or perhaps there's a sort of functionalism, and there of course literally is or was in the style of functionalism in the 20th century, but that sort of functionalism translated into a utility, which is somehow slightly demeaning, perhaps, and this idea that perhaps the building could be celebrate its role in the making of affordable housing, and in so doing, creating a facade which has real depth and real quality, both visually, and that also would start to have practical aspects. And this is then played out in the detail, in the layering of the facade, and essentially, I think it's been described as sort of almost like a two-layer facade. It's definitely got a foreground and a background, and that depth and richness plays out in these sort of trabeated architecture of post and beam that frames the window, and then the foreground layer of the arch, all of which is possible because of the use of precast, and through the sort of use of as few molds as possible. It's been able to make an economic building which is highly crafted and highly detailed, something which we would really not normally expect to achieve within the constraints of making social housing. So a real emphasis on craft, and this gives the building actual depth. And then we add to that actual depth a kind of perceived depth. So not only do we have the potential to create the richness and form in the making of the mold for the precast, but also through the form liners that give it texture and the finishes, we can take the same concrete, a kind of white concrete with quartz aggregate, to really highlight the brightness of the surface. We can then add texture, which I have this image of a Bernini statue, which is to remind us of the chiaroscuro, the capacity of form to capture light and shade. And of course, the building in its depth does that, but also in the texture. So this image shows that the foreground concrete is finished essentially as a flat surface, whereas the columns either side of the window have this kind of corrugated, almost like a curtain, and then the beam has this kind of pitted, more like a kind of pick hammered or bush hammered concrete surface. Of course, these days not to be done by hand, but to be made in a mold, and that, of course, gives even a flat, even a plane of material, it captures shadow and therefore exaggerates its darkness and therefore its depth. And that just highlights which is which. So that this is the smooth, this is the sort of granular, and this is the corduroy or the sinusoidal. And I'll show at the end a film. We made a 40-second film of the daylight, of the sunlight passing over the face of the building, so a day in the life of the building. I just want to say something, I suppose, about, I mentioned earlier about not compromising the design and construction. So having got to this point of making an elevation with this care in terms of composition and material and detail and so on, we worked with, again, with Arup facades, and worked with precasters to work through the position of the joints and concealing them generally in the changes in plane, so that joints appear in the shade and therefore are not evident. And then in certain instances, or there's one additional element that's superimposed to conceal a joint and to bring a joint into the sort of the most appropriate, elegant position of the composition. So this is a sequence by which, first of all, these panels are installed, and then these panels are added to make the composition that you see. And again, in the process of working through the detail of construction, we were also thinking again further about its capacity to weather well, water to drip off the facade and so on in the right way. So just to summarize in terms of the materials of the upper floors, you've got bronze anodized window frames, these 3 textures of concrete, and then on the ground floor, a white brick, which actually is here shown as a stretcher bond, but it won't be. And the concrete has, I mentioned earlier, a quartz aggregate in it, which will capture the light. And so, of course, in this whole design development of kind of shadow and light, we've got this depth of the facade, this perceived depth of the facade, and then this illuminating capacity of the quartz, which culminates in a building which has these qualities, which, well, I'll just dwell on briefly to take the chance to look at it. But I think I've said, I've described most of the parts, but here we have the smooth concrete outer layer and the textured concrete inner layer, the window, Juliet balcony, sills at every level to shed water, more substantial sills at the base of each arch to shed more water, so to speak. So the building has, of course, the interesting thing, I suppose, is that it is actually much more like an old building. I'm not sure I want to reference a 17th or 18th century architect, but you look at churches and they have this depth, and of course, therefore, they weather well and they age well. And it's no accident that we have that in mind. So I just want to finish on the ground floor, and I talked about this idea of a grounded high-rise, and to ground it well, and to do that in a number of ways. I mean, I think a lot of tall buildings don't meet the ground well. They generally meet the ground sort of monumentally, either with sort of big bits of structure or too much glass. And we didn't want to do either of those things. I mentioned earlier about the opportunity that the mezzanine cycle storage gave us. It gave us a chance to proportion, to give this ground floor a generosity, but also, interestingly, to give it quite a lot of solidity. And therefore, then, for the moments where we do make doorways and windows and structural openings, for them to be varied and delightful and particular to the things that are going on. So here we're looking at St. Thomas's Way, and we're looking at the reception and the management office and the south end of the arcade, in an otherwise brick plinth. And that brickwork, more like a stone wall, really. We're proposing to do a wild bond brick, which we've done before, which is sort of what it sounds like, rather than laying the bricks. And you may well know, and I shouldn't, well, excuse me for explaining, but the idea that rather than laying it a stretcher bond or Flemish bond or something where all the perpends line up, you allow the bricklayer, you give them some rules, and then just let them start to lay bricks. And of course, all the perpends don't line up, and then the thing starts to actually look, say, much more like a wall of stone. But what it has, I suppose, is a kind of rustic quality and a kind of slightly, well, it's a foil to the obviously very formal order of the residential floors above, and where the and the sort of the larger elements, of course, are quite a long way away from you, because this brick base is 7 meters high. So everything that we sort of think of as the human scale is all happening at the base of the building, tactile and detailed and varied. And this is just showing, this model is showing the St. Thomas's Way elevation turning round to the arcade. And you can just see through there to the view to the north southwest side of the building. And here coming through the arcade, gradually looking, I think we're looking south, yeah, with the community hall on the right, the arcade on the left, St Thomas's Way in the background. And these images just showing a couple of other sort of things in the way in which the brickwork can be detailed to further enrich that wild bond. It can be detailed to deal with ventilation and things like that. So things like bin stores, plant, cycle storage, any ventilation is required, rather than using sort of louvers, can all be integrated kind of gracefully into the brickwork. And then way in which the building might, another kind of expression of kind of inhabitation and the human scale is something like a bench. And this, in terms of this sort of varied way in which the building meets the ground, this is now the northwest elevation looking. We've got Herbert Morrison behind us, and you've got the north end of the arcade here, community hall here, and the kind of kitchenette here. And I suppose there's an expression of generosity. A couple of things are going on in this elevation, which really, I hope, really ground the building very well socially. And kind of, one is this introduction of the bench outside the community hall, and the other where the kitchenette actually turns outwards, more like a kind of counter serving cups of tea. This idea that a child might reach up to grab an ice cream. The building, it is a big building, but it meets the ground with that kind of humanity that it's really useful and kind of personal. And the last piece in the puzzle of the kind of the civic, of course, is the arcade, which works hard in terms of establishing a route, creating shelter, but also signposting the entrance and giving this building a kind of sign of, I guess, of the commitment that we're all making to the importance of affordable housing. And you can see on the left, we're looking north with the entrance on the left, and some of these windows from the mezzanine and the half landing looking in. Here we're looking south again with the entrance, and some of these windows from the upper level. And of course, open on the other side, so you're visible. You can see in and see out as you walk down the arcade. And these last few slides really just are showing the building. First of all, for St Thomas's Way, looking at Herbert Morrison in the background, and looking northeast up St Thomas's Way on the right. And you can see in fact, I don't think there's anything I need to say about that. But just this I guess the important thing is the idea that this building is, through the making of these facades, that building has, we hope the building has real character, it has real material qualities, and in that way dignifies people's lives. And we often talk about social value in buildings, because so much of our work is for communities and in affordable housing and in those areas. And often social value is valued, as it were, in the process of making a building, in the level of commitment we have to consultation and all those kind of things, which is vitally important. But also, I think it's really important that the building leaves a legacy of social value. That's evident, of course, in its role as affordable housing, but also in its sort of material substance. That's a real sign of a commitment to a community, that you plan to make a building that really will last. And that's actually a real challenge, I think, these days, because of the way buildings are built, which often means that they are clad rather than constructed. And that often presents challenges in terms of longevity, aside from all the sort of sustainable criteria that we're seeking to meet. So, yes, I hope that we've made a building which is more slender and more elegant and well proportioned and congruent and harmonious in every way, illuminated by its light concrete facades. And I just need to show you the film. So I'm going to try and stop sharing and try and share. Sir, can you see that? Brilliant. Okay, it's just 40 seconds. Shall I see if I can do full screen? Let's do that for full effect.
Mr. Henley, thank you very much indeed. So that stands as Mr. Henley's evidence in chief. And so, I mean, I've got an eye on the clock. Obviously, Mr. Turney's not here, who indicates he wouldn't have had many or any questions for Mr. Henley. Of course, you might have questions. So I'll tender him, if you like, for not exactly cross-examination, but for questions from you. And of course, if there's any questions which arise from me as a result of your questions, then if need be, I will come back to them in re-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Simons, and thank you, Mr. Henley. That was illuminating. I always got. I mean, one's done a number of inquiries of this type. I always appreciate hearing from the architect that way. It gives a much better understanding for me than looking at proofs of evidence and so on. So I welcome that, and I'm grateful. Thank you. There was a couple of small things that really that I wanted to ask, just means of clarification. The first one was about the film that you showed at the end, and I just wanted to be very clear about what that was showing and whether I've got the understanding correct. Is it the performance of the building through a day with the sun shining on it, and then going from dawn through to dusk and to nighttime, and then lights coming on?
That's correct. It's dawn to dusk. I have to say, I cannot confirm what time of year it is.
Right, okay.
I can check. I imagine it's probably the equinox as opposed to either summer or winter solstice. Yes,
yeah,
it's
usually the equinox that's chosen for those kind of exercises, isn't it? Yes, I've seen them before. Good. And the other thing I wanted to ask was about, I mean, this is a very minor point, but forgive me, about the wild bond in the brickwork, because I must admit, I've never come across that before. I know a bit about brickwork. My father was a bricklayer, so I know a bit about it, but I've never come across wild bond before. And you said that you give the bricklayer a few rules, yes, and then off they go. Is what I wanted to know is how thick the wall is and how those rules work.
So the wall doesn't need to be any thicker than a normal single skin, and it's simply how the bricks are laid. And I think it's a European tradition more than an English one. And I have to say that I don't know exactly what the rules are, but I'll tell you how we gave, because we built. Well, it depends whether you describe them as 4 buildings or 2 buildings, but we built a number of small apartment buildings in Hackney where we used the wild bond, and it's by no means unique, although it's relatively rare in this country. And at the outset, the bricklayers were nervous and worried about the cost and time and all those kind of things, but actually they found it quite liberating, and we made a drawing to show them kind of what they needed to do. Essentially, what they need to do is think about how they start a course, and they just have to start the course differently from the next one, on the next one, and the next one. So you get enough differences that those differences then permeate through. So essentially, you're using what do you call it, headers, but halves and thirds and three quarters of bricks just to push the perp ends out so they don't all set off in the same place. And then they can use headers versus stretchers to again kind of exploit that kind of richness and complexity, or simply again to create that randomness. It's really a case of making a randomness. And what we find interesting about it is that it makes a wall, it also gives it a humanity. I don't know, maybe we overuse the word humanity, but it certainly gives it an unpredictability, and it gives it a kind of naturalness that, of course, because a brick, although a brick is a wonderful thing in terms of the human hand and the scale, and the moment you picked one up and started to play with it, you can't help but be enchanted by a brick. But of course, when you start laying them, there's all this history that says how to do it. And in the past, when we were building load-bearing brick buildings, it was much more interesting because we would start doing things like Flemish bond, and the bonds you used were, of course, literally the structural bonds that made the wall. It's depth, again, all stuff that you know, but it did what it looked like. It was doing what it looked like it was doing. Nowadays, of course, brick walls are just skins more often than not, although we have built a building with load-bearing brick walls, and it was a real joy to do it. Separate story, but yeah. So it seemed inappropriate. When you start doing things like Flemish bond, you're breaking every other brick. So of course, there's an efficiency to using whole bricks, which is why, of course, most people use stretcher bond. But the beauty of the wild bond is that, yes, you will be able to break bricks, but you'll be able to keep using all the broken bits of brick because it's all part of this wild bond, this wild pattern.
Thank you. That's interesting. I'm just fascinated by the idea.
Thank you.
Good. I mean, other than that, I mean, you've covered it, if I may say, very well. You've explained the building to me, plan form, how it works into 3 dimensions. There's nothing specific, or nothing usefully I could ask. I mean, I'm sure we could spend some time discussing it, but I'm not sure I'm going to gain from that in terms of what I will be reporting in due course.
Yeah.
Mr. Simons, was there anything you wanted to ask?
No, I mean, there was only just one thing that I thought might be, it's more of interest really, given your question, Inspector, rather than, it's not a must. I just wondered, Mr. Henley, and if you want time to think about it and take it away, whether or not that you mentioned that you've your practice has got experience of this wild bond brickwork, and I think you mentioned a project or two in Hackney.
Okay.
Is that right? I mentioned at the outset of your evidence that you've got your sort of appendix with selected projects right at the back of the of your proof. Are there any projects in this proof, if you like, that where that approach to our bond brickwork has been employed, that the inspector could have a look at a picture or two in your
let me just well, I mean, I won't hold you up if well, there, yeah, no, it's here in 8.
Do you want to take it away and think? Great. Okay, so could you give us the reference again? I'm so sorry.
8.2.4.2 Frampton Park Estate, but of course, there's not a huge amount to see.
No,
it's just one page with a very select number of photographs.
I see.
But we could collate some more images and through the formal channels share them if that was appropriate.
The inspector can let us know. That's useful. I mean, we can, as you say, there's not. I suppose if you can zoom in a bit, if I've got it digitally, you can zoom in a bit on the brickwork and at least get a flavour as to the sort of the style that you were talking about in your answer. That's really helpful. So it's Frampton Park Estates, the example.
Yeah.
I mean, it may be. I mean, often we'll come at some point. We'll come to talk about the site visit.
Yeah.
I mean, it may be that the site visit. I'm in the habit, and I've been asked several times to perhaps go and look at some other examples of the architect's work, which are relatively easily accessible. So, if I've got a day, if I'm coming to London for the day to look at the site, if there are some places we could go and look at, with other examples of your work, Mr. Henley, that we can reach relatively easily and go to have a look at together, or I could do it alone. Then yeah, when we come to talk about a site visit itinerary, maybe you might want to include a couple of examples on that I could get to fairly easily and have a look at myself, because I think that is useful to see some work in the flesh, so to speak.
So that'd be great, and I'd welcome the opportunity to come with you.
Yeah, I've done that in the past. We'll have to talk with Mr. Turney in due course about how we deal with the site visit, and it might provide some challenges, but we'll see how we get on with that, and we can deal with that later in the week.
What we'll take away, sir, is come up with 2 or 3 sites that might assist you, and I suspect that'll be one of them, just because of this point about the brickwork, but there'll no doubt be others. Unfortunately, of course, the majority of the ones in the appendix are all in the East London. Of course, you'll be in West London, so there's going to be it's not going to move perfectly smoothly, but we don't want to make it too easy for ourselves, do we? So, yeah, we'll do that. So we'll come back to you over the course of this week. No doubt it'll be next week at some stage that we end up. So that you'll end up going out on site, and if in the end you have to do it unaccompanied because of the arrangements with the rules, whatever, that's absolutely fine. Yeah. So we'll come back to you on that.
Fine. Mr. Turney suggested that if he had questions, it wasn't going to be for Mr. Henley really, but I suppose when Mr. Turney joins us tomorrow, he'll have caught up with what we've just done. And the evidence in chief, and if he does ask any, I suppose we can make an arrangement for those questions to be asked.
One thing I'd considered, sir, was if there are any questions for Mr. Henley, we could put them. Mr. Turney could reduce them to writing, and we could come back in writing to him. Yes, might be the way of doing it. Then at least if there's any outstanding issues, you've got a full record of whatever it is to report to the Secretary of State. And we may end up in similar. We'll see what happens this afternoon, but we may end up in similar circumstances with Professor Taverner as well.
Yes.
See, he's next.
Yes, because I'm not proposing to hold up proceedings on that basis. We'll just have to be a bit flexible and a little unconventional about it with Mr. Turney not being with us today. So I'm sure he won't mind.
No, understood.
Good. Well, thank you, Mr. Henley. That's been most useful.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. There were a couple of interventions on chat. Ms. Chia, I don't know if there was anything you wanted to say to the inquiry, if you wanted to address the inquiry, or if there's anyone else listening as a third party who wanted to address the inquiry. I have received a message that Mr. Paul Nichols, who was intending to speak today, has had to drop off the call because he needs to attend to a close relative who's been ill, unfortunately. So he won't be joining us today. But I'll ask: is there anyone else who wants to make a submission to the inquiry? Because there's no reason not to. It's a public event, and if there is anything you want to say, and it doesn't have to be about the architecture, it can be about any aspect of it. If there is a submission you'd want to make, then please do, Ms. Chia. I can't hear you, unfortunately.
We can see you.
We can see you, Ms. Chia, but I can't hear you, unfortunately.
It might be. If you can hear me, Ms. Chia, if you look at do you see the mute button in the bottom left of the screen? Next to the mute button, there's an arrow. And if you click on the arrow, you can select your microphone. Sometimes that's the thing to try, if in case it helps. Shaking, oh dear. So,
technology.
No. Very, very vaguely, I think you are actually. Can you go to audio settings here in try now. Or perhaps Inspector as a fallback. Normally with these Zoom calls, it is actually possible to just use your phone to actually dial in.
Yeah.
as an absolute fullback. So perhaps Miss Cheer, if perhaps after the lunch break, if that's where we're headed now, might be able to arrange to actually just dial in. We wouldn't be able to see you, Miss Cheer, but at least we could hear what she has to say.
Yes, I'm not seeing that Ms. Cheer is muted, so.
I think I can actually hear a very.
I can hear you briefly. It might be a volume thing.
Yeah, she's there, but it's just the volume's not good.
So I wonder if that there's a technical difficulty, whether if we took the opportunity to break now, I don't know whether anyone's on the call who can provide some assistance to Ms. Cheer in resolving this problem, and hopefully by the time we resume, she'll be in a position to be heard as well as seen, and then we can make progress.
Yes. Well, what do you suggest? Should we could do a lunch break now?
Sure, sir. I think that's probably where we are, isn't it? Because I think next up on our list is Professor Taverner, who you'll be hearing from after lunch. So yeah, I'd be very happy, for example, if we came back after lunch, as my learned friend suggests, and Miss Cheers managed to either dial in or whatever be heard. Very happy for it to, obviously just be slotted in whenever we can. So slot her in, for example, after lunch. I'm very happy with a shorter lunch break if you'd like. So you're making perfectly good time. And then after that, Professor Taverner, and then dependent on where we get to. I mean, I hadn't been anticipating this, but it's not impossible that we actually have time to do Mr. Froneman in chief as well today. There's no point hanging around if we've got the inquiry data to be used, sort of thing. And
quite. I mean, especially if we're looking to try and finish evidence by the back part of this week. And
so
conditions and
a bit quicker.
Yes, we must make use of the time.
Exactly, sir. So we'll see where we get on with Professor Taverner. We'll reach a view after him, if you like. But if we can get on to Mr. Froneman today, we will.
Okay. Shall we adjourn until 1:30 then, and we can all have lunch? And if we can see if we can help Ms. Cheer in the break, and if we can, then I'll hear from her first thing when we resume at 1:30.
Very grateful. Thank you.
Good.
Sir.
Thanks, everyone. I'll see you in 40 minutes or thereabouts.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm ready to resume proceedings. Did you manage to get anywhere with Ms. Chia, can I ask?
So I asked whether she could be assisted, and I got a message suggesting that there had been contact with her. Apparently there'd been a problem with Ms. Chia's PC. She's been provided with details of how to join by phone. Let me just check. I think I've just had an email. Yes, so my understanding is she's been advised of a number of ways in which she can join to overcome the problem she's encountered. We hope that she will join us soon using one of those means.
Okay.
We've certainly provided a variety of options that she can use to participate, but I think it was a problem with the PC.
Yeah, it probably doesn't have the app. It was like me the other day, most likely.
Yeah.
I mean, you download the app and then everything works. But why there should be that amount of difference, I don't know. But it's probably some tiny little glitch.
Having said this, I don't see Miss Cheer at the moment amongst the participants. So if she is joining by another means, she doesn't appear on the list.
No, she's not participating at the moment.
We're happy to. I mean, obviously, we're happy to be flexible. Slot her in. So if indeed she ends up, if she's not available now, but she if she is around later on in an hour or so or a bit more, she could be slotted in between Professor Taverner and Mr. Froneman, or first thing tomorrow, or know, we at least we've got all to play with.
That's fine. I mean, are there any other third parties on the call now who'd like to speak? Because this might be a convenient point before we get into another witness. Doesn't appear so.
I think most of the names on here are sort of known to. Yeah. Hang on, there's someone joining now, sir. I think right on cue. Don't know who this is. Lim. I don't know who that might be. In any event, no. Most of the other names, sir, are known to me, so as a part of our team or part of the council's team.
Okay.
But yes, as I say, happy to be flexible, and we have got the time to play with, which is good to, a good situation to be in.
Okay. In which case, then, Mr. Salmons, I'm going to hand back to you and Professor Taverner, and yes, we'll deal with if we complete Professor Taverner, because I think Mr. Turney said he might have some questions. We can find a way of dealing with those tomorrow morning, perhaps.
Yeah, as I say, I mean, rather than we can jump off that bridge maybe when we get to it. I suppose in theory we could recall Professor Taverner. I'd prefer not to, because physically have him back again, because then I'd have to reintroduce him to you and go through all of that. We can do if you consider it necessary. I'd probably prefer, because I mean we have done this in other inquiries with reasonable success, is to just deal with any questions that arise after Mr. Turney's watched the evidence tonight, to do them in writing if you're content.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I am, but let's speak to Mr. Turney in the morning. But I don't think we should hold ourselves up.
No,
so carry on.
Sir. Let's do it. All right. In that case, good afternoon, Professor Taverner. Can you see and hear me all right?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Mr. Simons.
Good stuff. Right. Sir, Professor Taverner's got a proof of evidence.
Summary,
he's also got a summary. He's also got some appendices. And it's also, just for your note, Inspector, he's also the TVIA itself, the original TVIA, which dated May 2020. You've got in the core documents a core document 1.22, just for your note. So I will introduce you then, Professor Taverner, to the inquiry. With reference to your proof, on page 4, you give us some of your background and experience. You're an architect, member of REBA. You're an emeritus professor of architecture and urban design at the LSE, and indeed you've been a professor of architecture at a number of different universities that you set out at 1.8 of your proof, and you've held various visiting academic posts also internationally in some very exciting locations, glamorous life you've set out there at 1.8. You tell us at 1.10 that you've acted as a juror and as a chair for national and international architectural design competitions. And then from 1.11 and 12, you set out your architecture and urban design experience as a consultant you provide with your colleagues in Tavener Consultancy, architectural heritage and urban planning advice to institutions, developers and architects. And that's included, as you explain, advising on the townscape and heritage impacts of around 500 projects in central London over the last 20 years, including with some sensitive townscapes and heritage assets, Greenwich, Tower of London, Westminster, Royal Botanic Gardens, Kew, World Heritage Sites, many of which, as you tell us, have won prizes. Is all of that about right?
Yes, just about. Thank you.
Excellent. Okay, and you also explained, just to give the inspector the full picture. I mean, I'm trying to deal briefly with what's a very, very interesting and extensive CV. But you tell us at 1.16 on page 6 of your proof of evidence that your experience includes some relatively local schemes. I'd say relative, i.e. within the borough of Hammersmith and Fulham, including schemes at White City, Earl's Court, central Hammersmith, and indeed the river frontage, the Thames Wharf, and indeed Watermeadow Court.
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
All right, good. So with all of that behind us, I will ask you not to read out any of the sections of your proof or conclusions, but if you like to give us the headlines on the key issues that you address in your proof that I'm sure the inspectors had a chance already to read. So with that in our heads, could we turn please to, it's a topic that you deal with in section 2 of your proof, and it's to say the application site and its urban context. You deal with it in section 2, which begins on page 9, and it runs all the way through actually to page 25 of your proof. That's where you deal with this issue of the application site and its urban context. Could I ask you please to summarise for the inspector what the key points are you'd like him to take away in respect of the site's context?
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, sir. I think really to pick up on where Simon Henley led us very eloquently this morning in relation to the Clem-Attlee estate and its social significance. I do think that it is significant, and whatever your politics, it's an historical fact of some importance locally. It was produced in the name of the first Labour majority in government when Clem-Attlee was then asked to attend the officially open the Clem-Attlee Court in 1957. He was then Earl Attlee, but it was implementing the liberal William Beveridge ideas of creating a cradle-to-grave welfare state. And the fact that all the buildings on that estate, as Mr. Henley stated this morning, relate to members of the Attlee cabinet, and including the application site building now demolished, Edith Summerskill, who was a doctor turned politician, who was Labour MP for Fulham West and Warrington. There's a rather wonderful photograph, I think, of her in my proof on page 12. She seems very statuesque, raises above the other women there, and was obviously quite an intellectual as well as a political force. Again, as Mr. Henley mentioned this morning, but I'd just like to emphasize the court. I mean, I think I can keep referring it to as the estate, which for shorthand. It originally had 3 11-story triaxial or Y-shaped blocks to the northwest, and they were built essentially to provide views over to the north, across to Norman Park, across Lily Road, which was an area which was badly bomb damaged during the war. And so it gave that view of greenery for these people, who were to move there. And then there was obviously a layout within the estate itself of open space. Of those 3 triaxial blocks, one was demolished, 2 remain. And in the early 60s, the 2 taller 18-story block towers were added to the master plan, Herbert Morrison House and the former Edith Summerskill House. So a group of 11-story and 18-story buildings, and then going down to 7 and 8 stories, as Mr. Henley pointed out this morning. I talk in my proof about the origins of point blocks and the influence of European architecture, particularly Scandinavia, on the point block design approach in England. And obviously elsewhere in London, you'll be familiar, sir, with the LCC developments, some of which were very influenced by Le Corbusier and his work in Marseille. But here it's point blocks and then these triaxial blocks. It was referred to in Pevsner as Fulham's post-war showpiece. Certainly the Y blocks, when built, were the tallest buildings in the borough, and the 2 point blocks then are obviously added to that subsequently. But I think what's key is the vision for social housing at that time, which I set out in my proof, of setting urban social housing into a landscape which demoted the place of traffic and emphasized greenery and clean air. And as I set out, it was part of a wider urban and architectural reaction to the sprawling acres, repetitive developer-built suburban terraced housing grids that spread across London and many other European cities. Well, of course, the remains of that approach, the earlier approach, are all around the site. And of course, one exists in contrast to the other in terms of use of space, use of form, and in terms of an attitude to integrating with landscape and providing views of landscape. So rather than small private gardens, there was the idea of larger communal gardens and facilities. Unfortunately, the showpiece in Fulham wasn't an exceptional piece of design. It wasn't well recognized in its own day. The architects have remained pretty anonymous since. They don't have a place in history. And nor has the estate done well in terms of its longevity. Its blocks have been demolished. One of the Y blocks has gone, as I mentioned already. And buildings weren't as well constructed as other ones. And again, has already been mentioned of the asbestos and other issues. Indeed, in the 2019 deprivation study by the UK government, it was placed rather dismally in the top 10% of the most deprived areas in England. In advance of that, and particularly more recently, the borough has been investing in the estate and is upgrading the development that is there. And of course, a replacement for Edith Summerskill House of high quality is very much part of that vision of which was initiated post-war, and with the skill of Simon Henley and his team, has the chance of being better realised if this scheme is allowed to go ahead. So I think that was really where I wanted to open up and to emphasise the importance of the site and its context, because there's a lot of attention obviously being placed on the surrounding conservation areas and non-conservation areas of similar type housing which are around it.
From where, Professor Taverner, will the application scheme be visible broadly? What are the areas that the inspector needs to be concerned with?
Well, we produced a theoretical visual impact survey with the help of the visualizers at the outset of the project, and that is contained in my original TVIA. And it's clear, because of the way that the surrounding areas are laid out, which is largely on a north, south, east, west alignment of streets. I mean, there are a few diagonal approaches towards the area as well, which I can come on to. But it's fairly limited. I mean, and obviously in those north, south, east, west streets, whenever there is a southerly view towards the site, the northerly view doesn't include it, and obviously same with east-west views. But the views, given the height of the original buildings on the site, and indeed the currently proposed, as the visual impact assessment shows, is that it's not in a large area. 20 stories building is not exceptional anymore in this locality, and obviously there's a large area. There's an area of larger buildings around the Emperor State Building over to the north east of the site, and indeed that area is set to increase in size over the coming period.
Thank you very much. And just for the inspector's note, the ZTVI is at page 13. That's 1-3 of the original TVIA.
Thank you.
Righto. So that's a little bit on the history of the site, the sort of the scope of visibility, if you like, from which the buildings might be seen. Could I ask you to turn then to the application scheme, and to consider and evaluate, please, your views on its quality and on its features? We've very happily and conveniently, we've heard them described in some real detail in the last couple of hours. So the inspector should be able to sort of take some of that as read, and he'll know what you're talking about as you start to turn to those details. But if I could have your evaluation of those qualities that we've heard from Mr. Henley, please.
Yes, thank you. I've been fortunate enough to work on a very wide range of schemes in the last 20 years, and to work with some very high quality architects. This certainly ranks very highly amongst the schemes that I've worked on, which indeed include some Stirling Prize winning schemes like the Bloomberg scheme with Foster's and the City of London. It is meticulously designed, and that has come out of a very careful and caring, if I might say so, approach by the architect and his team in the way that they've understood the context, understood what the inhabitants of a building like this require, how that might best complement this specific site in terms of the existing spaces and so on, and by bearing in mind, as I've said already, that they can all benefit from being enhanced and developed further. But I think it's the way Mr. Henley presented it this morning, and in his proof and in his DAS, the way he breaks everything down into smaller components, and yet at the same time then is able to bring them together in a holistic way. So in terms of the facade character, the idea of layering the facade, I mean, this is something which is often regarded as an expensive luxury, which would appear maybe in a commercial office development and sometimes commercial housing. But the idea of having the notion of an outer frame, which is designed to respond to particular views and to read as well proportioned. And there is the notion of a base, middle and top, and very much in that classical tradition of much traditional architecture in this country, which underneath it then has rooms which, you know, the windows are just beautifully detailed right down to the Juliet balconies, the contrasting in materials and textures between the enclosed windows and the outer skin of the building, the clear definition of that base through different materials. I enjoyed the conversation about the wild bonding this morning, but that really just sums up the attitude of this architect to really making the most of the opportunity on a scheme like this. And then the idea of the crown, which, okay, often buildings have to deal with plant on the roof, and this is no exception, but by setting it back and allowing glimpses of sky through that crown actually help the top of the building to sit more comfortably within the skyline. It's not a heavy top, it's a lighter top visually. And then really through that external skin, just how the building meets the ground, the use of the arcade, again, something, I mean, Mr. Henley refers to other arcades which have been built recently, but I mean, and again, you'll see it in obviously in the city of London around Paternoster Square. But the idea of framing people's movement, being concerned about providing them with both shelter, but an opportunity to, in a sense, engage with the building and its overall scale, whether or not they are resident within it. And then through a series of spaces within the ground plan, from the entrance, well supervised entrance, into generously proportioned spaces internally, and communal spaces, which are all very distinctive, all very carefully designed. And for those reasons, I think it is exceptional as a piece of architecture, or would be exceptional as a built piece of architecture, as a design, very much so. And obviously I've borne all of that in mind when then making my townscape assessment of the scheme in the various views.
That's one thing I'd just like your assistance with, if I may, before we turn to that townscape assessment. Taking a step back and almost just as a question of principle, if you like, how does the quality of a design, so as you assess it, your view of the quality of a design, on the one hand, interrelate with, on the other, your approach to the assessments of townscape impacts? How does that interrelationship work in the way that you produce your assessments?
They go together. You can't separate the two, and that, I guess, that's been, if you like, a hallmark of my consultancy's approach over the last 20 years or so. You have to start with an appreciation of the architecture, and I've been very fortunate that we are able to be selective as to the schemes that we work on, and therefore very, very often many of the schemes I work on use very good architects, and so that there's that starting point which is very helpful for us. But the thing when making a townscape assessment is that you can't divorce the quality of the building from how it is then likely to be read within the particular context that you're assessing. And I know that there's a sort of a landscape architecture approach, which in terms of assessments, where buildings are just marked as tall buildings and they are seen in an abstract way, and they are often therefore regarded as detractors. They are something which is alien perhaps to to a particular context. I hope I've made clear my view that in this instance there's a clear context for tall buildings and a tall building on this site. But I think then beyond that, if you're able to understand when you're looking at an image what that building is doing urbanistically, not only as a silhouette within the view, but as you approach it and appreciate it in more and more detail, how that enriches that experience, and you take that memory of that experience, perhaps subliminally, with you on your journeys around an urban area, then that enriches it. And you can't, in my belief, separate therefore one from the other. It's not an abstract thing. It is something which has been very carefully conceived.
Okay, thank you. Right, so you've given us your assessment of the building's qualities and your view, if you like, in summary of what Mr. Henley took us through this morning before lunch. You've told us your view on the interrelationship between those qualities on the one hand and the way that one should approach townscape assessments on the other. So with all of that behind us, shall we turn then to your townscape assessment? And I'll ask you in a moment to, as it were, take the inspector on a walk on a walk of the imagination through the ways that you've set out your kinetic experience, your sequence of kinetic views. So that's what we're going to do, and I'll ask you to summarize just for him where the important ones are. Obviously you'll see them all. He's seen some of them on site already. He'll see them all again next week, and so that's where we're going. But before we do, there are a couple of sort of methodological quibbles, if you like, or critiques that were raised in some of the Rule 6 parties materials on the way that you've gone about your photography and all the rest of it. Could you respond to those, please, and then we'll get into the substance of your assessment.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I talk about, well, I obviously deal with the one particular point, which is the lens that is used to create the views in the TVIAs. And I think it is important, perhaps, if I can just touch on that initially, because it's something which sadly we're hearing more and more of in terms of criticisms of the work we do. But in the same way that I think it's important to understand the design of the building, I think it's important to represent the context in which one is viewing it from properly too, and that the lens sizes that we don't always choose them actually. It's usually the visualizers that we work with consistently, like Miller Hare, AVR London, who worked on this one, and other leading ones in London, who recommend particular lenses, but they understand that the point of a wider lens is to be able to understand the context as well as possible within the context of a townscape and visual assessment, which is very different from actually being within a street and a field and then experiencing things. I recognize that. But the TVIA is a particular piece of work, and when you're reading the text in it, you need to be able to appreciate as best as possible what is there. I'm not saying it's adequate, even having a 24mm lens. There's no, nothing is better than being there in person and then being able to swivel your head around and move and understand the relationships between buildings as you move around and so on. So it's just a means of illustrating conveniently within a document what the context is immediately in front of you. And the only difference really between a 24mm and a 50mm lens that Mr. Turney's advisors are recommending is that obviously it's effectively a more focused version of a 24mm lens. So you see less. You see more of the object that is being discussed and less of its context. There's nothing tricky about it. And in a sense, to demonstrate that and to assist you, sir, in your site visits, we've produced that 50mm version as well, which is printed at a scale so that you can stand there and look at the view with that in mind. But as I say, they're two different exercises, and in the past, it's always been acceptable because most people who read our documents are able to extrapolate that information when they're moving around and understand what they're looking at in along with the architect's drawings and DAS and so on.
All right, thank you very much, Professor Tavenant. Now, shall we get on to the kinetic view sequences, and just so that the inspector can understand where we're at. So now I think we're moving into section 4 of your proof. And
Yes.
could you just explain to him, just for, I think you explain it perfectly clearly in the text, but just so that he understands that we've, as it were, got the sort of smaller, what you call the postage stamp images that sit within the body of the text, and then we've also got appendices. You just talk him through what images he's got to help him navigate them.
Yes, we've got, I've inserted the postage stamp references there just for ease again of when reading the text. So, but I imagine, yes, if you've got, your table is big enough, you can have the A3 TVIA open as well at the particular images, and indeed, of course, now the 50mm ones, if that helps. So they're just there for reference. And also I've put in there, because of the significance of the estate, the Clemathley estate, I've put in the building that has been demolished, but which has been a presence for 60 years in these views. Just again as a reference, so that one understands the different quality and scale of the proposals, and so that you are able to make that comparison as well.
Excellent. All right, and just so the inspector understands what we've got in terms of the images before him, we've got the original TVIA, which we've already given him the reference to, which has lots of them in. Then we've got your appendix RT2, which sets out, which is called additional views since the TVIA.
Yes.
And there's a number of additional views which are noted there that you comment on. And then what you've called RT3 views for on-site assessment.
Yeah, the 50mm one.
It's the 50mm ones. That's RT3, just so the inspector knows where we're at. So, without any further ado, then perhaps it's worth, Professor Tavenant, turning up your proof at page 37. And at page 37, we see a map. It's actually a map that's extracted from one of your appendices, but anyway, it's a map that has 3 sort of coloured sequences on it, 3 sets of viewpoints on it. I wondered whether you could explain to the inspector how you intend, if you like, to present the sequences of views to him in your oral evidence.
Yes, thank you. Well, in terms of the distribution of views and how they're laid out here, I thought it would be useful for the inquiry as benefit, and particularly yours, so when walking around the site, to arrange them along the north-south axis in relation to the Clemathley estate. So those are the red views moving north towards Norman Park, and then to the site, and then moving up from the south, which is essentially what the kinetic views 1 are about, and then views just to the left and right of that. So all of those to the south and left and right in red are not within a conservation area. Those in view 1 north of Norman Park are in or overlook a conservation area in part. And then the other 2 sets of views relate to conservation areas. So the views 2 relate to Walham Green conservation area, and the blue views 3 relate to central Fulham and St Thomas's Church.
Thank you. Okay, so now that we've oriented ourselves with respect to your sort of 3 sequences, I won't ask you to get for obvious reasons to go through every single one, but what I would like you to do though is taking them almost sort of holistically and giving the inspector the sense of your impression as you move from one static viewpoint to the next in kinetic sequence in these 3 along these 3 routes. What are the important headlines in respect of each of them, please, that the inspector needs in your view to sort of have regard to?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I might just add before that, if I may, that in the TVIA methodology, so that's in my TVIA document of May 2020, excuse me, at pages 10 to 12, I set out the methodology, and there are 2 tables there, 3.1 and 3.2, which just set out the significance description, therefore what I mean by major adverse or moderate neutral or major beneficial, excuse me, and equally then in terms of townscape value and sensitivity at 3.2. Now again, I just should say that these tables, the words within them, are something which evolve all the time. They are based on the GLVIA guidance, but that goes back a few years, and so we've been updating it since then, and in ways which we hope are helpful to the reader. But again, other townscape assessors will have their own tables or rely more heavily on the GLVIA tables.
Could I just ask you about
guidance? Sorry,
because one of the criticism. No, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I just wanted to, but before we lost that thread, one of the criticisms that's made against you by Claire Brown, who's one of the consultants acting for Rule 6 party, is that your tables are, let me just note this down, in particular your table 3.1, to which you've just taken the inspector, she says is too simplified. This is her paragraph 7 of her original review. Too simplified, leaves too much to subjective opinion. And then she says at paragraph 8 that the omission of magnitude scales, which is something that you sometimes see in these sort of Glivia style assessments, enables the TVIA narrative, so she says, to place too much of an emphasis on design quality compared to other things. And she says all of that stuff, so the absence of that table weakens the credibility of the assessment. So that's the critique. And given that Mr. Turney's not here to put it to you, let me put it to you instead. What's your response to that criticism of your work?
Thank you. Yes, well, we do try and head that one off in our townscape document methodology. So for example, at paragraph 312 in the TVI 2020, we say there that and really what we're setting out is that the narrative that accompanies each view that we assess is what's important. That includes a description of the qualities of the building within view, the proposed building, the application scheme in this instance, that's in view, as well as the context and how one is experiencing it. And what I say, or what we say at 312 of the TVIA, is that a matrix of the order X sensitivity equals X magnitude equals X effect is not supplied due to the range and nuances of factors under consideration, and in order to recognize the fact that the judgment is generalized and subjective and cannot be objectively calculated. The professional judgment is carefully made in relation to the unique constraints of the site and its context and the nature of the development. And then it talks about the rationale for assessment of significance and effects through the tables and so on. So I think we acknowledge that others prefer to have that matrix. We don't find it helpful. And in 20 or so years, the only criticism we ever have received hasn't been from inspectors or secretaries of states. It's been from other townscape assessors. So it's just a different way of doing things.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Right, that's the matrices or the tables. With that behind us, can we turn then to your headlines on each of these sort of groups of viewpoints, and you can obviously deal with it however you'd like to, but you've differentiated them into these three groups of views.
Yes.
So you take the inspector on a walk of the imagination through them, and set out really your key findings in respect of each of them that you'd like him to take away.
Thank you. Yes. So generally, in relation to the journey south, which I've called sequence 1A. So it's there are two parallel routes there. There's the one through 12, 13 views, 12, 13, 14, 15, which lead directly into the heart of the estate. And then those to the east, 16 and 17, which go through the another part of the conservation area. So you're getting a mixture of views there. But something of the estate is always present. Indeed, there are views to the left, as I show in my proof, towards other tall buildings, including the Emperor State building over to the east of this area. And I conclude there that I believe that the overall effect to be beneficial to the townscape, and that's based on the notion that the Herbert Morrison building is generally visible in view already, that to the remaining Y-shaped blocks are visible too. I'm sorry, so my dog is just returning home from its walk, so you might hear it in the background. He's a big dog. He'll be done in a minute. He often does this when I'm in inquiries on these things. It's great. So yes, that in relation to those views, I think that the overall effect is largely beneficial because of the contrast between the high quality of the design of the appeals of the application scheme and of the existing parts of the estate that's visible. In the approach from the south, which I've called sequence 1B, largely the impact of the view ranges from moderate to major. It's not through a conservation area, but I accept, of course, that the buildings are much lower in scale generally in this area. But still, nonetheless, in many of the views within this area towards the site, either Herbert Morrison or other parts of the estate are visible, which aren't of the same high quality of design as the application scheme. So overall, again, I assess the impact to be beneficial to the townscape. The sequence 2 views, it's the purple ones to the southeast of the site, from the Fulham Green Conservation Area. I mean, it has to be said that the Fulham Green Conservation is an interesting one. It's not a cohesive townscape. It's very urban, less residential than the ones I've just been describing. It has, therefore, an urban form and grain to it, big buildings next to smaller buildings, which have been built at different times in history. And so different characters, styles, and materials. So it's not cohesive in the same way. And there you can see the group of views, including the one that Mr. Turney requested at D, which shows well, a moderate impact in a minor to moderate impact in the range of views, which I say have a neutral effect on the townscape. I'm not arguing in that sense that the design is adding to the quality of experience within the townscape, but I certainly don't think it's detracting from it. It's not very visible. It has more visibility in some views than others, but so do other large urban buildings in the foreground very often have an impact. So on balance, therefore, I arrive at a neutral effect overall. Now, the third sequence, which is the central Fulham conservation area. Now, again, I have tested, as you'll know from the townscape report initially, a much wider area, but these are the views which are likely to be most affected. So there's the diagonal route, which I think is Fulham Road from memory, which is view 6 up to view 7, which isn't following that east-west grain. So many of the views within the conservation area are east-west, and as you can even see just from that map on page 37, most of those east-west views do not look towards the side. So it's that diagonal running up from 6 to 7, and then really a cluster of views again where the road cuts across between 8 and 7. But at the same time, as you move along that road, you can see the Lots Road towers in the distance. And then one arrives at the area around St Thomas of Canterbury, the Grade 2 star listed building, which makes its mark as a very high quality building on the view, but largely through its spire, which is a local landmark. It is a building of quality, but it's very much part of an urban setting. So again, there are views of Herbert Morrison House, and traditionally, over the last 60 years, or historically rather, over the last 60 years, there have been views of a tall building on the application site visible in relation to it, as the images in my proof illustrate. But the range of views there, therefore, go from a minor impact in view 6 to moderate in view 7, 8, 9, and F, but certainly a major impact in terms of scale and change in 9.8B and 9C, which is the G that Mr. Turney requested, and which have now all been, well, those that we were able to do so in the time, 2 of the views have been rendered, which we provided originally as illustrative views. Now, yes, that is a major impact. And I acknowledge that in terms of townscape, that is an adverse change. However, I think it's an impact that is mitigated by the fact that the cemetery is not normally publicly accessible. I don't know whether you were able to gain access, sir, but obviously it's something we'll do on the site visit. But I understand from talking to the priest there, it's kept locked for security reasons, because they've had problems with people getting into other people's back gardens and so on, or doing damage within the cemetery. So it isn't normally publicly accessible. The views that we've illustrated, in a sense, are the worst case. They're the views at the bottom of the cemetery, where you can get the greatest distance from the tower of the church. And of course, they're not static views, where the 2 of them you're standing in corners, or as close to the corner in relation to 9C as one can without being buried in the vegetation. And on one is the central one is on axis, with a path which runs on axis towards the tower. so normally one would experience that kinetically, and of course you wouldn't just be looking at the church spire and tower and the architecture. You'd be there looking at the tombs, the details of the cemetery itself. So one would be looking around, and in that terms of looking around, would see the Herbert Morrison building, which is visible particularly from 9A. And as I show the historic view over the last 60 years, was that Edith Summerskill was also seen adjacent to it, and not a very high quality building either. I accept that, of course, what is being proposed is taller, but it isn't any taller than the church tower itself in these more extreme views. It rises just to the underside of the pinnacles on the tower, and it has no impact on the spire whatsoever. So as one moves around from left to right along that bottom end, one always is reading the spire of the church against clear sky, and the degree of impact of the application scheme changes. It goes behind the tower at one stage. It appears obviously on either side, but in moving around, there'd be a clear sense that it's 100 meters or so plus away from the viewing position, and that there's plenty of things to look at there. And I was intrigued when I did eventually find the Google historic view, which included the former tall building on site, that it's just a photograph someone's taken and the buildings are there and they've recorded it. I mean, and in a sense, that's what it is. It's an urban church in an urban setting. There are other buildings to be seen around it. Of course, if you're on the roadside itself, the very publicly accessible roadside, then you don't see the tower at all. So nonetheless, I accept there is an adverse impact on the townscape in that in the other views as well, in the side streets and so on, it's no longer the only landmark, that the application scheme would also would have a landmark status, but its landmark status would be in relation to the regenerated or regeneration of the Edith Summerskill court itself. So it's a positive landmark in terms of what it stands for, and it's a high quality piece of architecture itself, which I'm convinced would be one day applauded in much the same way that Pugin's church has been. That's really where I stand on those views.
Very grateful, thank you. I was going to ask you, by way of drawing the threads together, to show the inspector section 6 of your proof of evidence, which is on pages 73 and 74, where you set out your overall conclusions. However, having rereading them in light of what you've just said, there might not be much more to add, because you have just very helpfully drawn together the threads of your analysis. But I'll put it this way, Professor Tavener, is there anything on these pages in this section 6 in your conclusions that you would like now to expressly, if you like, to draw out to the inspector's attention without needing to read through it all, because I think he's probably got most of this now? Anything extra from these sections that you'd like to draw to his attention?
No, I hope that I've got across my enthusiasm for the architecture and the process that I have been through in terms of assessing its impact. But obviously, sir, if you have any questions or want further elucidation, I'm happy to provide it.
Thank you very much. Now, before I hand you over to the inspector for any questions he's got, I'd like to put to you, please, a few passages, just a few, that arise out of some of the evidence which is laid against you, and the inspectors, as it were, kind of got your response to some of this stuff. And I'm not going to do all of it, but we'll just choose a few important sequences. Now, the first sequence relates to London Plan Policy D9, London Plan Policy D9. I'll just give the reference to the inspector, who probably doesn't need a reference to it, but anyway, it's page 138 of the London Plan, which I think is called Doc 6.1, but anyway, it's page 138 is D9. Now, there's going to be an interesting debate about the earlier sections of this policy over the next week or so, and in terms of the extent of compliance or not with those with A and B, the locational requirements of D9. But I'm not asking you, Professor Taverner, about any of that stuff. What I would like, though, is your help, please, with section C of policy D9, because section C is a section which is headed impacts, and it goes on into some detail, it must be said, over several pages as to the sorts of requirements, specific development management requirements that the mayor would expect to see met in the case of a tall building coming forward. And not all of them are relevant to you, but some of them are. So it's those which are relevant to design or townscape that I'd like your help with. And so if I could ask you first to just cast your eye down, in particular, I suppose it'll be C1, which sets out the mayor's expectations on visual impacts that we're particularly interested in. If I could ask you to cast your eye down that and just set out your headline conclusion as we go to the inspector on that part of D9. What I'll do next is just to ask you for your comments on Mr. Turney's position, if you like, on these criteria. So first your view on these D9 visual impact criteria, please.
Yes, so one, small Roman one is long range views. Well, that's where the top of the building, the crown that we've described, is important in the way that it meets the sky. And it requires that it should make a positive contribution to the existing and emerging skyline and not adversely affect local or strategic views. Well, I believe it accords with that. It would make a positive contribution. There are no local or strategic views which are affected in this instance. They're all incidental views, to classify them that way. They just happen to be the views we've got are there to give an understanding of the scheme in 360 degrees.
Thank you.
In relation to mid-range views from the surrounding neighbourhood, well, again, particular attention should be paid to the form and proportions of the building. Well, Mr. Henley described those this morning in terms of his ordering approach through the golden section and so on, and how that goes all the way through from the overall silhouette to the small parts and details of the building, which should make a positive contribution to the local townscape in terms of legibility, proportions and materiality. Well, I think its local townscape specifically is in relation to to Clemetley Court. I mean, that's its intentional or conceptual context, if you like. And as I outlined at the beginning, it was there as part of a new type of urban vision. Tall buildings obviously have their own ways of coping with a particular context. This scheme, if you like, enhances the materiality and the design of what is already there locally. Of course, it doesn't directly respond to the materiality or proportions of the buildings in the surrounding street, but that's really then comes under the third heading here, immediate views from the surrounding streets. And there it says attention should be paid to the base of the building. Well, again, we've heard how Mr. Henley has designed the base of the building with a different material quality and texture, the arcade, the relationship to external space and so on. And those are all aspects which it says here should have a direct relationship with the street, maintaining the pedestrian scale, character and vitality of the street. So I think for all those reasons, it accords with those aspects of the London plan.
Thank you very much. Just one more before we put this policy down and have a look at what Mr. Turney says. It's subparagraphs. So, oh dear, it's capital C, which is where you are already. Starts on the page before, and then little c.
Yeah.
They don't make it easy to navigate these policies. The one that starts architectural quality and materials should be of an exemplary standard to ensure that appearance and architectural integrity of the building is maintained through its lifespan. We get your view, please, on the extent of accordance with that sub criteria.
Well, I've made the point already. I hope that it will be of an exemplary standard.
Thank you. All right. So just briefly then, and I fear you may find yourself saying C answers I've already given, but if that's the case, so be it. Could we just have a look at what Mr. Turney says about D9? He deals with D9 on page 16 of his proof of evidence. To orient ourselves, it's in a section called Assessment Against Policy, which begins on page 14 of his proof. And he deals with these criteria in respect of part C of D9 on page 16 from paragraph 6.9. So you tell me, Professor, when you're there.
Yes, I'm on page 14 of Mr. Turney's proof. Yeah,
you're in the right spot. So 14 is where do you have the heading Assessment Against Policy at the top?
Yes.
Good. If you scroll on through, please, to page 16, you should have his 6.9 towards the bottom of that page. There's a paragraph that begins, as to policy D9 of the London plan and the criteria in part C, colon, and then he goes through some of those criteria. Do you see where I'm at?
Yes, I do.
Good. All right. Now, again, we don't need to go through, well, all of them. There's only a few that he comments on, actually, to be fair, so maybe we can. Could you just sort of deal with them, in a nutshell, what is your response to his analysis? So at 6.9.1, for example, he says, no positive impact to skyline. 6.9.2, no positive contribution, negative impact on local townscape, no legibility benefits, etc. If we could just go through them briefly, the ones which you can comment on from the scope of your evidence, and just explain what your take is on his approach.
In relation to 691, no positive impact to the skyline, I profoundly disagree. I think that in terms of the ordering of the facade, base, middle, top, that the top has a very different character. It's been thought about very carefully, and that the arcaded articulation of the facade will read strongly at a distance and will add to the identity of the building and its character. And through that then layering to the windows and the other materials, there would be a depth and quality to that. So I disagree.
Thank you very much. And I suppose, well, I'll put it to you just because it obviously falls within the scope of your evidence. 6.9.2, you've obviously commented on this already.
Yeah.
Is there any more to add, or is it just see your answers above?
I think so.
Okay, fine. Well, we won't go through any more of them then. But
I mean, the legibility benefits, as I mentioned, are really to do with the estate itself and its future.
Thank you. There's one more section. We'll move away from these D9 criteria. You've set out your evidence very clearly on the extent of accordance with D9, D9 capital C, I should say, and the bits which are relevant to you. There's just one more section of Mr. Turney's proof of evidence that I'd just like your views on, please. And it begins at section 3 of his proof of evidence, which is back on page 6. Just let you find that.
Yep.
Okay. Section 3, page 6, Mr. Turney that sets out his subheading. His subheading is context, you see.
Yes.
Now over the page, at the end of what's paragraph 3.5, so at the top of page 7, he tells us that whilst the buildings on the estate are of varying quality, there's a degree of mediation between the larger buildings and the surrounding lower rise buildings. He tells us at 3.7 that the character of the site is predominantly influenced by its 2 to 3 story neighbours to the south. And he says that at 3.9, that whilst the larger residential buildings on the estate undoubtedly influence the site, they don't define its character. Do you see those references?
Yeah.
So your view, please, on this theme, if you like, in Mr. Turney's evidence, that the predominant influence of the application site is not the estate, if you like, but rather the 2 to 3 story residential buildings to the south.
Yes, thank you. I don't think, I don't agree with that assessment. So when he says 3.7, Mr. Turney says at 3.7, predominantly influenced by its 2 to 3 story neighbours to the south. I mean, it lies at the southern edge of the estate. Therefore, on its 3 sides of its form are the estate in its various characteristics. So it's only on its southern elevation that the lower rise buildings of Fabian Road, etc., are evident. It has, it has an alignment with, as Mr. Henley pointed out this morning, that with the Nijbevin House on one side and what I think is now Brunswick House on the east side, there is that defining edge for the estate, which the building has been designed to reinforce. I accept, of course, that they're very nice residential houses to the south, but it's not a conservation area. The buildings run north-south so that they look east-west. So they're not looking directly at the building itself or the estate. But of course, as you move along the road and look up those streets, you see all the other buildings within the estate, including, say, for example, in Fabian Road, the Herbert Morrison Tower. So that context is there. It's not something which is going to be erased. So there is that mediation, if you like, between visually between the two zones. And of course, those buildings have been there for the last 60 years. I appreciate that the buildings to the south have been there longer, but that's still a long time span.
Thank you.
And I think the other thing I would refer to, actually, if I may, in the MPF, MPPF, at paragraph 130.
Thank you. Yes, that's on page 38 of the framework in section 12, which is headed Achieving Well-Designed Places. So paragraph 130. You've anticipated my next question, which is good, because what I wanted to ask you really is, while we're here, this is obviously one of the sections which actually was amended in 2021, so earlier this year by central government. Lots of high-profile new additions to it, and 130, the paragraph you've taken us to, sits right at the heart of them. What I really want the inspector to have your evidence on is the extent of accordance with, well, all of these criteria, and all of them that are within the scope of your evidence. So that may be A, B, C, D, probably E as well. Perhaps F starts to stray into other matters that fall outside your evidence. But overall, please, if you could address the inspector on this paragraph 130 and set out your views.
Yes, of course. Why I wanted to go to 130 is, and I'll answer your question, Mr. Simons, fully, I hope, in a moment. But it was that C under 130 was in relation to my point about the estate having been there for 60 years. plus. So C, it says sympathetic to local character and history. And for my reading of that is that something as significant as the Clematli court, given what it symbolizes post-war, what it tried to achieve urbanistically, and so on, is all about that estate, admittedly, but in the context of these streets and streets of linear terraces, which preceded it. So I think it would see with being sympathetic to local character and history is about both. It's in a sense it is about an imposition through the Clematli estate after the bomb damage onto an existing urban order, but done in a way that was meant to enrich its inhabitants. So I think C is relevant to that. And then obviously it does add some landscape setting as part of that Norman Park to the north and within the site, although that desperately needs upgrading. But overall, sorry, Mr. Simons, to answer your question, in relation to A, it will function well and add to the overall quality of the area. Well, it will through its design quality, and it's been designed to be a sustainable building, accessible to all. So in terms of B, visually attractive as a result of good architecture, well, for me, that's beyond doubt, including its layout and appropriate and effective landscaping. Well, in the limited landscaping it can have an effect on, that is there. C, I've mentioned. D, establish or maintain a strong sense of place. Well, it will certainly enrich Clematli Court, and it will have a strong presence. That's undeniable given its scale, but in a positive way because of its quality. And because of aspects to it at street levels, such as the public realm, arcade, etc. And in terms of E, optimize the potential of the site to accommodate and sustain an appropriate amount of mixed development, local facilities and well. It's obviously adding to the type of accommodation that is available, both in terms of the wheelchair access and also in terms of providing good support for facilities for cyclists and so on within the entrance area of the building. So it's adding to that mix and in a high quality way.
Thank you, Professor Taverner, for those answers. I've only got one more question on my list that I'd like to put to you. And it relates to, if you like, the consequences of some of the objections to the scheme, both from Mr. Turney and also from other members of the public, etc. What if they're right, is my question. So here it is. Mr. Turney's evidence, I don't think identifies a specific amount by which it said we are too tall, if I can sort of inelegantly, clunkily try and explain it like that. He doesn't say if the building was 20 meters shorter or whatever it might be, that then it would become acceptable. He doesn't go there. However, lots of the members of the public who have written in set out their belief that the building is unacceptable in part because we are higher than the previous ESH, and as we saw this morning, we're higher by some 20 meters or so. Do you recall that from Mr. Henry's evidence? Okay, so let's just try and test it with the inspector. We're moving off into the land of hypotheticals now, but anyway, let's see where it goes. If this scheme or a version of it were to sort of come forward and you were to assess it, and it were essentially 20 meters shorter, there or thereabouts, and so we were looking at a scheme that was broadly the same sort of height as previous ESH. When it came to assessing its townscape implications on the kinetic view sequences that you've taken us through, what kind of a difference or not difference or somewhere in between might that change in height make?
Little or none, because I, of course, assessed a lower building on this site for the first planning application a number of years back. And the views that we assessed then are those essentially that we assess for the 2020 application. So it's visible in both sets of documents, one scheme being slightly lower than the other. But certainly you can see from that original townscape document that when Edith Summerskill House, the former building, was still standing, it's visible in those views. So it's really then comes down to the qualitative change in terms of what is being proposed now, the application scheme. So it is undoubtedly, so if you go back, if you're able to look back at that original document at some stage, where you can see the two together, it's a far higher quality design being proposed. The materials are better. It's altogether just better composed, and it meets the sky much better because of the way that the top works. So and of course, I mean, in addition to that, this does have the same number of floors as the original scheme, plus then these 4 floors of wheelchair accessible homes and the cycle racks, etc., better entry sequence internally. So for all those reasons, the additional height has been beneficial.
And lastly on that, the relevance in your view, we heard from Mr. Henley about the way that he'd evaluated or tested, I think that was the way you put it, the design by application of the golden ratios. You recall that when it came to the proportioning of the building and its facades. Just if we could round up, please, with just your evidence, and this is something that you have written a fair amount on in the past. Your evidence to the inspector on the relevance of the proportions that the building has achieved, and the relevance, I suppose, of the golden ratio in reaching a view on their quality or otherwise.
Yes. I mean, I appreciate, sir, that there can be some skepticism about the value of proportional systems. And certainly, given my own interest in proportion, looking back at the classical tradition through to the Italian Renaissance, and more recently with Le Corbusier and the modular law and so on, there are changing views about what is the best proportional system. I think what's important to all these periods and those architects that I've mentioned, and many Italian Renaissance architects, and through to Inigo Jones, etc., is that they were concerned to find something which gave an order, a visual order and structure to what they were designing, to give if you like, an internal logic, a rationale. And it was rational as far as classical architects were concerned, because they believed that they were imitating a proportion that resides in nature, and that it was their duty to bring that forward in their own, man-made, human-made designs. So I think it is important, and I think most good architects, whether they declare it or not, apply an ordering system which gives a coherence to what they're doing. Mr. Henley has been explicit about his, and I believe him. I believe that is something which he is concerned about, and hopefully so you'll see that in relation to his built designs as well. So I think it's important, and I think it's a mark of a good, if not an excellent architect, to want to apply and to then achieve something which, whether you know it's there or not, has actually imbued that design with something extra.
Thank you. Professor Taverner, thank you very much indeed for those answers. And Inspector, those are all my questions for Professor Taverner in chief. So, sir, it's over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Taverner. I mean, things that I might want to ask, a lot of it's been covered in chief. So I'm just going to go to a couple of places that I'd like some clarification or expansion on. I mean, the first is, and I'll ask this question of Mr. Frohnman too, is the correct way to approach the baseline here when one's assessing the impact of this building, given that there used to be a tall building on the site before. That tall building is gone. So my question is the correct baseline to look at the site as it is today without Edith Summerskill House in place, or is there a way that you need to take account of the fact that it was there previously? I'm interested in what your approach has been and what you think the best approach in that situation is, because it's an unusual one, I must say.
It is an unusual one, sir. And I don't think I've actually, in the last 20 or so years, actually experienced anything quite like this.
No.
Particularly as I assessed the building initially when it was still there, which was, as I explained in my proof, why it seemed right for Mr. Frohnman to come in later when he hadn't had that experience and to give his own views on it. Yes, the usual methodology is to assess the building to assess the site without well, hang on, let me go back. That's not true at all, is it? When one assesses a site, whatever is on that site or isn't on that site is what matters as part of the baseline. That would be a better way of putting it, perhaps. In this instance, we're looking at an empty site, but it was occupied, and there was a view that there would be a building soon to replace it that would be part of the regeneration of the site, which is what therefore complicates it in my mind. But yes, the assessments I've provided for the baseline for the townscape document assume there is nothing there on that site, and that was, in a sense, if you like, an explicit instruction to me when providing that assessment. However, I am an architectural historian as well, and of course it's important to understand what was on that site, why it was there, and if one is going to put back a building which is similar to what was there, how it would compare with it. I mean, I think that's a very reasonable thing to do, and I'm therefore naturally critical of those who ignore those historical facts. And it would be the same thing if it was other types of building uses in another situation. One would want to know, well, yes, that happened there, and it was there for a good period of time, and 60 years is a good period of time. Therefore, is it more extraordinary not to have a building of that scale there, or indeed larger, or is it more appropriate to make it something which is very much smaller? But of course, that then doesn't necessarily meet the brief in terms of what is required for that site and how one, according to policy, should optimize what's on that site. So yes, I'm sorry, that was over-egging the answer, but the baseline should be essentially, as a starting point, what is or isn't there. But it is very important, and all our townscape documents always include a history in terms of the urban development, and therefore to understand why that site is as it is. And this is, I think, is a special case because for 60 years there was a very strong presence of a building there.
Inspector, can I just ask you, as a consequence of that very interesting question, which in some ways goes right to the heart of some of the issues between the parties, to what extent you're familiar with the grounds of Mr. Turney's judicial review claim for the previous consent that was granted by the council, which was Quashed.
I'm not at all
No.
familiar, but that might be me.
No.
Choosing what I've read, or
It's no. It's not been raised very much, but I'll tell you. It's not making a submission. It's just recording fact. That the ground upon which that previous consent for a building very similar to this one was quashed but it was by consent. So it was all the parties accepted that Mr. Turney's point on this was that Mr. Turney argued that the baseline position, so it goes right to your question, the baseline position has to be, for the purposes of this application, a sort of bare earth situation as is. And the reason that he argued that in a nutshell was because there's no realistic prospect of, if you like, someone rebuilding ESH as was. So for something technically to be a baseline, he said, there's got to be a realistic prospect of that alternative use actually happening. No one's rebuilding old ESH, which means that technically there is that can't form part of the baseline when it comes to assessing things like heritage, daylight, sunlight, all of those technical assessments. And that was the basis on which the previous consent was, there was an agreement it should be quashed. And that's why you will have, and no doubt that's hence your question, that the applicants, sort of witnesses team across the board have been quite careful about defining the baseline. It was really in response to Mr. Turney's legal challenge. So we are all the applicants team trying to be very careful about the way in which the baseline is explained. And no doubt, you will be too, because in the end, it's the courts can police us on these interesting issues.
Yes, I mean it's not a situation I'd come across before, and it was one that I'd looked at the papers and looked at the scheme and thought, oh, well, if it was a seamless, if it was still there,
would
obviously the visual presence would still be there. But here we've broken the sequence, haven't we? It's gone, so It's not there anymore. So now we're putting something back. So do you start afresh? But
I think
it was
it might be this distinction to be drawn. So you're absolutely right that the nuance here that makes it so unusual comes from the fact that the demolition precedes the replacement by several years. So there's this distinction that we've all got to be careful to draw between the legal baseline on the one hand, which is to say bare earth, and Professor Taverner's evidence on the history of the site and its sort of character. And we'll see what Mr. Froman has to say about it later, obviously. But it is quite important that we all draw that line one way or the other, which is Mr. Turney's point from the previous judicial review, because he's no doubt right that because no one is proposing to rebuild ESH as was, it's not part of the baseline in that technical way. However, of course, it's part of the history. So we can't close our eyes to it entirely, as Professor Taverner said. So
but I think I'd be right in saying, wouldn't I, that if Edith Summerskill House was still there and what we were dealing with was a replacement, so that the demolition and rebuilding was seamless, then you would take it into account as an existing position, as a baseline.
Indubitably, sir. And the reason for that is applying the same principles, because then there'd be a real prospect if you turned it down, or if the Secretary of State turned down our new building, and existing ESH as it would be would remain, and so there'd be a real prospect of it remaining as the fallback. So it's this application of the real prospect test that's the nub of the judicial review. And the reason I just want to draw that to your attention is because obviously we want to, I'm sure all parties, Mr. Turney included, want to make sure that whatever the outcome of this call-in is one way or the other, that it sort of responds to and is, robust against the previous grounds of challenge.
Quite good. Oh, well, I'm glad. I made it by accident, but there we are. Mr. Philpott, did you want to add anything?
The only thing I would add, and I'm grateful to my friend Mr. Simons for summarising the background and drawing your attention to that. There's a related point, which you probably would have picked up from my opening submissions, and it's about the application of policy H8 in London Plan in that context. And you'll see the way I framed it, which picks up the same point, that because there's no existing housing on site, one has to look carefully at the terms of the policy to distinguish between direct engagement of the terms of the policy on the one hand, and the relevance of the policy on the other, because a policy can be relevant because of its objectives and because of the background to the site, even if it's not directly engaged in its terms. And that's why I've sought to explain that in the opening, hopefully to get that clear. And obviously, if there's any dispute about that, I don't anticipate there will be, because it's in the statement of common ground. Better to have it out early, and then we can hear what anyone's got to say about it.
Good. That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Philpott. There was one other thing, if I may, that I'd like to ask Professor Taverner, and that was about I've come across this the argument a number of times, and that one has to take account of the quality of a design in assessing impacts, and yeah, I've scratched my head about that for years. It certainly is an interesting, if you're going to see a building, a tall building, obviously it's better that you see a well-designed tall building than it is to see one that perhaps isn't so well designed. The impact must be different in those terms. So clearly you have to take it into account. But you said in chief that there were some juxtapositions between the building and Pugin's church, the spire of Pugin's church, when seen from the churchyard, and yet the evidence I have in front of me is that the proposal is a well designed building, but perhaps the juxtapositions are harmful to the significance of the church. And I wondered how you squared that. I mean, if that's not a fair question for you, if it's a question for Mr. Frohlman, then do tell me. But
Well,
I'm just wondering how that squares.
Yeah, well, I think just going back to the first part of your question, sir, I mean, yes, I take seriously the notion that visibility doesn't necessarily mean harm. Just because it's new, it doesn't mean that it's harmful. And therefore, design quality is undoubtedly important. Why I've felt in relation to the Pugin Church that it could be argued that in townscape terms there is some harm is because of the what I saw from a townscape perspective as a landmark character for that building. Okay. That it really, but I think to be frank, when I did my initial assessment in the first when the Edith Summerskill house was still standing, I didn't consider that these views as significant from the churchyard because it was already visible there, and it was as I say, a semi-private space. So my if you like, my natural tendency would be to make that balance and say, well, it's just a juxtaposition, and actually that they're both going to be fine buildings, in historical terms down the line. Therefore, it shouldn't be regarded as adverse. But I think I felt in this particular instance, it was fair to accept that there was a change since the baseline had changed and the Edith Summerskill house as original was no longer there, that adding in a building would, to some extent, detract from the listed building. But it's not something I would die in a ditch over, to be honest. I think it's, as I say, I like seeing good quality buildings, and in an urban situation, we're not in a country village, we're in a very urban situation with many tens of thousands of people live. You expect to see other buildings, and I think that most people, unless it's drawn to their attention in this way, would just allow in their own mind these buildings to coexist without it harming their appreciation of the Grade 2 star listed building.
Yes, and moving on from that, I think you also, and correct me if I've got this wrong, you were also saying that there might be some harm to the significance of the central Fulham conservation area because of views out of the conservation area of the building. But the question I was asked is if it's a well designed building, or an exemplar, a building of that much quality, why would it be harmful to see it from the conservation area?
Yeah, I didn't actually. It was only really in relation to the views of St. Thomas's that
Okay.
I reached that conclusion. It's certainly not. It's not there in relation to any other views. It's just purely in terms of whether having a rival to the landmark status of that building might be regarded to be detrimental.
That one might be a question, sir, for Mr. Froman.
Yes.
I think he certainly has some evidence on the conservation area.
Yes.
Yeah. No, I don't generally. In terms of townscape character area generally, I didn't see any harm to the majority of the conservation area.
Good. Well, that's been very helpful. Again, we could spend some time discussing. I was particularly interested that you'd written on the concept of beauty in the Italian Renaissance. And yes, we could go there, couldn't we? But perhaps in another place. I don't know. I'd be interested to hear whether that concept of beauty is different, perhaps, to our concept of beauty. Whether time and so on makes a difference, but it's probably best that we don't spend inquiry time doing that. I'd
love the opportunity, sir, but I don't think anyone else would be appreciative. We should sign up to Professor Taverner's next lecture, and
yes, I'd be interested. But yeah, Mr. Turney may have some questions, but we can deal with those. We can deal with those tomorrow when Mr. Turney is with us.
Absolutely.
And just to we'll have caught up with that.
To repeat what I said earlier, I would far prefer not to actually physically recall witnesses if we can avoid it. Let's see what Mr. Turney says. But,
Let's do that.
That's my reference. Just one reference for you. So that's it from Professor Taverner. Thank you very much indeed, Professor Taverner.
Yes, thank you, Professor Taverner.
Thank you, sir.
One reference for you, Inspector, that flows out of the conversation we were having about the quashing. Just a very helpful reference. It's actually, I think it's in the core docs, but also just helpfully in Mr. Henderson's proof of evidence 3.11. Let's see, 3.11. It sets out what the basis was on which the parties consented to judgment in that JR. And you'll see I had a go at summarising it. It's only 2 sentences. It's about this baseline of a cleared site point that you've raised. So I just want you to be cognizant of it, and it's there to be read.
Okay.
And one question, sir, that I'll just ask you, or one issue I suppose I might just raise. I've assumed, and I think this is probably right, but anyway, I'll raise it anyway, that both Professor Taverner and Mr. Henley are not in Purda at the moment, because you've indicated that there might be some questions tomorrow. Yeah. I suppose normally the situation is that Purda, well, and some people have different views on this, but that Purda doesn't really start until your cross-examination starts, and obviously Mr. Turney's not done any cross-examining yet. If they were recalled tomorrow for whatever reason, although as I've said I'd prefer to avoid that, but anyway, and if he recalls them and starts cross-examining them, then obviously during the cross-examining until it's finished there won't be any contact between us and the witness. But I'll leave it with you, but if you're content, we won't treat them in that way unless and until there is actually some cross-examination of them by Mr. Turner.
I tend to agree with that. I mean, I've asked this question, or been asked this question, a number of times, but I've normally taken the view that until cross-examination has started, there is no real difficulty with witnesses and advocates maintaining contact, because you don't know what's going to be asked in cross-examination. So there's nothing you can usefully coach or do, or even if you wanted to. So I don't take a view that that's an issue. So yeah, they're not, as far as I'm concerned.
Grateful for that. All right, I'm glad I raised it just in the public forum, and so we'll keep in. Well, there might not be much to talk about. They're probably going to want to go off and do non-inquiry related things now. But anyway, we won't treat them and to ask questions at some point.
Yeah. However we go about that. What did you want?
However we go about it.
We're at 3:10, so we could have a break and then deal with Mr. Froman in chief.
That would make good sense, sir. Basically, we're in your hands as long as you're prepared to sit really.
Yeah.
So, and indeed, I see Mr. Philpott's just turned his, as long as him and the council's team are prepared to go. I think given the rate at which we've been going, we'd certainly be able to get Mr. Froneman done before, say, 4:30 or something like that. And draw stumps at that stage if you'd like to, sir. Equally, if you'd like to just draw stumps now, we can, in your hands, sir.
Mr. Philpott,
The
what do
only
you
reason
think?
I put my camera on, sir, is I noticed that Miss Chia is now back.
Oh, right, okay.
So it may be that if you wanted after the break to hear from Miss Chia, that might be an opportunity to fit her evidence in, or whatever submission she wishes to make.
Yeah. Ms. Chia, would you like to submit some evidence? I'm still struggling to hear you, I'm afraid. It's very, very light.
I think Miss Chia, I don't think we can.
Can't hear
Not
you,
well
sorry.
enough. Not well enough. So sorry. I think it's going to have to be a matter of Miss Chia you dialing in on. Or I understand the council, Miss Chia, have given you some. Oh, here we go. Looks like she's picking up the phone. Right.
I mean, we might as well deal with Ms. Chia now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, sir. No, if we can. Hopefully, she's dialing into the inquiry. Fingers crossed. Well, do you want, sir, to do a sort of a 5-minute adjournment, as in our afternoon adjournment kind of
Should
thing?
we do that then?
Should we do that, and then we'll come back. Hopefully, Miss Cheer will be on, and
make contact.
If she's not, or whatever, if we can't resolve it now, then I'll call Mr. Froneman, and we can have another go tomorrow.
Okay, should we break till 20 past then? Let's have 10 minutes, if that's all right, and
Sure.
then we can finish a little earlier. So I'll leave now, and hopefully in the intervening period we can make contact with Miss Chia by phone. Good. Okay.
You, sir. Righto. Miss Chia, do you have the telephone number for the inquiry? You do. So you can dial it. Do you want to try dialing now? We'll just see if it works.
Okay. So I'm going to call back in 10 minutes.
And when you do, could you mute your iPhone or laptop or whatever you're using? Because we're going to get.
Okay. I'll try that.
Try muting your computer and just use your phone, and otherwise we're going to get feedback. All right. See you soon.
Thanks, everyone. We can resume. I hope we've had some success. I've got Ms. Chia on sort of on my screen. Is she
Yes.
able to join us?
Well, what we did have a dry run inspected. When you logged off, Miss Chia, if she can hear me, she dialed in with her phone.
Mm-hmm.
Hear aloud and clear. So Miss Chia now, she's then hung up the phone and said she'd dial back when we resumed.
Okay.
Ah, there we go.
Yeah.
Looks like she's doing it even as we speak. So yeah, fingers crossed.
Oh,
Yes. Hello. Go ahead. I can hear you. Great.
hi, perfect. I'm so sorry about the.
It's all right. It's not your fault. It's
Because
technology.
the
I've had
phone
worse
just
than that.
decided.
Don't worry.
Okay.
Carry
So
on.
Can I just ask I may have echo. Okay, I'm trying, but we'll try. Okay.
I can hear you
What
perfectly
need to
fine.
do is if you turn off, sorry about that, if you turn off the volume from your computer, then there won't be two speakers. You just want your telephone to be the only sound, and it'll work
Okay.
fine.
Okay, bear with me. I'm so bad at this. How about this now? Is it better?
Yeah, that's fine.
Now I've lost all. Never mind. So my question really is: have you thought about the privacy on the back gardens of Fabian Road and Hammersmith Road? Because when the architect showed the views from where the visual impact, he doesn't really quite show how it impact on the back gardens of these two roads.
Sorry, which terraces, which roads were they?
Hammersmith Road and Fabian Road. We
Okay.
have our gardens are back to back to each other, and in the past when the tower was up, we have how many stories, but we have the maybe four windows looking into our back gardens.
Mm-hmm.
But now on that facade, I'm just concerned about the number of windows. That it looks fabulous on on paper about the on having that many windows, but then it will impact the way how we live on these two streets. The back garden, every time we step out the terrace or the garden, we're always overlooked by that many windows.
Well, clearly that's something I've got to take into account when I talked about the main issues I'd be considering, and on which I'll have to report on to the Secretary of State. Certainly overlooking was one of those, and it goes to what we were talking about earlier about baseline as well, because there was overlooking from the previous tower, which you've outlined, that's gone, and now we're in a new situation. So yes, there is a question about how we deal with that.
Okay. So in terms of baseline, we're going way above. Personally, my view is way above the baseline of that many windows on that facade. And even if we have the height 20 meters less, it is also an issue, compared to four windows to however many windows now on that side.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Then another question, I'm just for the inspector really, when the planner from the council said that there are no evidence that it will impact on the way we live on the street with the increase in density, I will really implore on you to look at the evidence to see whether is that a correct statement to make.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the 2 points I want to raise, because with the increase in density, the parking, and I know it's supposed to be a parking free zone, but it's never going to happen realistically. I think it's a very fallible ideology.
Okay, so was it just parking, or were there other potential impacts that you were concerned about?
So it's the footfall, the traffic, as it is. Our road is used as all roads in Fulham. We're all used as a cut-through road, and our road I've lived here for 15 years. I've
Right.
seen it increasingly busy. And now with the increase in increase in number of people living here, even though they can't, some people will still own a car, our 133 units. There will be, and parking will be an issue. If they're not paying for parking, if they're paying on the road, or there are visitors visiting, or when there's no restriction on the road, how are we as residents protected? And also the foot traffic and just traffic in general, foot and vehicles are already quite high in this area. What is the planner doing to mitigate this with the increase in density?
Okay. So if I can summarize, because I'll obviously have to explain your feelings to the Secretary of State in due course.
Yeah.
Is your concern that it will? How can I express it? Would it affect your quality of life, the way you use your house? What is the concern?
So for the privacy, of course, that is a direct impact. And I can say that if my neighbors are not speaking up, then it will impact their life as well. On the traffic-wise, parking, foot traffic, it used to be a quiet road, and now with double the density of what it was, maybe it will make it worse. And the parking situation, where you say they are not allowed to have cars or they are not allowed to park on our street, I just don't think that's going to work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I'm grateful. It's helpful to hear those concerns set out, and I think Mr. Simons, Mr. Philpott, you might want to direct your evidence from the correct witness towards that. I'd be interested to hear. I mean, it is an issue that I've identified, so I was expecting that we'd have something, but there we have something specific from someone who lives in the area. We'll have to have a think about that in due course in the evidence.
Certainly will.
Yeah.
Just for our part, just so Ms. Chi is aware, I will ask Mr. Henderson, albeit of course he's not a sort of technical expert in overlooking or in parking and the like, but nonetheless, what he can do, Ms. Chair, when it gets to his evidence, which will be tomorrow, he will direct the inquiry to sort of the relevant documents, if you like, where these issues have been looked at. So I'll put your concerns to him tomorrow, and no doubt Mr. Philpott, my learned friend who acts for the local authority, will have questions for his own team on those same issues.
Good.
Yeah.
Well,
Okay. So I really would like to look at the evidence of when Mr. Philpott say there's no evidence that it will have impact on the residents and all that part of the sentence to be supported. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well, we can address that in due course. But thank you, and thank you for trying so hard to make contact. I don't like.
All right. Okay. I will hang up now, but I'll still join the meeting.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
I hope you can stay with us.
Bye.
Thank you.
Inspector, in your hands, really. Mr. Froneman's evidence is, of course, very important evidence, and so I'd only want to press ahead if you felt absolutely happy and full of, fully sort of awake and ready to press on until 4:30 or whatever. If you prefer to draw stumps and start again fresh in the morning, we can do that. Equally, if you're ready to go, we will press on entirely for you.
I'm happy to deal with it as long as everyone else is, and as long as you are, Mr. Froman, then we can carry on.
Certainly, sir.
Is it? I take it everyone else is content too. Mr. Philpott, you're content?
So yes, I mean it's very easy for me. I'm taking a note, but you're the one who's going to have to report on.
Yeah, sure.
So I'm a very minor part of this at the moment.
Okay, I like to proceed by consensus.
Yes, exactly. All right then, sir. In that case, thank you very much indeed. So I'll call what I expect will be my last witness of the day, third witness, which is Mr. Froneman. Mr. Froneman has presented, sir, a proof of evidence, which has some appendices to it. He's also presented, sir, a rebuttal proof of evidence. You've got that as well. There's also, and I've not I should have got the core document reference. There is a heritage statement,
Mhm.
which was prepared to support the application and sits in the core documents.
CD 118, I think, is the reference for the heritage statement.
Thank you very much indeed. I think it might be in the final version. Here we go. First shift 1.17. So I think 1.18 and the one I've got is now the planning statement. But anyway, it's there or thereabouts. Maybe one of those numbers that's
1.17.
Righto. So, Mr. Frohman, thank you very much indeed. You introduce yourself on page 3 of your proof. You're Ignace Frohman. You're a director at Cogent Heritage, a consultancy that you established in August of 2019. And you explain there that in the years previous, you were director at the Heritage Collective, and before that, an associate director at CGMS, now part of RPS. You explained that over your 19 years, you've specialised in the historic environment and range of schemes, including tall buildings in London, including one in RBKC just over the borough boundary, if you like, and including providing evidence at appeals and inquiries. Is all of that right?
That's all correct, yes.
Good. All right. It's a good start. Now, could you just give the inspector, please? You deal with this in your proof on page 4, but it was something touched on by Professor Tafner. Just explain to the inspector the stage at which you got involved with this scheme, the stage sort of procedurally at which you were instructed.
So I got involved after the original decision. Well, I say original. The previous decision was quashed. So after the judicial review, and I was asked specifically to come in and have a look at heritage, which Professor Towner previously dealt with, but I think they wanted just somebody who dealt with a discipline separately. And so it was at that point that I came in, and at that point, that was, I suppose, in some ways, the scheme is not that different from what was previously submitted. There were some changes, and we did go through a pre-application process with the local authority. So I was part of all that.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So to cut sort of straight to the chase, where your analysis ends up, as I understand it, is that you identify impacts on the significance of 2 heritage assets. One of them is the Grade 2 style listed Church of St Thomas of Canterbury, which is something we've heard a little bit about already from Professor Tafner. And the other is the Central Fulham Conservation Area. Have I just pause there? Have I got that right?
That's correct, yeah. So those are the only heritage assets where I identify any harm. Yeah.
Okay. Right. In that case, then, could we start with the church, please? And I'd like you, the inspector, will understand this sort of approach very well indeed. But I want you to start sort of in the normal way by explaining its significance, and then turning to the contribution that its setting makes to that significance, both in general and then I think zooming in particular to the cemetery area. Where the viewpoints are taken from, and then we'll turn to harm and try and calibrate it for the inspector on the scales in the terms of the MPPF. So the church, then, could we have the headlines of your evidence on the significance of the church?
Yeah, so I think the first thing to note is that it was designed by the famous Augustus Welby Pugin. It was designed in the late 1840s. So this was at a time when he was a proponent of the Gothic style, and he was quite well known for his Roman Catholic churches, which he designed in a very strict, I was going to say interpretation, but really he kind of, in his view, the Gothic style was the correct way in which to design these sorts of buildings, and so he quite strictly adhered to the principles of Gothic design. By the time he did sort of slightly change in terms of the specific styles that he followed. By the time that he designed this one, his view was that the 14th century decorated style was the sort of ideal version, I suppose, of Gothic design, and so we see this building being executed in that style. So the church itself has not been altered hugely. It has had some changes to it. I suppose one of the things that you can see immediately. I've got an early engraving which you don't have to open, sir, but it's in my proof, and it's just struggling to find the page now, actually. But you can sort of see that the front boundary wall on what is now Rylstone Road, but which was originally Church Road, that has sort of gone and been rebuilt. But aside from that, I understand that the building had suffered some some bomb damage in the war, although not extensively, and it was restored. So a fairly intact church, designed by Pugin, and as an exemplar of his design in his later years. I should also say that I hope on the site visit we do get an opportunity to go inside the church. It's not a strikingly stunning or overly decorated church. I think it's quite muted to some extent, although there are some quite good carvings towards the high end, the eastern end of the building, and so and some of that is still decorated with gold leaf. So there are some good internal features. Perhaps an interesting fact is that Pugin was quite attached to rood screens in his churches, and of course this one was built without the rood screen, which Pugin insisted on, and because they left that out or removed it, he didn't go to the opening. But in essence, it's an example of one of Pugin's churches. I should also say it's widely recognised and widely stated that this is the only sort of really intact example of a parish church in London. Although I wouldn't attach too much significance on that geographical fact. Pugin built all over the country and indeed in Ireland, and so I think the fact that it was built in London is not necessarily something which gives this church specific significance. It was built for I think it's quite interesting in the context of both Edith Summerskill House, which was obviously demolished, and the new building. The church was originally built to serve Irish immigrants, so it's sort of poor population, and Pugin did build a few of these churches for poorer parishes, and so this was an example of that. And perhaps there is some degree of synergy between the social housing and this church, which was built for a poor community. It was effectively donated by somebody who lived locally. Wrapped in all of that is obviously the significance of Pugin's design and the way that you can see in the church manifest Pugin's approach to decoration, his approach to the puritanism of Gothic design. There are also some interesting features. You might notice that the tracery on the east end of the building is different to the tracery on the west end of the building, and that sort of shows kind of different interpretations. The church is also physically attached to the presbytery, and so these two are kind of part and parcel, and you can see that very well on that early engraving of the two, where they're kind of seen from what was then not Station Road, Church Road, and so there's a synergy between those two, obviously contemporary and built to be to perform a sort of combined function, and indeed they were internally interconnected. I should say, and I've said that in my proof, that the presbytery, the west elevation, which faces the churchyard, has been rebuilt, I think, in the 1950s, and so you'll see that when we go on site. Rather sort of disappointing, I think, elevation quite bland and quite, well, I was almost going to use the word brutal. I wouldn't quite describe it that way, but you'll see what I mean. So it's not, it doesn't have the finesse of Pugin. And so wrapped in all of that is both historic interest with the association with Pugin, but also architectural interest as an example of one of Pugin's churches, and an exemplar of the sort of early 19th century Gothic revival style, and everything that goes hand in hand with that, and obviously the group value with the presbytery, as I mentioned, also to some extent the group value with the monuments, both listed and unlisted, within the cemetery to the west of the church. I think that's a sort of summary of the headlines, and I'll leave it at that, and answer more detailed questions if there are any.
Certainly. Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. Just to check on that reference to the engraving that you gave, I think where we find it, have I got this right, is in your appendices. There's an appendix 2, which starts on page 10 of the appendices, and there's a series of historic images. And the first of those, which is on page 11 of the appendix pack, is an engraving. I just want to make sure that's the one you had in mind.
That's right, absolutely. So that's the one, yes, appendix 2.1, and that's on page 11 of my appendices. I think there's a similar version in the body of my proof, but it doesn't matter as long as you've got that reference, then that's fine. Right. Well, I know when you started asking this question, I think we went to sort of down the ladder, as it were. So we started with the significance of the church.
Yes.
We sort of now moving down to the setting and the contribution of setting to significance.
Okay.
And so, if I may, I'll just carry on along that ladder, if you like.
Please.
And so I think the most striking thing about the setting of the church, or the starting point certainly, is that originally this was a church that was built in Market Gardens, and it was called St. Thomas in the Fields. And so that in itself tells you that the setting of the building has changed very radically since it was conceived. And you can kind of see the church standing, sort of where you don't see very much of its setting on that engraving at my appendix 2.1, but you can see where the churchyard is. There's a sort of an indication of a tree. You kind of get a sense of that sort of rural context. But if you go to the Ordnance Survey maps, and so you no doubt will have looked at those, but again, I'll just give you the reference, my appendix 1.1, the 1867 Ordnance Survey map, and you can still see the church with a churchyard, the school further to the west. And at that point, there were no houses on either side of the church, although you do see some houses in the vicinity. Those are mostly to the east, but there's also a sort of terrace, which was at that time kind of detached from the churchyard, if you like, but further to the north of the, well, I say churchyard, really, I ought to be consistent and just say cemetery. And so you can see by the 1860s, late 1860s, some development starting, and of course by the next Ordnance Survey map, you can then see the sort of somewhat strange situation developing of, this is by the 1896 Ordnance Survey map, and that's my appendix 1.3, where you've got the church and the church tower and the cemetery kind of enclosed by the back gardens and the backs of buildings on both Sherbrooke Road and Escourt Road. And so it's quite unusual to see a church being in such a setting. And I think that is just a factor of how the area developed in later years. So that was, so by the 1890s, that would have been 50 years after the church was first built. And probably not what Pugin had envisaged when he designed the church back in the 1840s. In any event, the setting of the church had changed quite radically by then, and had become quite urbanized, and it changed very much from what it would have been. And so what we can see today is, in a sense, you still have the church within quite an urban setting, very built up. and you've got the cemetery, which is the only sort of soft open space, if you like, or green open space. And you can see the church across the cemetery from the west. And I discuss this in my proof in some detail, where I talk about this sort of feeling of seclusion that you get within the cemetery, and noting that changes seasonally as well. So unfortunately, you're going to see it in the winter, when it does have a bit more of a harsh character. And I think it's harsh because you can see the backs of the terraced housing on both sides, and you can kind of you get more of a feeling of being overlooked. And you also see, so that a lot of those buildings have had modern changes to them. So there's not much of a sort of historic character there. So it's an odd place where you sort of feel removed from the surrounding townscape, but you're also very acutely aware of the urban context within which the church is set. And of course, from there, it's also possible to see a couple of the other towers. Actually, the Emperor State Building, you can see from a corner of the church, for a corner of the cemetery. It doesn't have such a big presence, but you also get to see Herbert Morrison House, which, depending on the angle, you see or you may not see. But setting is all about experience, not necessarily what you can see in a particular view from a particular place. And I think the overall experience of that part of the setting of the church is that it is quite urban, it's quite unusual, it's quite enclosed, and it's separate from the surrounding townscape. Of course, I should mention that that you don't see, if you look straight towards the church tower from the western end of the cemetery, you don't see the church with buildings popping up behind it. And so you see the church sort of silhouetted against clear sky. That's the cemetery. If you move beyond the cemetery, it becomes really hard to distinguish this as a Grade II star listed Pugin building within the wider townscape. The place where that's different is Rylstone Road, which used to be Church Road. And from there, you can really see the church. You can see the east elevation. You can see the tracery on the windows. You can see the presbytery. So that's a place where you can kind of see that design. You can get a real feel for the design and architectural treatment of the building. You see the spires sort of behind the east front of the church. And so that, I would say, is the one place where you do actually get to get a real feel for the significance of the church. And of course, if you walk closer alongside the church, so there's a little passage along the south side, which is also where the sort of lay entrance is to the church. And there you can, it's very intimate and closed, but you can again see the windows and the decoration and so on. When you go further into the wider townscape, of course, you see the spire, and you see the spire particularly from Escord Road to the north. I haven't got that right. Yes, Escord Road to the north and Shearbrook Road to the south. And so you can see the spires sort of popping up behind the terraced houses to various extent. If you're on Escord Road, sort of roughly centrally down the road, there's a bit of a gap between the houses where the school is, so you can see a little bit more of the sort of bottom, which I call the tower. And then above that, you can see the spire. But what I would say is that you can see the spire, but it's very hard to really say that this is the spire of a Pugin church, or you don't get the sense of design of the church. So the tower or the spire, which you see, it tells you that there's a church, but it's very hard to say what kind of church it is, or tell very much about the significance of the building. And so I think both myself and Mr. Griffiths described those as incidental views. And I think Historic England, to say they might not have used the word incidental, but I think, as I recall, a similar kind of description of those views, where they're clearly not designed and they don't tell you very much about the nature of the significance of the church. And I wonder if I should just pause at this point and briefly just draw your attention to the setting guidance, which you'll no doubt be familiar with. And that is, and I think my CD references might be wrong. So please do correct me. I've got the setting guidance as core document 7.5.
Correct.
If that's still current.
That is still current. Somehow we've managed to not change that one.
My goodness.
That's,
Okay.
HE advice note 3 on the setting of heritage assets.
Yeah, so that's correct. So there is a text box that specifically deals with churches, and that's on page 7, top right, and it talks about the tall, the churches being tall structures and being and the spires being often widely visible. And the sort of halfway down the text box, it says that development can compete with them, and it gives the example of tower blocks or wind turbines. But it says even then, such an impact is more likely to be on the landscape values of the tower, I would say townscape values in this sense, rather than the heritage values, unless the development impacts on its significance, for instance, by impacting on a designed or associative view. So that's what the setting guidance sort of tells us. And I think that's how I categorize those views from Escourt and Sherbrooke Road. Yes, you can see the spire, but does it tell you very much about the significance of the building? No, in my view, it doesn't. And so that is that. I think that more or less covers the sort of setting. I should add, I think it's important to say this, that the only place where you can get views of the west front of the church, and if you've done a preliminary site visit already, so you will know that, is from within the cemetery. So it's not possible to really see anything of the west elevation of the church if you don't have access to the cemetery. And so in that sense, that is the only place where you can get those views. So it is of some importance.
I'll ask you then, you've described the setting of the church. You've gone in a little bit to those aspects of the setting which you don't consider to be of particular significance. But overall, taking a step back, to what extent is the church's significance derived from the setting that you have described?
Well, I don't think that the church, this is not a church, I think that relies heavily on its setting for its significance. I think mainly the role of setting in this case is it facilitates your appreciation of the significance of the church. So in other words, you can look at the church from certain areas and you can read its significance. And in those respects, the setting is important. What the setting also facilitates is the ability to appreciate the group value that the church has with the presbytery and with the cemetery and the monuments within the cemetery. So those things are important. So being able to recognize the architectural design and proportions and value of the church, and then a sort of group value sort of wider with the presbytery and the other monuments. Beyond that, the church predated all of the housing that you see surrounding it. And so the housing around the church doesn't really tell you very much about the significance of the church. It tells you about how the area has changed. But that doesn't really take you very much further in terms of this church as a Pugin church or its architectural interest. And so it's not you do get churches where the setting may have remained largely unchanged, or there may be instances where the setting has changed, but it's been a slow process of evolution, and you can kind of see the time depth, and you can see how the settlement grew over time around the church. And in those instances, I think the setting tells you something about the significance and the age of the church and how is the principal building and so on. But in this case, it's much more difficult to make that association between the setting's contribution to the significance of the church. For the most part, it's really where it allows you to appreciate the architectural design and character of the building.
And this might be an obvious question, but if it's not then in the setting, where is the predominant source of the building's significance?
The predominant source of the building significance is in its fabric, its design, its plan form, the way in which it was designed together with the presbytery. You can look at the decoration of the building, sparse as it may be, being a Pugin church, the orientation of the church and so on. So, but these things are, for the most part, tied up either in the physical fabric of the church or things which you get a sense of in close proximity to the church when you're walking around really the very close surroundings. The further you go away from the church, generally, the less the setting really tells you or contributes towards the significance of that building.
And while we're on the setting and the contribution it makes, are there, in your view, particular parts of the setting that are more important or less important than others? Are there views of the church that we need to be, that do make a particular contribution? Are there views that are less important in the scale of significance for you in terms of the church's overall heritage significance?
Yes, I mean, I think that there are the views from Rylstone Road, which I spoke about earlier. That is quite important, and you can see the importance of that really all the way back to how the church was depicted in 1857 when that engraving was done, and so even from that date, I think that was how you approached the church, that was how you saw it. That one is an obviously significant one, and that's also where you see the church next to the presbytery. And I made the observation that the north elevation of the presbytery was built in a sort of darker brick, almost as if that was kind of the back of it, and really you wanted to see it sort of from the south or the southeast. Of course, I recognise that the views from the west, from the cemetery, they are important because they are the only places where you can see the west elevation of the church and the tower in full, and so those are also important. All I would say is that the synergy with the presbytery is far less because of that extension that was put onto the back of the presbytery, where it's much harder now to see that as a sort of coherent design with the church. But of course, those are good views of the church, and there are also, I should point out, just to make sure that I'm absolutely balanced and correct, there are some historic photos from the cemetery to the west as well, and I've included those in my proof, and so you'll find them at Appendix 2.2. I think there's another one, Appendix 2.4. So there are a couple of those as well, and of course that's an obvious place to see the significance.
Thank you. All right, so we've covered the sort of the extent of the setting. We've covered the contribution that particular views of the church from within that setting make to an appreciation of the church's overall significance. So with that at our backs, can we turn then to this question of the extent of impact? Could you give us your assessment, please, on that, the extent to which the ability to view the application scheme from within the setting, within particular bits anyway, of the setting of this church will have implications for the church's significance?
Yes, I mean, I think I would summarize really the impact of the appeal scheme on the application scheme on the church as distraction and perhaps a sort of visual competition with the church. And that I say by reference to specifically, I think, those views which were done from the churchyard. And so you'll have that in Professor Taverner's Appendix RT2. And there's a couple of photo montages and there's one wireframe. And you can, of course, see that the new building would go up to around about the height of the tower, which is the sort of square base on which the spire sits. And to some extent, you know, when you look at the church, that might be a distracting influence, and it might affect how you appreciate the church. And so, to that extent, I think there is a slight effect on how you appreciate the significance of the church. What I should also say is that the west elevation of the church is not obscured by the appeal scheme. It is not removed from views by the appeal scheme. The architectural detailing of the elevation isn't affected by the appeals scheme. I keep on calling it the appeal scheme. It's the proposed development, of course. So in other words, what makes this building significant can still be appreciated. The only thing that changes is that there is something else in the view behind the church, which might be said to distract from the way in which you understand the building. Of course, the way in which you experience this building today has got no bearing to the way in which this building was originally experienced or designed to sit within an open landscape. It is now seen within an urban context. And indeed, I don't think it's possible really to wander around the cemetery and to not be aware of surrounding development, including Herbert Morrison House, which is a tall building. And so there is already indications that this church is set within an urban environment. And in order to get to the cemetery, of course, you have to move through an urban townscape. There's no illusion that this is a building which is in a setting that is anything like what it was originally. It's in an urban setting, and the proposed development would be a manifestation of that, but no more than a distraction or perhaps a visual sort of competition with the church. In those views from the west, of course, when you look at the building from Rylstone Road, the proposed development would be kind of behind you. It's not behind the church, and so those views are unaffected. To the extent that the church is said to be a landmark, or that the spire fulfills a landmark function, there may be some competition between the new building and the spire. And I think Professor Taverner touched upon that, but I think that is more of a townscape issue than it is a sort of heritage significance issue. And I say that because the church was not Grade 2 star listed or listed at all because it was a landmark. If that was the case, then all churches with spires would of course be listed because they are landmarks. That is not why the church was listed. It happens to be a landmark because that is how spires, church spires, act within a wider townscape. And so I don't believe that there is a real effect on the significance of the church because of the presence of the proposed development in the views from Escourt Road and Sherbrooke Road.
So what we're talking about then on your evidence, as I understand it, is setting does make a contribution to the significance of the church. It's not the predominant thing that contributes. You've explained that predominant thing is, well, it's essentially the fabric of the building and its architecture, as you've explained. Part of the setting of the church, but not all of it, obviously, but part of it is the cemetery. From some views within the cemetery, you'll see the building as a distraction and visual competition was your summary of your position. So drawing all of that together and trying, as the inspector's going to have to, in his recommendation to the Secretary of State, to kind of distill this in MPPF language now, where does that take us in terms of the extent of harm to the overall significance of the church?
I think in a sense, perhaps the easiest thing to do is to say where it doesn't take us. And I say that because the vast majority of what makes this building a Grade 2 star listed Pugin church would remain wholly unaffected. And so the overwhelming majority of the significance of this building is not touched by the presence of the proposed development in certain views from the West. Turning that around, the impact on the significance of the building is very low, and that is because much of its significance remains altogether unaffected. And so that is why I come to the conclusion that the harm is at a very low level of less than substantial, or I think I expressed it at the lower level of less than substantial. I think that's entirely correct.
I'll ask you this question. It springs out of something that the inspector said to Professor Taverner during his evidence. And it was about this idea of the baseline, and the inspector said, what's the correct baseline to be thinking about, all you know, to be against which to conduct the exercise. And Professor Taverner's answer sort of drew a bit of a distinction between baseline on the one hand, if you like, and kind of history on the other, and the way that the townscape has evolved over time. In this case, one of the points that you mention in your evidence is the situation which pertained at the point that the church was listed, became grade 2 star listed. Could you just give the inspector your evidence on that, and what to what extent it's relevant?
Yeah, certainly. So I think I should start off by saying that I look at the church, and I look at my assessment of the church as a bare ground scenario. So that is what I assess the impacts against. So I don't take into account Edith Summerskill House. And as Professor Taverner rightly mentioned, my involvement started after the demolition of Edith Summerskill House. So I never got to see the church juxtaposed with Edith Summerskill House. All that being said, we know how tall Edith Summerskill House was, and of course, nowadays Google Street View is a very useful tool, and you can look at many things and turn back the clock, and you can look at what it looked like. And so, of course, as part of the preparation of my evidence, I looked at that not only in relation to the church, but in relation to various other places where I compared what may have been visible of it at that time. We've also got Herbert Morrison House, which is the kind of the twin brother, if you like. I don't know if I should gender the towers, but the twin of Edith Summerskill House in a different colour scheme, but of replicated design. And so it's possible to look at Herbert Morrison House and to say, that was what Edith Summerskill House looked like. And so we've got that as a reference point. And so Edith Summerskill House was built in the 1960s. I don't know the exact year of construction, but I understand it was in the 1960s. And the church was listed in 1970. And so the church was listed grade 2 star with Edith Summerskill House behind it. I do appreciate that the proposed development is both taller and slightly wider, not a huge deal wider, but it is slightly wider than Edith Summerskill House was. Nevertheless, the church at that point was juxtaposed with this modern building, and I don't think it's a contentious thing to say that if you look at Herbert Morrison House, it's a poor quality of architecture and a building which, in its own right, as a sort of architectural object, is something that is of poor quality and visually detracts in the views that you see it. And so, when the church was listed in 1970, it was listed with a tower block roughly in the same alignment of the proposed development, seen from the cemetery behind the spire and behind the church, much like the proposed development would be. The difference between the two is that the proposed development is of a much higher quality of design. And we can go into that sort of separately. I'm going to park that for the moment. All I'm going to say about that is the design quality does matter. And so, but what we know is that the church was listed with a poor quality tower block of broadly the same dimensions behind it in 1970, and it was listed grade 2 star. And so that was that baseline. So I think in a way what that illustrates is that if the principle of building of this scale, and bearing in mind that one was of a very poor quality, behind the church was able to erode a lot of its significance, then it's very hard to see how this building could have been listed grade 2 star in 1970. I think in a sense, that's a sort of a reality check just to see, we've got an example of what was there. We know what it looked like. And yet it wasn't such a great, harmful element in the setting of the church that it couldn't be listed grade 2 star. And so I think that's useful in a sense. It's not a baseline, and it's not a justification or a reason for for the proposed development, but it's a sense check.
Thank you. Now, so you've set out very clearly what your position is in respect of the extent of harm that would accrue to the significance of the church. Before we turn to the conservation area, which is where we're heading next, you mentioned in your last answer a view on the relevance of design quality when it comes to assessing impacts or implications for heritage assets. And again, this is a topic I asked Professor Taverner about. It's also a topic that the inspector then asked Professor Taverner about as well. Now I'd like to ask you about it. So looking now at the same question really, but with more of a heritage lens rather than a townscape lens, could I ask you, when it comes to the assessment of heritage implications on whatever the asset is, in this case a listed building, but we'll talk about the conservation area in a moment, to what extent is design quality, one way or the other, material in your assessment?
I think it is quite relevant and material, and I think the way in which I describe it in my proof is that a well-designed building will elevate the sense of quality of the setting of the church, even though it may be a modern juxtaposition behind the church that may be said to detract from it because of its sort of scale and presence. But nevertheless, a well-designed building will add to or reinforce the sense of quality of the surroundings of the church, the surroundings in which the church is experienced. Whereas a poorly designed building, and I would go back to Edith Summerskill House or Herbert Morrison House, a poorly designed building will just be all the more harmful because it would not only be there and detract or distract by virtue of its presence, but also by virtue of its poor quality design, and which is something of an eyesore in the context and setting of the church, and it lowers the tone, if you like, of the setting of the building. So I think design quality is important, and I think it's not. This is not just something that I'm making up. Again, so I'm going to just briefly give you the reference of this, the setting guidance, and that is CD 7.5. And where I'm going is paragraph 39, and that's on page 14. And it's that the paragraph sort of goes over. There's two columns of text, one on the right-hand side and one on the left-hand side. So where I'm looking at is the sort of bottom left, and then over onto the sort of top right column of text. I don't know whether you want to take a moment to turn up the guidance, or whether you're happy for me to just read out what it says.
No, carry on. I'm familiar with it. I think I know the paragraph that you're going to.
Sure. And I think what all that's relevant here for me, or what's very relevant here is it talks about instances where impacts are caused by fundamental issues such as proximity, location, scale, prominence, or noisiness of development. And then it says in other cases, good design may reduce or remove harm or provide enhancement. So in other words, and it goes on to say here, design quality may be an important consideration in determining the balance of harm and benefit. So in other words, what the setting guidance tells us there is that design quality can make such a fundamental difference that it can make the difference between causing harm to a heritage asset and actually enhancing it. And so I think what I said about design quality is actually borne out in how the guidance looks at it. And I think the only other thing that I sort of would mention perhaps is local plan policy DC8, and it's got various bits to it. But DC8C, the last sentence of that part of the policy says the presence of heritage assets should inform high quality design within their setting. And I think that that's almost a continuation of the guidance, the setting guidance, which made its way into local policy, where really the emphasis when it comes to setting and new buildings within the setting of listed buildings is that design quality is important, and so important that it's even written into local policy.
Thank you very much indeed. All right. So that's your view on the relevance of design quality when striking a balance, if you like, or reaching an overall conclusion on the extent of harm or enhancement or whatever it is on the relevant heritage asset. Now let's turn away then from the church for now anyway, and turn our attention to the central Fulham conservation area, and there's several conservation areas in the vicinity. This is the one in respect of which you identify some impact or some harm. The inspector may already have his bearings in terms of the boundaries of the relevant conservation area. He's nodding, he does. Good. Then in that case, I won't ask you to turn up a plan to show them. There is a plan at page 13 of the heritage statements that shows the relevant conservation areas, but there are lots of other plans that similarly show them in other places. So before we get into the area's character and the sort of built form that comprises it, and where its significance lies, could I take a step back and just ask, as a sort of matter of principle, if you like, given that sometimes these conservation areas can be reasonably extensive areas of townscape, how should one sort of go about assessing impacts on them? From where should one be sort of standing in your mind's eye, if you like? How should one approach it?
Yes, I mean, I think that you have to go through the same process whether you are dealing with a heritage asset that is a single point, for example, a listed building, and the same principle applies to a conservation area. It's also the whole of the area is the heritage asset, and so it's even written in one of the paragraphs of the NPPF. I can find the exact reference, but you're looking at the significance of the whole conservation area, and of course, this is quite an extensive conservation area. It stretches. It kind of the form of it is sort of slightly elongated, and it's a by most by the size of most conservation area, this is a relatively large one, and its significance is spread across the whole of that area that is designated. And that area then has a setting that extends in 360 degrees all around it. And so it's a large area with a large setting. When we're looking at impacts, we are looking at the impacts, in this case, of specifically a point block, which is in a particular direction. And while it may be visible from certain places, it's important to bear in mind that the heritage asset itself is extensive, and where you may be able to see the new building from a particular spot or a particular road, you can stand on that spot and you can turn around and you can look in 360 degrees, and you can appreciate the significance of that part of the conservation area in views which go right round in 360 degrees. And even in those roads where you've sort of got linear views, which all show, I'm thinking of the views, the roads to the west of the application site, where there are the ZVI shows some visibility along some of those roads, more or less the whole length of those roads. But of course, even then, if you turn the other way, then you see those roads without any development. And even where you might see it, there might be other things in the foreground, and it's not as if everything is removed from views. It's just that there might be something, again, I'm going to use the word distraction in the distance. And so it's really important to not get fixated about how much of the proposed development you might be able to see in a particular view from a particular place. Of course, the significance of the area is the whole of the area, and it's in all directions.
Okay, so it's the sort of 360 approach that you take to looking at the area sort of as a whole. So can you give us then your evidence on the really important aspects of this conservation area that contribute to its significance? What is its character?
I mean, I think if you look at this conservation area, and it's not so different from a good deal of this part of the borough, where there's a relatively a lot of this development was developed, a lot of this conservation area was developed in quick succession in the sort of late 19th century, and so there's a good deal of coherence when you walk around the area. A lot of the buildings have a similar scale and rhythm and pattern. They change in character between the different roads. So if you walk along different parts of the conservation area, you may get different architectural styles and treatments of buildings. But there's an overall homogeny, I would say, of late 19th century or late Victorian speculative development. And so you can see that relatively consistent throughout the conservation area. You get the road alignment, very kind of grid-like, ladder-like. You do then get within this conservation area, and you can see that quite clearly when you look at the map of it, the sort of diagonal roads, and that's Dawes Road along the north, and then Filmer Road, which will bisect those kind of almost ladder-like set out roads. So there's a good rhythm, there's a consistency and a sort of sense of homogeny within the area. There are some different characters within the area, so you get shops along the main roads. Other parts is quite comprehensively just residential. There's a few churches, of course. The Church of St. Thomas is one of them. There's St. Peter's, which is sort of more centrally in the conservation area. And then there's a school further down towards the south of the area, addressing Filmer Road. It's got a sort of triangular site on which it sits. But for the most part, very residential and quite consistent late Victorian.
Thank you very much. To what extent is it possible to sort of perceive, larger, more modern buildings out of the conservation area at the moment?
There are places from where you can see larger modern buildings. I suppose the ones that are perhaps most striking and the ones that you would think of most in the context of this particular application is Herbert Morrison House, and then one of the Y blocks. I now forget the name of that Y block, but it's one of the Y blocks you can kind of see in those views from Filmer Road all the way along the south, and they kind of almost bookend the road, the Filmer Road views. If you're on Dawes Road, which is the road that bisects Escourt Road and Sherbrooke Road, if you look towards the southeast along that, you can see in the far distance I think it's called the Chelsea Reach Tower. So that kind of neatly bookends the view down there. And there are some other places, again, if you go down Dawes Road and you sort of look down towards Walham Green, there's a relatively new building. It used to be an old police station, which have been redeveloped, and you can kind of see the upper parts of that, and it's sort of hovering above the terraced houses, so you can sort of see the modern influences. When I first did my site visit, there were some other blocks, Lannoy Point and Hardtop, and they were sort of up to 14 stories, I believe, but they've now been demolished, and I think that there's just a consultation out on their replacement with sort of 7-story buildings, but at the moment that's a site that's been leveled. Not a huge, other than those, not a great deal of large modern development that you see beyond the conservation area. So, in a sense, slightly different to other conservation areas, for example, towards the west, where you much more aware of the larger buildings, say, for example, Emperor State Building and so on, which you can see from some of the other conservation areas.
So then, thank you for that. So we understand now what the sort of characteristics are of the conservation area and the extent to which one can already appreciate larger buildings from it. Next question is, to what extent then does the wider setting of the conservation area, to what extent does its setting contribute to its significance? Where does the significance predominantly reside?
I think for this conservation area, really, it's almost the seams along the boundary, if I can use the word seams, but it's really where you've got the interaction between the boundary of the conservation area and the adjacent residential streets, or they're mostly residential anyway, where you kind of get a sense of to some extent a continuation of this Victorian development and Victorian townscape. So there's you can understand the conservation area within a wider context of broadly similar development, perhaps not quite as consistent as within the conservation area, but that to a large extent is how the setting contributes, and the views that you get along the roads where the boundary might be along one of the roads, and you get a view through, and you sort of see the townscape beyond that. So those are instances where the setting kind of tells you a little bit about the context of the conservation area, a bit about the historic context, if you like, because you will see some of the surrounding development of a broadly contemporary type and scale, and so that sort of helps to put it into context. That's how it makes a positive contribution to the conservation area.
Okay, right. So we've understood the contribution the setting makes to the significance of the conservation area. What then would be the impact on the overall significance of the conservation area? What would be the extent of impact on the significance of the conservation area by being able to view the application scheme from certain points within the conservation area?
I think that the way in which I've done it in my proof is I've described the church as a component or an element of the conservation area. And so my assessment of the church will obviously, as a component of the conservation area, the impact on the church will be on that component of the conservation area as well. Beyond the church, you can also see in a variety of views, and I think there's some good accurate visual representations of views within the conservation area where we do start to see the new building cropping up beyond the sort of consistency of the terraced housing. I think that's probably most acute in the views along Escourt Road and Sherbrooke Road, and so there I would say that there is again a sort of distracting effect, if you like, just because you've got a relatively consistent build form in the conservation area, and you might see the new building as kind of disrupting that, if you like. And I think that for the most part, along Filmer Road, you can also see the new development. But as I mentioned earlier, that is already a road in which you can see Herbert Morrison House and one of the Y blocks. And so I think to some extent there's already a sort of sense and presence of larger modern development beyond the conservation area. And within that context, I don't think that there would be much of an effect, perhaps a sort of a slight accentuation of the effect, but I don't think it will be experienced radically different. The place where they will be, where the new building will be more visible and where there's no real visibility of larger buildings at the moment, is the roads towards the west of the application sites, and these are specifically St Olave's Road and Aubain Road. And to some extent, the western extension of Sherbrooke Road, although it's only one part of that road, the southern part of that road, which is in the conservation area, the northern half of it is not within the conservation area. But those are the places where we can see from the ZVI that proposed development will be quite visible, and at the moment you don't really get a sense of large-scale development in those roads.
So overall, then, trying to sort of pitch the level of impact or harm to the significance of the conservation area, where do you put it?
Again, I put it at a very low level, and again, it's probably harder to say. It's probably easier to say what is not affected. I mean, I think the vast majority of the way in which you experience this conservation area and the way in which you experience the significance of this conservation area would remain wholly unaffected by the proposed development. And where that effect occurs, so for example, those streets which I just mentioned, of course, the effect occurs in one direction and it doesn't obliterate what you see in the foreground or in the middle ground. It is nothing more than a distraction in the distance. And so the effect is very low. It's a very low level of less than substantial harm, to put it in NPPF terms.
Thank you. Right. Now, so far as your evidence is concerned, so far as your case is concerned, that's it. So far as assets, heritage assets, which will experience harm, as I understand it. But of course, yours isn't the only evidence on heritage which is before the inspector. There's also a heritage impact assessment which has been prepared by Christopher Griffiths. Could you just briefly turn that up if you would?
Yes, I have that. Yeah.
Good. Obviously, you've already issued a written rebuttal to this, and so we're not going to sort of spend inquiry time asking you to read out chunks of your rebuttal. The inspector's got it. But just to sort of put the point as sort of succinctly as we can, you've given your views. Mr. Griffiths says at paragraph 27 of his assessment, that there is serious high level, as in his terms, of less than substantial harm to the church. And he says that there is medium less than substantial harm, medium on the scale, at paragraph 33, medium less than substantial harm to the central Fulham conservation area. Now, he also alleges harm to some other things, but we'll just focus on these two that you found harm to at the moment. So there's this sort of delta between you, if you like, as to where you're at. And I mean, to the extent you can you try and assist the inspector with why that difference exists? The inspector will have to pick, obviously, and reach his own judgment on what the extent of harm is. But where do you say, in your view, where has Mr. Griffiths sort of gone awry in his analysis?
I think where he's gone awry in his analysis, there are probably, I'll illustrate this by, I'll deal with the church briefly, as briefly as I can, really. If we go to paragraph 23 of, let me just make sure that that's correct. No, I don't think that is correct. Just bear with me. Okay. So if we go to paragraph 17 of Mr. Griffiths' report, and that's on his sort of internal numbering, page 6, it's on page 48 of Mr. Turney's proof of evidence, this being appended to that.
Yes.
So what Mr. Griffiths tells us then, and you can read also the paragraph above that. So he says that I didn't take into account the views, or I didn't give enough weight to the views from Escort Road or Dawes Road or Sherbrooke Road, and therefore my assessment is sort of too light, if you like. And he then sort of he sets out a few paragraphs. Well, he set out in paragraph 17. He explains why he attaches a great deal of weight to it seems, to those views. This is covered in my rebuttal, but I think that's one of the places where I think he sort of he perhaps goes off, and perhaps that influences the way in which he ascribes harm, because he seems to, for the reasons he puts out, he sets out in paragraph 17, why he attaches so much weight to those views, which I don't. In my rebuttal, I sort of go through all of that, and this you'll find, so page 6 of my rebuttal, paragraph 23. And I go through each of those points, and I sort of look at whether the proposed development would affect any of that, and it doesn't. And so even though he sort of says that I didn't place enough weight on those views, I don't see how any of what he describes there would really be affected by the proposed development. There is another one, and I think this is really the key thing that Mr. Griffiths seems to be doing. And he seems to be equating visibility with harm. And so we can see that at his paragraph 19, and I'm sort of interested in the bit of the paragraph that's on his page, page 8, and that's on page 50 of Mr. Turney's sort of overall document. And what he says that is that the proposed tower block would be both taller and wider than the church tower, rising to the height of the pinnacles and stood immediately to the left of the historic landmark. the combined effect on views from all parts of the churchyard represents a high magnitude of adverse impact on a building of very high significance. Now, a high magnitude of adverse impact. I think that what Mr. Griffiths is describing there is perhaps a high magnitude of visibility, but it's not a high magnitude of adverse impact on the significance of that building as a Pugin designed building. The significance of that building, which is seen in that view that we can see on that same page of Mr. Griffiths' document, and which we can see in the AVR views, there might be a high magnitude of visibility, but that doesn't mean that the church loses a high magnitude of its significance as a consequence. And so it does look to me as though Mr. Griffiths sort of decided that because it's highly visible, the impact must be great. That's the only way in which I can read or make sense of what he said there.
Okay, all right. Well, thank you. The other point I just wanted to, was really for completeness, really, but Mr. Griffiths, as I've indicated, identifies harm to other assets beyond the assets that we've talked about already today. We don't have the time, and nor would I want you to, because it's not part of your evidence, to go through each of them in detail and why you disagree, which you clearly do, as you've said. In particular, he puts a sort of low to medium level of harm to the significance of the Grade 2 listed building at 282 North End Road. And he also says that there is a low level of less than substantial harm to the Church of St John, Waltham Green. Says there's slight harm to the Waltham Green conservation area and potential for harm, as he calls it, to another conservation area, the Settlescombe Road conservation area. We get all of that at paragraph 41 of his statement. I don't know whether this is a question you can answer, but in a nutshell, so I'll just try and ask it, see what you say. In a nutshell, why is it that he's identifying these extra areas of harm and you're not?
Again, when I read his evidence, it looks to me as though visibility is immediately equated with harm. So if you can see the proposed development, then it must be harmful. There are instances, for example, 282 North End Road, where Mr. Griffiths describes the proposed development, which would be in the distance and part of a modern townscape beyond the building, as dominating, which I think is simply nonsense. I think you only need to go and stand in front of the building, the listed building, which you see in the foreground, quite imposing at that proximity. And yes, in the background, you can see a gap and you would be able to see the new building in the distance in that gap. But to describe the building as dominating or something which would prevent you from somehow understanding the listed building or what makes it significant, I just don't. I don't see how those two things one would follow the other. And I think that where he talks about a dominating presence, that is simply incorrect. And I think with the other ones, again, it seems to be a case of if the development is visible, then it causes harm. It's interesting, I think, the Settlescombe conservation area, where Mr. Griffiths accepts that because you can see other tall buildings quite dramatically from that very same conservation area, it's less sensitive to changes such as the proposed development, just because that's in the character of the setting of that conservation area. Of course, I don't see that there would be any harm to that conservation area, and if I'm cross-examined on that, then I can say that out in more detail. I think I've explained that in my heritage statement. I stand by that, but that was the only one where I thought he did actually look at the sensitivity of the setting and the receptor. The only other observation that I would make is if we look at the table that Mr. Griffiths appends to his document, where he finds low levels of harm, and we can see that, for example, the Walham Green Conservation Area, Church of St John, Walham Green, Settlescombe Conservation Area, The way in which he describes that in his appendix is that is a low level of harm that does not seriously affect the significance of the designated heritage asset. And so I don't know if you had to explain that in different words. I suppose you would say that it's a trivial effect, or it's an effect that you can somehow ignore. Perhaps I can't really make sense of that. You'll have seen what I say about sort of the description of harm being serious or not serious in my proof, and I don't really understand how harm can be sort of not serious when it affects a listed building. We know what the Act says, and we've got all the case law, and there's no such thing as harm which is not serious.
All right, thank you very much. Now we're almost there. Just a couple of final questions then, Mr. Froneman in chief. The first is about the position of Historic England, because I've mentioned already in my opening the support for the scheme from the local authority, from the GLA, the Design Review Panel and others, but I didn't touch on Historic England in opening. Their objection is at core document 2.19, and obviously can get it out if you'd like to, but could I just have your commentary, if you like, on HE's position set out in that letter? That's the 10th of August 2020 letter from HE.
Yes, I mean, I think that there's again, there are in that letter, and we see that in the summary on the first page, and I think it's repeated twice within the letter. Actually, let me just make sure that I'm absolutely correct about that. Actually, what I want to point out in relation to the summary is the last sentence, which is 3 lines up from the bottom of that paragraph. It starts with, in our view. Actually, I have to read that out. In our view, this harm is without clear and convincing justification, contrary to the requirements of the NPPF.
So, what do you say about that approach?
Well, I take that in the summary, and then I think it's quite informative, really, if we go then to the 3rd page of that letter. There it talks about policy, and I'm looking at 1, 2, 3, 4 paragraphs down. It talks about NPPF, and it talks about it states that any harm, the NPPF states that any harm or loss to the significance of the designated heritage asset, including from development in setting, should require clear and convincing justification. And then we see that again, and I think it's interesting to read actually how it's written in the recommendation. This is on the last page 6.
Page 6 of 6, the recommendation, yes.
So under recommendations, for the reasons set out in this letter, we consider the development would cause serious harm to the setting of the Church of St. Thomas of Canterbury. So you'll see what I have said about this notion of serious harm in my proof in the introduction. I'm not going to repeat that for now.
Sure.
It then says, which we do not consider has clear and convincing justification, as required by para 194 of the NPPF. And the sentence goes on, and the very last sentence then says, we therefore object to this application on heritage ground.
Yeah. So
the reason for the objection is because of a perceived absence of a clear and convincing justification. I mean, we can actually go through that. What Historic England doesn't do is to quantify the level of harm in NPPF terms. They only call it serious harm. All harm, as we know, is serious. And then the reason why they object is because of this perceived lack of clear and convincing justification. Now, I've come across this before several times. It's always disappointing when it happens. So if you don't mind to take up my appendices, and at the very end of it, I deal with case law and policy. And I think it's just worth drawing your attention specifically to what I say in at paragraph 54 of my appendices, and it's a bullet point 5 under paragraph 6, and I there talk about this notion of justification, and this is case law, and specifically the case of R. Pugh versus Secretary of State for Communities and Local Government. That case dealt with a scheduled monument, but it dealt very specifically with this matter of clear and convincing justification. And what we find there is that, that the judgment is very clear in saying, if you work your way through the NPPF, if you satisfy the NPPF, then you don't need to have this extra step of clear and convincing justification. All you need to do is, if you work your way through it, and it used to be 196, but it's now paragraph 202 of the NPPF, if your benefits outweigh your harm, then you've cleared that hurdle, really. And the only thing I would say is that Historic England, it's of course not in their remit to consider the public benefits of this development. I mean, they have no role in assessing the weight to be attached to the provision of high quality affordable housing, or any of the other benefits that would flow from this development. And so I don't think that they're actually in a position to make that judgment as to whether this development has been justified in the terms of the NPPF. And I think that comment and that objection, as it follows, was written perhaps not understanding quite clearly what case law says about what this concept or this notion of justification actually entails. And so it seems to me, if you take that away, then the objection would logically fall away. That's the sort of highlight point. I mean, there were quite a few other things which I picked up in the letter. I don't think we necessarily need to go through all of that for now. It may be worth just very briefly pausing on page 5 of the letter.
Yes, the penultimate page. Okay.
The penultimate page, and so I'm looking at the sentence at the very bottom of that page, and it starts 3 lines up, and it starts, "The weight given to this harm should be particularly great, considering the high significance of the listed building affected." And that is in accordance with it says in accordance with paragraph 193 of the NPPF, and it's now with a renumbering. It's paragraph 199 of the NPPF, but I think it's worth actually, sir, just reminding yourself what paragraph 199 of the NPPF actually says. And what it says is, when considering the impact of a proposed development on the significance of a designated heritage asset, great weight should be given to the asset's conservation, not to the harm, to the asset's conservation. And the more important the asset, the greater the weight should be. So it seems to me that what Historic England has done there is the author has said that the weight becomes greater because, or that the weight attached to the harm becomes greater. So in other words, the harm expands because this is a grade 2 star listed building. That's not right. What the NPPF actually says is that you can give greater weight to the conservation of the heritage asset, but the harm stays the same. You don't give greater weight to the harm, you give greater weight to the conservation of the heritage asset. And I think there's a subtle difference there, but I mean, essentially, the harm doesn't go bigger because it's a grade 2 star listed building. It's just that you attach more weight to the conservation of the heritage asset.
All right. Thank you very much. I think that's probably enough on HE's letter. But you've given your headline opinion on the basis on which it reached its conclusions, i.e. almost by having implicitly struck a planning balance, I suppose, is the implication of what's been done. And so you've set out your views on whether that's an appropriate thing for HE to do or not. So we'll leave it there. And I'll ask my last question for you of the day. Now, it relates to a question that I put to Professor Taverner and it was a question about right at the end of his examination in chief, which was along the lines of let's assume for a moment that some of the objections that the inspector has received are correct. So, i.e., let's assume, although as I discussed with Professor Tavener, Mr. Turney doesn't tell us exactly how low the building would have to become before it's acceptable in his view. But others of the objectors do, and there's been some focus on the fact that the proposal exceeds the previous ESH by some 20 metres. Do you recall that line of objection?
I do recall that, yes.
Yeah. So let's just imagine for a moment, again stepping into the hypothetical, that a scheme comes forward, that this scheme or a version of it comes forward, but it's say some 20 metres shorter, which is to say that it mirrors the height of the previous Edith Summerskill house. What would be the implications in your view on the assessment of the heritage assets that you for which you've identified harm? How much of a difference does it make?
In terms of the church, I don't think it would make very much of a difference at all. And I think I did discuss with Professor Tavener actually the amount that you would need to take off the building to make it around 20 meters lower. So it's around the top 4 stories, perhaps 4.5 stories or so. And that's what you would need to take off to make this building more or less the same height as Edith Summerskill House was. Mm. And if you look at, for example, the visualizations from the cemetery, I think that in essence you would still have the church juxtaposed with a different modern large-scale building, which is perhaps not quite as tall as what the proposed development would be, but which would nevertheless be seen in the same views and compete with and have a similar effect on the silhouette of the church. And to the extent that there's a distracting or competing effect, I don't think that would be very different at all, whether the building was exactly the height of either Summerskill House or as it is now, 20 meters taller. From the central Fulham conservation area, there may be places where you might see the present proposal and where you wouldn't see the proposed development if it was 20 stories lower. But I think on the whole, it's very hard to see that the effect would be at all very different. I think I would still describe it in the same terms, really, the lower end of less than substantial, both for the church and for the conservation area. I think for the conservation, I said they're very low, and I would stick to that. I think it would remain very low, and for the church, low.
Mr. Froman, thank you very much indeed for your forbearance. Inspector, those are my questions for Mr. Froman in chief, and so as before, sir, it's over to you, really.
Yeah, well, it'll please you to know that there's only one thing I'd like to ask about, because you've dealt with the baseline in chief, and I appreciated that. That's helpful, because I did want to ask Mr. Froman about that, but it's been covered. All I want to ask about is calibration, Mr. Froman, and how you get to your low level of less than substantial harm. I think you and I have talked about this at inquiries before. The bar for substantial harm being on the high side, getting up towards destruction, vitiation, the words that were used in the Bedford judgment. But there's been a lot of talk recently about maybe that assessment or that definition of where the boundary lies is coming under question. I think Bramshill started it off with some comments about it being a matter of judgment and being different every time, and then there have been some other moves in the courts. I don't think we've got anything back from the courts yet about what the courts view whether Bedford will remain good law or not. I don't think anyone can speculate. But I just wanted to know: you're working on the basis that Bedford is correct? I take it, and that's how you're setting your sort of degrees of impact.
Yes, I'm working on the basis of Bedford. I mean, in my own mind, when I'm thinking about the category of substantial harm, I use perhaps in my own mind a very vague term, but I think I would approach it as a great deal of the significance of the building would need to be lost. And I think that's more or less the approach that I take. And where you draw, where exactly you put a great deal, I think that's sort of up for debate. But I think the general approach is that it's a category of harm that, in all fairness, it takes in wholesale demolition. So it's always got to be a category of harm that is quite high, because it's the same category that would lead to wholesale loss. I mean, demolishing the church, it's in that order of magnitude. And so I think it's got to always be taken quite seriously, and it's got to be a high bar, unless the courts tell us something different. It's very, very difficult for me how you can place wholesale demolition of a heritage asset in the same basket as something which is rather less and rather more mundane, if you like. Bearing in mind all harm has been taken very seriously and all that. But I think I would be cautious about putting wholesale demolition in the same basket as something which is far off that bracket, just because it is a particular category of harm, and I think there's a reason why you've got that higher category of harm. It captures, and there's a different test in terms of the NPBF that you apply to harm in that category. And so I think it's always got to be approached in with that test in mind, because the bar all of a sudden gets so much higher.
Inspector, if I could give you a reference to one of the core documents that you may not have, you may have read it already, just in case. It's core document 14.5, and what that is, that I mean, we are still, as you've indicated, at pretty early doors in this challenge to the consent for the Holocaust Memorial Scheme in Westminster. However, that's
what I was referring to.
I'm sure you were. Yeah, the court, as you've indicated, sir, the court is going to decide this. I think the hearing's in late Feb of next year, and the judgment, will follow at some point thereafter. So hopefully, it'll probably be after you produce your report, but sometime before.
I'll try and make sure it is. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. But the document that it just might be worth picking up, or not now, but reflecting on, is the summary grounds of resistance for the Minister of State, because in that case, as you might remember, the Secretary of State was actually the applicant for planning permission, and the decision was taken by the Minister of State, Chris Pincher. So it was all done very carefully, divided up very carefully. So it's the Minister of State who's the primary defendant in that case, and it's ground one in that piece of litigation goes right to this issue of, all right, Bedford, Bramshill, PPG, was that inspector correct or not to adopt the approach that he did? And you'll see, if you have a look at the way that the Minister of State is defending his decision, what the sort of up-to-date view of the Minister of State is. So it's quite helpful in a way, because what the line of defence being taken from the Minister of State is the inspector had regard, and was correct to, so far as the Minister's concerned anyway, have regard to Bedford and the PPG and Bramshill. So there's no one, and was correct to kind of have regard to all of it in the round and reach a view that sort of accorded with, that had regard to all of it. And so that approach, and I'm sure Mr. Philpott's can correct me on what I've misreported to you, but it's worth having a look at those summary grounds. We'll see in the end what the court makes of it all, but at least you can see what the Minister of State's position is on this quite interesting and topical debate. I'll pass over to Mr. Philpott.
Yes, so I shall have a look at that, Mr. Philpott.
So just for completeness, you'll be hearing in due course later this week from Mr. Jones, and when you read his evidence, you will have picked up that he reports on this litigation, and what he does in paragraphs 425 and 426 is essentially says, well, look, pending any further guidance from the court, he has not assumed, in line with Bedford, that for the harm to be classed as substantial, most, if not all, of the significance of the asset in question must be lost. But he's recognised, in accordance with the advice in the PPG, that it's a high test, and so may not arise in any cases. He goes on to express his view as to whether it makes any difference, but that is how he has approached it. You'll have the chance to ask him what difference that makes. But of course, ultimately, we're seeking to do our best to make the judgments that are expressed here not unduly sensitive to the outcome of that litigation, and that's the exercise we're involved in, because clearly we don't want to have to wait for the court to pronounce, and so we're doing our best in the meantime to express views to how sensitive or otherwise the assessment is in this case to that question of law.
I echo those
Yes.
comments. So it would be very sensible one way or another, Inspector. Obviously, you reach your own view on the extent of impacts, of course, but on the threshold, until the court pronounces one way or the other, it would, I suspect, be prudent to give your view, more than one way, if you like, and not chuck all of our eggs into the basket of only Bedford or whatever it might be, because that's a bit of a hostage to fortune. Because if it
yes, I mean, I think I think I've said before, because I mean, this question has come up so many times. I think I've said before that I don't see any particular difference between Bedford and what the PPG says. The PPG says it's a high bar. I mean, Bedford says it's a high bar.
Yeah.
You can interpret those. You can interpret those as being, singing from the same hymn sheet, so to speak. So I don't have any great difficulty with that. And moreover, Mr. Griffiths doesn't suggest in his evidence that the degree of harm would reach the level of substantial.
No,
so he's in the less than substantial category anyway, or apart from a higher level of less than substantial harm, which is a very strange, well, not in terms of the opinion, but in terms of where one gets to when one's talking about less than substantial harm. A high level, a serious level of less than substantial harm is the words don't necessarily sit comfortably together, but I mean, we all understand what it means, so that's useful. Good. Again, it's an interesting subject. We could talk for hours about it, I'm sure. Mr. Froman, there's nothing else I need to ask. I think it's been covered. So we'll come back tomorrow and we'll see Mr. Turney in the morning. Hopefully he can catch up with proceedings if he's got enough time to sit through 6.5 or 7 hours worth, and we can deal with deal with any questions in the morning. Good. Can we? I'm going to start at 10 o'clock tomorrow, as per today, if that's okay.
Yes.
So I'll see you all then.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to leave the call and then I'll rejoin in the morning. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Until tomorrow. Bye bye.